The swordsman called the countless swords Sorcerer ch. 121-165. Chapter 121. 9 days after departing from the capital, the kingdom's army that had completed the march set up a camp preparing for the next day's decisive battle. The Empire should be aware that they are here too. They would be the same, looking out for night attacks while resting amply for the last time. Groups of people can be seen all over the place taking warmth around a campfire, and among them, a group of mercenaries, Ted, Norris, Ophelia, the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, and Ardis. I heard from a scout earlier. Norris started his story like an idle talk while skewering a piece of food with a branch. It's the usual. But how did you even get to hear stuff like that? Ophelia had an expression like she's looking at something unfathomable. Just like what she said, a report from a scout isn't something obtainable for mercenaries normally, and there's no way he would take it seriously even if asked. Although it's unknown if Norris used some mystic method to get information, it's a fact that he would always have some shocking revelation, albeit always looking like he's fooling around. It seems like the Empire is shelling up at their camp. By shelling, they're just building up fences or digging trenches though. With that, it's no predicting what kind of hand they will play. Ted sighed. Who knows? They won the first one big. I thought they would totally start marching to the capital. Why are we heading towards where they had set up their base? Isn't it the Empire who had started the fight? Ted is right. After all, the Kingdom army was in tatters after the first fight. They could have totally ridden on the flow and marched to the capital. But the Empire is far away. They had already experienced the difficulties in moving supplies in previous wars. Wouldn't they be trying to avoid the same failure this time around? Elmania Empire's territory spans wide across the west and east, and the capital of the Empire is, as Norris said, it's located on the far east side of the border. Their capital is already far from the border separating Nagra and Elmania. This place should be even further. Of course, the Empire has other large cities other than its capital too. About 3 days from the border in the southeast direction, there is the so-called second capital of the Empire. But the funds required to move the country's entire military aren't little. To maintain the entire army, the funding from their capital is essential. There's many precedents in the history of the war for the Imperial Army to withdraw from the war even though it won as a result of lack of supplies. One of the reasons is probably because since they are raising the flag of reclaiming their lost territory, they wouldn't plunder resources from the villages and towns in the kingdom. Although there might have been individual actions of the soldier doing so, it's not like they can get enough supplies to support a large army in that way. Furthermore, the kingdom's southeast portion is a territory that isn't producing food. Even if they would try and plunder, there aren't anything to fill their stomachs. That's why they have holed up waiting for the kingdom to send their army to them. Quite a laid-back attitude. If the kingdom chose to station their army to defend, what would they do? Who knows? But now that the kingdom had decided to come here for the final showdown, isn't it just as the Empire's intentions? Well, it's not like we can have a part in saying that. Mercenaries like us can only fight in the environment given to us. Anyways, aren't we mercenaries going to be thrown into the most dangerous area? I'm not really up for trying to break through a camp that is fortified. We already participated knowingly. It's a disadvantageous. There's no use crying over spilt milk now. Well, that's so, but having pointed out with a fed-up tone from Norris, Ted was displeased. I guess the only thing I can hope is the commander is someone with a good head. I wonder. Apparently, his nickname is 33 years old child. What the heck? Somehow, it's an unsettling name to hear. What kind of person is he? Hearing the name from Norris, Ardis, who had kept away from the conversation so far, spoke for the first time. Ardis showing interest is quite rare. Ardis rarely shows interest and asks when they're gossiping unless there's something special Ardis heard before. As such, it somehow roused their interest, even more so if it's a person. I have met someone with that kind of name though. To have the 3 great demons subjugator remember me. I'm quite the amazing person. At a sudden voice that came from his back, Ardis turned around and responded. There was a man covered in a full military uniform of the kingdom, a calm and collected expression with a well-balanced muscle body. Ardis felt the face was familiar. 4 years ago, it was during the request of reinvestigating the island where the four-winged used to live. The life form there, Upus, to prove that he's harmless, he had put an act up to the investigation team from the kingdom. and the familiar face came from one of the members of that team. Before, he was certainly called a captain, but that's already 4 years ago. 29 years old child had already become 33 years old child. His face had shown the progress of age. We've met 4 years ago, right? None. Yeah, that. It's when we're heading to the island where the Four-Winged lived in for an investigation, right? Ardis's memories were propped at his words. Why are you here? No, if you're here, then, with a question in his mind, Ardis had arrived at the answer himself. It's so. The one commanding the mercenary unit this time, it is the Forever Kid General, Moore Grayster. That's me. Ha ha ha. That reminds Ardis. 4 years ago, there was an instance when his subordinate called him that. Ardis recalled while feeling strange at Moore's laughter, since it wasn't something he can brag about. With Ardis still occupied with the feeling of don't want to be involved in anything, the commander, Moore had slipped in the gap and sat down beside the group. In any case, I thought people said that my face didn't age that much. Moore was staring at Ardis' face like a strange specimen. You changed nothing from 4 years ago. Are you actually not a human? At Moore's rude words, Ardis had an unentertained face. And it was Norris who saw that from the side, couldn't hold back his laughter. Ardis certainly doesn't look like a human, right? Rather, I would believe if he's actually some other life form. Ahaga. Oi, Norris. Ardis's face turned even more displeased. Sorry, Ardis. In any case, it's a good timing. For what? No. Not about Ardis being far from human. Since the one commanding is here anyways, I have something to ask. Me? Yeah, that's right. Unit Commander San, although it is just a chat, the other person is a superior. Norris's words became polite. Spare that kind of difficult words. Fine if you talk normally. Mercenaries are so anyways. That's so? Then I will do the same. Glad at Moore's generosity, Norris easily changed back to his usual tone. So, what's the thing you want to ask? I heard something just now though, about the Empire Army holding up at their base. Where did you hear that? That information, to have been heard by a mercenary, what kind of information integrity this army have? Right before a battle, spreading disadvantageous news to the soldiers would do the worse. A mercenary asking about the information that should have been kept secrecy. Moore probably thought the Army's intelligence department is really lacking. Well, leaving that aside, ignoring Moore's concerns, Norris continued. The difference in number is already very wide. Isn't it like we're rushing into a defensive formation of the Empire? Normally thinking, it's a losing battle. Is there some kind of mysterious plan that our army have that can magically overturn the situation? Don't know. Rather, I won't say anything even if I knew. I still have my position to consider after all. Although his attitude was easygoing, but it seems like his mouth isn't that easygoing after all. Actually, if he would have simply talked about secrets, it would instead bring loss of trust in the army. Well, I thought so. Norris withdrew quietly like he'd expected that, and then it was Ted's turn to ask. In other words, where we're going to be placed, there's no knowing until tomorrow. Let's see. Wouldn't the strategists be doing their best desperately trying to think of a formation now? Jokes aside, it's quite imaginable where we're going to be put. Where? Probably where the most damage will be taken. At Moore's indifferent answer, Ted cursed. TCH. I wasn't asking something like that. Some commander you are. Ha ha ha. Well, I don't know either where I will be going. Even though I'm a unit commander, the upper guys really seem to dislike me. The order for me to sortie just arrived moments before the war begun. The army formation should be revealed later though. Moore laughed as if he's sorry. Seriously, you say it so easily. Using mercenaries as disposables, is it? But isn't that just mercenaries? In the first place, they aren't creatures that would keep quiet in getting used. Moore turned around and sent a challenging gaze to Ted. Don't you understand quite well? I'm a former mercenary after all. Ardis showed an expression of understanding with that. I see. That's why you don't look like a military man at all, huh? Yeah. That's also why I am commanding the mercenary unit this time around. It seems like Moore's background as a former mercenary helped him to secure position as the mercenary unit commander. So you drew the short end of the stick, huh? Disliked by the upper echelons, Ardis read between the pages at Moore's words. Moore shrugged and showed affirmative without saying. Well, it's not just me who had drawn the short end of the stick though. Meaning? The meaning of not just me. Ardis was curious and asked. There's another short end this time around. Pretty sure they are in the same hot mess, not any better than us. At Moors Ardis understood there is another unit that had bad luck. Which unit is it? The student unit. The kids from the Warriors and Magicians course from the academy in the capital. Ardis frowned a little after hearing that answer. After all, the reason of the person why Ardis participated in this war is there after all. It would be a mess to even take a few of them out on a picnic already. Now they have to command a bunch of them in a war. I guess I'm luckier in the sense I'm commanding the mercenaries. Although it's a brat that I'm not good with commanding that unit, I can sympathize with him a little. It was Kyril who drew the even shorter end of the stick than Ardis. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. The next day, August 20th, morning. The two armies are in a distance where they can see each other. It is the same wasteland where the kingdom tasted a grand defeat. The imperial army that had won didn't show any signs of advancing further into the kingdom's territory. Although their intentions to do so isn't clear, the kingdom couldn't possibly let enemy forces stay in their territory. The kingdom that hadn't recovered from its losses had gathered up all the remaining forces it can from all its territory, and even drafted soldiers and hired mercenaries and hurriedly put up a response army to drive back the empire. Of course, it's not like the empire had sat there and waited without doing anything. They had expected the kingdom to come to them, and had built a base at their camp. Even reinforcements are coming from their country now. According to a report, the empire has more than 10,000 on their side. The empire was able to sortie such a large army from afar. Adding on the reinforcements from the southern continent, they would have about 12,000 soldiers. That's the entirety of the empire's army. There are obstacles set up by the empire at the center of the wasteland, and to complement it, various holes can be seen dug. Behind the obstacles were the empire's units taking formation, and further in the back, their headquarters probably exists there. However, the expected number of imperial soldiers at the center were lesser than expected. The imperial army had spread across horizontally and taken up a spanning formation. Excluding the headquarters in the back of the center, their center looks to have the least number of soldiers. Good graces, what is this? What do you mean? Moore, who was left with the task of commanding the mercenary unit, said his honest opinion without holding back, and a thin-looking man beside him responded, "They're waiting for us like that there. They're totally going for a defensive battle." Moore pointed at the imperial army with his chin with displeasure. Knowing that their failure will repeat if they advanced into their territory, they might be thinking to wipe us out here once and for all. But if we would have chosen to hole up instead of responding, the advantage they got from the first victory painstakingly would be useless. Maybe they had the confidence it wouldn't be like that. In fact, there was many arguments about making it an attrition war, but, in the end, the army intelligence officers had chosen to have a final showdown. They might have even pulled some strings behind us. Moore's brows twitched with displeasure. The upper echelons of the kingdom had chosen a choice advantageous to the enemy's side. It isn't any good news for those who are actually fighting on the front line. However, that wasn't Moore's only concern. The Empire's base is quite strange. With that much people and time, they could have built an even tougher base. The thin guy was deep in his thoughts. Wouldn't it because they had to take their time in an unfamiliar land? Even if they won the first fight, it's still an enemy territory for the Empire. They might have been on guard while working, thus not progressing much. Moore wanted to sigh. What the thin man said made sense, and that's what Moore thinks himself too. But Moore wasn't hoping for such answer from him. Might have. More enthusiasm. Where are your guts? Why can't you give a more concrete opinion? I am just merely advising, Captain. I'm just giving the possible scenarios that had happened. It's Captain's role to make the final decision after all. The man explained so without any expressions. Moore didn't hide his displeasure and complained. Don't say like it doesn't concern you, albeit vice. You're still someone on the higher end of the command chain. Please don't worry. If Captain goes down, I will properly give out orders. Goes down. Moore seemed a little down at the bleak premonition. Moore became silent, stood there for a while, and then thought of something. Why not substitute me right now? I refuse. There's no way the mercenaries will listen to my instructions. But the vice commander's reply was cold. With an uninterested face towards Moore, the vice commander changed the topic, leaving that aside. The matter just now, I will appeal it upwards. Just now. Meaning? Moore tilted his head. The base that the Empire built wasn't as thorough as expected. Moore showed his understanding. but his expression wasn't bright. Though I think it's useless to report it at all. In the first place, the opinion from someone that the upper echelons don't see well with. He didn't think the blessed nobles would even consider it. Moore, who is a captain albeit a commoner, has enemies all around. No, rather than enemies, they're friendlies that wouldn't help him even if he's in a pinch. For them of nobilities, Moore is someone insignificant, too worthless to be even considered. They weren't that despicable to try and plot against Moore, but there's probably no chance Moore would get a helping hand if he messed up somewhere. That's why he was dumped the role of commanding the mercenary unit. After all, Moore is playing quite the important role in this war. The mercenary unit he commands will be the most forefront of the center front line. Just like what the mercenaries had talked last night, they would be sorted at the most dangerous position. Being the frontliner sounds good, but they are advancing into trap holes and fences, and above all are the arrows and magic spells that will be casted from behind those obstacles. As a response to the Empire's formation, the kingdom had spread out its army horizontally as well. The center would be 3,000 men including the mercenaries, left wing with 2,000, and the right wing would be 3,000 including their precious cavalry. But in fact, there are only 2,000 men in the center portion excluding those that will stay behind at the headquarters. And among those would be 500 mercenaries commanded by Moore attacking aggressively as ordered. Although it's a makeshift base, it's not an easy task to avoid long-ranged attacks from the front while dodging fences or holes. On top of that, the Empire has the upper hand in numbers. In any case, Moore can only rely on the mercenaries' individual excellency. To gauge how capable the mercenaries are, Moore had visited them one by one and appraised them. Unlike a proper army, a mercenary's individual power differs greatly. But unlike soldiers, mercenaries are used to betting their lives in actual combat against beasts and demonic beings. Moore had already found a few that looks promising. Though, the vice commander didn't seem to agree to his actions, as he is a military man through and through. I don't think there was a need at all for Captain to barge into the mercenaries' tents one by one. His tone was thorny, likely because of that. Even if they are paid to fight, mercenaries would prefer to fight under a commander that they've talked with rather than someone they had never seen before. Exactly because that he was once a mercenary, he could understand the mercenaries. Anyone would prefer listening to a commander who treats them as an individual rather than a commander who treats them as pawns. Even if mercenaries are hired with money, they are not to be used as sacrificial pawns. So, any useful mercenaries? The vice commander didn't intend to beat around the bushes and went straight into the point. Guess so. There's the bright stars of White Knight famous in Thoria. Also, seems like the three great demons subjugator from before is here too. Moore's meaningful words made the vice commander's mouth turn into a smirk. Well, that's a very good news indeed. The unit that is expected to clash with the Empire first, the figures of Ardis and the others could be seen within. It became exactly like what the commander said yesterday. Though it's imaginable already. Ted muttered grumblingly. Well, nothing we can do about. We are mercenaries after all. Looks like the Empire has mercenaries at the center too. Mercenaries versus mercenaries it is. It was a tone unlike prior to a war from Norris. TCH, I know. No good things will ever bless mercenaries, that is. Yes. If you're still getting caught up by that now, it will be a distraction later. You better change your gears now. Even said so by Orphelia, Ted had no choice but to put on his serious mode. HMPH. Guess we'd need to do some work for the compensation and not die. And the best scenario is to deal with the commander on the other side quickly. Where Ted was looking, the representative from both armies were talking to each other. The scene where two armies were lining up between them looked like a solemn ceremony of some sort. Won't some other squad circle around the main unit while they're doing stuff like that? Ardis, who had an expression of not understanding, Ted and the others retorted. What the heck you're saying? An interesting opinion. That would be a little. It wasn't like Ardis was joking. For him, if they had time to talk so peacefully for so long with the enemy, there would be a lot of time for them to initiate an attack first. Catching the enemy's gap in an instant, stabbing the throat, confirming their death. That wouldn't change no matter in a group battle or an individual battle. That is what Ardis thought. But a common sense like that isn't of use here. Even mercenaries who are often in danger like Ted and the other two are saying, war is something like that. Leaving aside small skirmishes, The battle this time is an important event to decide each other's legitimacy and claims. Since both the kingdom and the empire is fighting under the banner of their causes, they wouldn't be able to get their causes recognized even if they won if they neglected this. Ardis, who listened so, was dumbfounded. Leaving aside whatever causes, the losing side wouldn't even have the chance to complain. What a peaceful talk, huh? A black-haired young man said such out-of-place words in the most significant war, but no one paid it any mind. With the talk of both representatives over, after deciding on the morality of the war, the two commanders of each army had finally given the order to move. In such an organized fashion, the one war deciding the fate of the kingdom started. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. The two forces' first move was just according to textbook. The three sides, center, left and right wing, made contact with the enemy forces ahead of them. The kingdom's center was having the upper hand. Contrarily, the empire controlled the left wing better. The kingdom's left wing and the empire's right wing were both uneventful. Although the two forces are fighting, it wasn't very intense. On the other hand, intense sounds of swords colliding can be heard in the center. The kingdom's center forces, that is made up of the mercenary unit, toughened up their formation and rushed into the imperial center forces, fulfilling the harsh role they were given. But that is the natural way of using mercenaries. Even the mercenaries themselves knew so and chose to participate anyways. Though, it's not like the mercenaries are happy with the current situation. Damn, stop being cowards behind the fences. Well, that's the main purpose of the fences after all. Ted said so, grumbling while defending against the arrows coming his way with a shield, and Norris retorted so. As for Norris and Orphelia, Ardis's flying swords are protecting them from the arrows, and Norris was returning arrows as often as he could. The mercenary unit serving as the center force. The most forefront is fought by Ted and the other members of Bright Stars of White Knight, including Ardis. There are obviously more mercenaries on the Empire's side behind the fences, shooting down arrows and hurling spells towards the kingdom's side. All of them never showed their face, all while raining down long-range attacks from beyond the fences. With the situation and strategy the Empire employed, having a frontal assault would be disadvantageous. But the kingdom military strategists ordered break their formation frontally. Even the commander, Moore, was of course unsatisfied with their decision, but for Ardis and the others who aren't even a commander, what they said wouldn't matter. Time passed, and the battlefield itself had become chaotic and disordered, with messy information scattered all over the place. The risk of being found out ignoring orders had decreased. Ardis and the others who were ordered to rush into the enemy formation is still fighting against the same upwards battle. There's a reason why they're still without injuries at this point. The two sides of skillful mercenaries are shaving at each other in an orderly manner. According to the commander Moore, mercenaries are allowed to move independently in a 5-person squad, although it's also with consideration for mercenaries who are more used to fighting together with their own party. It's also a fact that they had no time to teach the mercenaries cooperation in a big group. I'm sure we are difficult to use pawns for those up there. Norris was commenting on the wild nature of mercenaries as if it doesn't concern him. Well, the Empire's side is the same, I'd imagine. They're only using magicians and archers to prevent us from approaching easily. Just like Ophelia said, the enemy mercenaries are doing the same with moving in their own party independently. The attacks from the Empire's side were spread out, if not for coincidences overlapping, they're not undefendable. But the enemy aren't stupid either. Did they manage to sync up, or is it a phenomenon of coincidences? The unorganized attacks timing started to be more organized. It's kinda getting bad. Ted, who had somehow managed to eliminate the enemy mercenaries behind the fences, muttered after taking a look at the surroundings. The Rovers continent never had a large-scale war in the recent years. As the result, organized mercenary units vanished. There are only mercenaries operating in small groups or solo that hunts beasts or demonic beings now. With the opponents they usually face and themselves less in numbers, or maybe equal in certain cases, there are not many mercenaries that had experienced a large-scale battle including hundreds of people together at once. In other words, though mercenaries are pros in fighting, they aren't so in war. But even so, they're people who live by fighting. They had started to familiarize themselves with group battle, and their effectiveness was slowly climbing. Ted, who sensed that with his instincts rather than logic, led to his impatience, which was proved in the next moment. There were people from our sides that are taken out with a concentrated volley. Of course, Ardis had noticed that change too. Normally, mercenaries who fight in their own group aren't adept in concentrated attacks. Although experts like Ted could defend against arrows with a shield, that has a limit too. Leaving aside if spells hit bright stars of white night, as expected, even Ted couldn't perfectly defend against the countless arrows that fly their way from Norris and Ophelia. It was thanks to Ardis's flying swords revolving around them that everyone's safety is ensured. Hey Ardis, how about throwing those swords of yours to the other side of the fences? Norris asked while glancing at his quiver that is reducing in arrow as time goes on. And Ardis announced his next move instead. I will scatter them with magic. Ardis left two of his short swords to defend them and started to cast a spell. The fierce crimson that is the miracle of flames born of the ancient dragon's breath dash. There was a small red ring manifesting around his index finger. The ring started revolving around, enlarging in size. The ring spinning spread out and cracked into multiple small pieces, and split further into more pieces. When the numbers of small flames had become more than 20, it left Ardis's fingers straight up into the sky, enlarged in radius, and the revolving started to slow down. Furno Ristiganov. Flames of Purgatory. In the end, it became about 3 meters in an ovular radius when Ardis's voice shouted out and it dispersed in all directions. The first victims of the spell are the fences in front of Ardis, and then the ones behind them taking cover. The flames hit the fences, easily crushing the barrier put up by the enemy magicians. The moment it hit was when the fences went up in flames. The other mercenaries around them, especially those who are thought to be magicians, seemed to have lost their words. Although they understood that the spell Ardis casted just now was Flames of Purgatory, they also noticed that it was something similar yet different. I'll let you rest easily if you would stay still. Here, with the enemy mercenaries suffering from the flames on their body, Norris merciless put them to rest with arrows. It's a bit late now, but that's really some power, huh? The red-haired magician grumbled hatefully. Ophelia can defend against that, right? If it's just one. In other words, it is powerful enough that even a first-rate magician like her would be afraid of. As expected, if all of them were concentrated, it would be difficult to defend against, but 1 or 2 of them will let her deploy enough barriers to get by. On the Empire side, it seems like there were a few that endured the spell with multiple barriers, but the majority of the mercenaries on the other side of the fences are covered in flames. Of course, the areas where no magicians are around are not spared. The Kingdom army that hadn't have a chance to be on the offensive till then was able to push forward and gain momentum. Various spots on the battlefield had tilted towards the Kingdom's side. Good. We will get in too. At Ted's order, Ardis and the others rushed into the enemy mercenaries that are still in chaos. Looking around, there were a few mercenary squads other than themselves who are rushing into the enemy formation together. Although they probably weren't adhering to Ted's order, more people are dragged along with the flow. As expected, for pros in battle, even if they aren't proficient in wars, they still have the basics down. With Norris firing off arrows into the other side of the fence, Ted rushed into it after. As for Ardis, he went the opposite direction from where Ted rushed in while holding skies of myriad colors. The magician there, you're too front. A friendly warning came. Can't blame him. Even if he held a sword in his hands, Ardis didn't have any armor nor shields on him. One must be really insightful to discern that he is actually a swordsman. If not, people might really mistake him as a child who doesn't know anything. But Ardis ignored such warnings and dived straight into the enemies. An enemy swordsman that expected his arrival delivered a sharp slash. The slash that was aiming at his abdomen from the sides was deflected by Ardis with skies of myriad colors as he lowered himself even more and dived into the enemy bosom. TCH. The enemy swordsman clicked his tongue and leapt back, aiming at Ardis's legs that tried to advance. Arrows were released at a close range. Ardis, who had no choice but to give up the chase, noticed a lump of mana that approached him from behind. That was probably a spell that was casted by a magician on the enemy side. Judging that the power isn't really much, Ardis decided to put up a barrier behind him without trying to avoid it. A ringing sound was heard as the offensive spell of the enemy was deflected away. How? Ardis deploying a magic barrier without a single utter of chant. It was unexpected for everyone. The spell that was thought to be on point vanished without any traces. The magician's thoughts couldn't catch up at all. The swordsman that had regained his stance tried to cut down Ardis once again, but that it was too late. The swordsman's slash was read like a book by Ardis and never reached Ardis, who dodged the enemy's attempt, flowed like water and dived into the enemy. Don't blame me. While saying so, Ardis had slashed that neck with swords of myriad skies. Along with that momentum, the magician behind him was ended in the same fashion. The archer who saw the two of his party collapsed while standing headlessly retreated backwards with a white face. We're done here, Ardis. There's still one at your side. The ones appeared behind of the archer was Ted and the others who assaulted from another side of the fence. It seems like the archer is the only one remaining. With enemies on both sides, the archer had even lost his voice. Without drawing back his bow, nor unsheathing the short sword at his waist, he was like a frog stared by a snake, petrified. Yeah, I will finish up quickly. Yes, save me. The archer that had once again understood his own situation from the two's conversation begged for his life desperately. He must have thought that he was riding on the bus to victory. But all of his own comrades were cut down, and even his life is flashing before his eyes now. So, as expected, even Ardis wouldn't swing his sword at someone who has lost his will to fight. He asked Ted's opinion, and was replied as if it's a pain. And then throw away all your weapons now and get lost. Ah, really? The archer asked with a mix of unease and hope. It's not like I have any business with you. It's fine if you don't want to fight. But, throw all your weapons. Your quiver as well. Why yes. Following Ted's instructions, the archer had put down all weapons on him and ran with his all out of the battlefield. Sorry for deciding everything by myself. Nah, what Ted did is fine. It's victory that they are prioritizing, not killing the enemy. Just letting go one that had lost his will to fight. It's not like it will change the outcome of the war in any ways. Of course, there's no guarantee that the archer just now wouldn't stand against them again. But well, that's something to worry if he's able to survive in the midst of a war without any weapon. Although a humanitarian, Ted isn't so kind that he would let an enemy off without any thoughts. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. An hour had passed since the first clashing of the two armies. The kingdom's headquarters received unorganized reports from the fighting units one after another. The left wing is in contact with the enemy's right wing. Right wing, being suppressed by the enemy. The center is in a lock. All advances have halted. With the topography map spread on the table, there were various smaller models that represented all the different units that are now on the move. Is it possible to win? Although it's a tense situation, the person who couldn't comprehend even with the map showing the latest updates on the war asked. Yes, Your Highness. Although we aren't superior in our military prowess, we have already formed a plan for victory. Facing the questioner with his body up straight, the Deputy General, Autrich answered. Although he's the Vice General, Autrich is a leader that has the most actual experience in the entire army. He was only being respectful towards one person. In other words, the general of the war, the third prince of the Nagara's royal family. The enemy have quite a lot more men than our sides. I can't deny that. Our side will surely grumble first if we challenge them frontally. But the plan to avoid so is already in action. Hey, explain it to His Highness. The general ordered one of the strategists beside him to explain the details. The strategist that received the order stood out. To not block the sight of the third prince, he extended a pointing stick at the table that had the map laid out. Currently, our army is separated into the left, right wing and the center. The empire is similarly divided in this fashion, so all units will clash either way. Seeing the third prince nod, the strategist continued his explanation. Of course, if it continues like this, our side is disadvantageous. But our insider had already notified us of the Empire's operation strategy. Empire's strategy? Yes. That is why we will use that information to our advantage in order to turn the situation around. The enemy plans a dash. The operation strategy that the spy had gotten from the Empire. It is to fake a retreat on their left wing to bait the kingdom's right wing. They would then send out troops that will take our right wings back. Then, their left wing would turn around and perform a pincer attack. If their plans worked, the kingdom's right wing that is already disadvantageous in numbers would collapse. Even if the center and left wing is kept, the crumbled right wing would allow enemy troops to intrude into their headquarters, deciding their defeat. On top of that, the troops that would flank our right wing are the cavalry unit that had gotten us previously. The troops sent from the southern continent. You meant that? Yes. The cavalry unit that rides on unfamiliar beasts. Their identity was eventually found out by the kingdom. Although their true power is not known, considering their previous achievements, they aren't to be underestimated. So that cavalry unit will be participating too. That is why we will use them. If we know they are going to attack, we have hands to counter them. We have supplied the right wing with suitable equipment against cavalries. The strategist starts to explain about their plans in more detail. When the enemy's left wing fake retreats, we will hold back on our pursuit to not be drawn into their formation. Moving the models representing the Empire's left wing backwards and the cavalry model of the Empire towards the kingdom's right wing. Our right wing will take on a defensive formation in preparation to meet the enemy's cavalry unit. Spears and shields have been provided. At the same time, the main unit in the center that has saved on their energy will, the model of the center unit of the kingdom, pushed toward the right, and took the cavalry from behind. Following that, he moved more models around the right wing, and took the cavalry unit by its side. Our cavalries will encircle and crush their cavalry unit, is basically the essence. It will be too late for the enemy's left wing to come in as reinforcements as they took too much distance. If we can finish off their cavalries quick, then it'll be an easy feat to follow through and crush their left wing as well. If even one of the three sides grumbles, they wouldn't be able to keep up their army formation. Counter and taking advantage of the Empire's strategy and crushing their left wing, and together with momentum, they will crush their headquarters. That is the strategy the kingdom had come up with. I see. Is that why the left wing is ordered not to attack aggressively? It's as Your Highness said. I'm impressed with Your Highness' insight. The left wing's role is to be a distraction. Their orders are to attack the enemy to the extent they wouldn't realize our plans. Since the plan is to intercept the enemy's cavalry unit with speedy troops of their own, the kingdom had stationed troops that excels in agility in the center. The left wing is mostly formed of drafted soldiers, and among them are the soldiers from Thoria as well. Since there is risk of getting done in if the three sides are overly unbalanced, few territorial armies are put at the left wing as well, but no one expected the commander of Thoria had volunteered to do so. Although it sounds good to be stationed in a safe side since they aren't ordered to attack aggressively, it also meant that they had less chance to get achievements. It's almost a certain victory since they had known the enemy's plans in advance. The other territorial army commanders couldn't wrap their heads around why the commander from Thoria's side did so. The kingdom's strategists would have wanted to put Thoria's army on the right wing or center, but it couldn't be helped since there weren't any other who wanted to be on the left wing. With no choice but to station the Thoria army on the left wing, the other territorial army are all focused on the center or right wing. But the center vanguards are pushing quite aggressively. Unlike the left wing, the enemy is only defending passively there. As expected, if both our left wing and the center unit wouldn't aggressively push, the enemy might suspect something. That's why we have ordered the center's vanguard to aggressively advance. Without caring for casualties. The prince seemed to have an uncomfortable expression. The center vanguard are the mercenaries. Our soldiers aren't being used. But even so, mercenaries are our citizens, right? Excuse me for my rudeness, Your Highness. Mercenaries aren't people that are loyal to a country. The mercenaries we gathered aren't all from our country. And even many of the mercenaries in our country chose to side with the Empire in this war. There's no need to sympathize them. Is that so? Although it seems like he's still a little unconvinced, the prince avoided any more than that. An effective strategical choice isn't necessarily a moral choice. In fact, majority aren't. In any case, it will just introduce chaos if the prince decided to barge in right now. The war changed progressively without regards to the prince's opinions. The proof of that is a message that had arrived at the headquarters. Message: the enemy's left wing showed signs of retreating. The report made the surroundings covered in murmurs. After all, in this war, that is the key that would bring victory to the kingdom. In other words, it is soon the time to decide the outcome of the war. General Aldrich nodded heavily, and gave out instructions to the strategists immediately. Notify the knights and the center unit. The operation will proceed as planned. Yes, the strategists all had heated eyes. With few people calling out to the messengers, the prince, who is the only odd one out of the tent that had many busy workers, asked the general. General, this means, facing the prince that had stopped his words, the general replied with a serious face. Yes, it is the development expected. It's just as we thought. The headquarters, commanding office of the Imperial Army. Just like the kingdom, they had a map illustrating the war on the table, and surrounding it are officers, the officer that uttered so well under the gazes of other officers. He is the commander-in-chief of the invasion army. Even though he seems to be in his 30s, he was given the role to take command of an army of a large-scale war. It was because that he is one of the most powerful nobles in the empire. On top of that, he had a connection with the royal blood, as the imperial princess 3 generations ago married into their family. As such, he was one of the few trusted by the current emperor. They've bitten on the bait nicely. Hearing the words from the commander-in-chief, the nearest officer nodded. With this, it's finally one load off their shoulder. If they didn't get bite, then what was the meaning of staying in this wasteland for so long? Precisely. It was worth the effort to hold down the heated soldiers and building the base, utterly crushing all of the kingdom's military, and march towards the capital without anyone blocking them and take their capital. It is the empire's aim. Even though the empire had won previous wars with the kingdom, they had tasted many bitter failures because of the long distance from their own capital. However, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake this time. They had their goal set and determined. Rather than reclaiming their territory, they needed to wipe out the entirety of the kingdom's military. A bait was needed for that. That is why they have leaked some information regarding their strategy. The enemy's right wing didn't pursue our left wing. It seems like they are keeping a distance. Manipulated by fake news, they must be quite happy thinking they have gotten us instead by now. The officer on the other end of the table that had brought in this specific report said so. Just like what he said, the kingdom army hadn't pursued but took a distance from the empire's left wing. Although they must be thinking they have cleverly outplayed the empire, it is the other way around. Of course, even if the kingdom didn't bite the bait, it's not a concern. If that happens, they will just act according to the information they leaked out in the first place, sandwiching the kingdom with the cavalry unit from San Rogil monarchy and their left wing, crushing the kingdom's right wing. Although it might take a little more time to do so, it doesn't change the fact that the empire holds advantage over numbers. Though, if they won this way, there would be many casualties. That is why the empire had thought up of a perfect plan and threw out a bait, purposely leaking it to the spy they've identified. It was a snare that had been set up over a period of time. It's certain the kingdom had bitten the bait. With their eyes too concerned on victory, they were too careless at what they should trust. The empire's left wing and the kingdom's right wing had quite some distance. The kingdom would probably deploy their cavalries to toughen up the defense there, but that was a useless preparation. All officers of the empire knew the mounts of San Rogil monarchy. The event of what they call flying horses surprising even the top brass of the empire is still fresh in their memories. This time, it will be the kingdom's turn to be surprised. I can already imagine the surprised expression on the kingdom's soldiers. Looking around the other officers, the commander-in-chief made a villainous smile. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. The commander of the kingdom's right wing restricted the soldiers from pursuing the retreating enemy, and gave out the order to prepare for the enemy cavalries that will eventually come. Shields take front, hurry. Spearmen get in position. Following the orders of the commander, the soldiers took out huge shields and lined the front. Rather than shields, they are more like small walls operated by 4 soldiers. Stabbing into the ground with spikes at the bottom of the shield, they form the foundation of tough defense. With 3 huge spikes that is designed to skewer any foes that rush in from the front, it was too offensive-oriented to be called a shield. With a line of them firmly aligned, the archers took position behind them, and even soldiers responsible for stabbing spears between the shields could be seen waiting. Even if the enemy cavalries are riding unknown beasts, there's no need to worry if they have prepared this much. They were only able to prepare this much because they knew about it in advance. The shields can obstruct the cavalry's momentum, and the arrows and spears can deal damage while they are stuck. It will be an easy victory against cavalries. The main unit from the center is already en route here. Even the kingdom's cavalries that had stayed behind should be on their way here to attack the enemy's cavalries from the right side. Hear me. Our role is to stop the enemy cavalry's rush and maintain the front line until reinforcements arrive. Hold on no matter what. An order from the acting commander was shouted. The soldiers had already arrived at their predetermined formation. They are here. The enemies. There was a cavalry unit riding in a straight line towards them. The obvious unfamiliar silhouette even from afar was evident that they aren't normal cavalries. They are riding on beasts like horse but aren't. Although their shape looks quite similar to a normal horse, their appearance does not. The hoofs, the side of their body, The mane and their back are all covered in feathers. The feathers on its side were especially large. It gave off an impression of a bird rather than a land-based beast. Although he was surprised at the appearances of the unknown beasts, the commander immediately regained himself and called out the next order. Ready the arrows. Following the order, the archers taking cover behind the shields drawn their bow. The soldiers that held up the shields, and the soldiers that held the long spear between them were all tensed. Fire! Just as the enemy entered the effective range, the commander shouted the command of releasing the arrows. Along with the sound of wind being cut, few hundreds of arrows flew through the air. The moment when the arrows followed a parabolic and landed on the enemy rider's vanguard, or the moment they all thought would, the arrows stuck to the ground unexpectedly. Follow up with a second volley. Sensing a little discomfort at the fact that the first volley didn't reach the enemy, the commander didn't halt but gave the order for another volley. The enemy speed might not be as fast as they thought. The commander arrived at such a conclusion. He might have overestimated the capabilities of the unfamiliar mounts that overwhelmed the kingdom in the first battle. But that thought immediately vanished. Even the follow-up second volley stabbed into the ground just as the first volley did. It was a distance obviously in range for the arrows unlike the first volley. As expected, the commander was suspect at the situation. It might be his imagination, but he felt like the arrows suddenly lost their momentum in their trajectory. When the third volley similarly struck the ground in front of the enemies unnaturally, the suspect became conviction. A defensive spell. The commander that had realized the unnatural trajectory of the arrows gave out orders of preparing for close quarters instead of firing more useless arrows. Assault the stopped cavalries in group of 3. Don't let them get through the shields. The cavalries had already crossed a wide distance. They will definitely reach within a minute. The soldiers that held up the shields swallowed their breath. Even when so, the distance between them shrunk. 50 meters. The enemy cavalries that had already sighted the kingdom's formation didn't show any signs of stopping. 30 meters. Will the cavalry's momentum prevail, or the shields and spears? 10 meters. The soldiers holding the shields tensed their body. The tip of the spear tilted slight upwards from being horizontal. 5 meters. The prelude of the moment when they will inevitably clash, the moment when the kingdom's soldiers felt their breath stop. Something unbelievable happened. Wah! The commander that lost his words was looking at the sky. There it were, the figures of the cavalries leaping above them with the blue sky as the background. Just before they collided with the shielders frontally, the enemy cavalries with their unfamiliar mounts jumped over them. Of course, any normal mounts would have only been able to jump a few meters across. As for the height, even higher than a person would be an excellent mount. But the mounts the enemy rode on overturned their common sense. It was literally flying across them, showing an unnatural trajectory unthinkable of a leap. The cavalries went above the shields, far out of reach of the spears, and landed straight in the middle of the kingdom army. Unlike the front that had shields lined up and spears readied, the back didn't have any soldiers that are prepared against cavalries. How? Crushed by the sudden landing mounts, blown away, they were like branches and leaves scattered by the wind. No way, impossible. At the unexpectedness of the event, the commander stood dumbfounded. He didn't think it was possible for them to leap so high and far and bite straight into their rear. That was akin to stabbing right into their vulnerable abdomen. Although they made the perfect preparation against any cavalries, all of that went down the drains. A huge chaos overtook the surroundings, with the frontliners that had braced themselves for the cavalries confused as to what to do, and the ones right in the middle of their formation ran chaotically in all directions against the overwhelming power of the cavalries. Chaos call upon more chaos. It was already a situation beyond saving. There is no longer any resemblance to an army which is said to be formed with order. It was a scene akin to a ferocious predator thrown into a bunch of weak herbivores. The kingdom right wing couldn't even serve half the role of stopping the enemy cavalries. They had totally turned into mere prey. We have the numbers. Surround them. The panic order from the commander came. It was even skeptical if it reached the soldiers' ears. The situation turned for the worse. The enemy left wing is turning around. What? The enemy's left wing that was retreating turned around and attacked. They are taking the chance of the chaos as the cavalries were eating the kingdom from inside out. With the chaos in the rear with the cavalries, and the front being pushed back by the enemy's left wing, they were sandwiched between two forces. Commander, it's dangerous here. We must retreat now. Where can we even retreat? They are on both sides. The commander who was retorting against a subordinate took an arrow to his neck and collapsed. The right wing that had lost its commander couldn't stand back up from the turmoil and only decreased in numbers as the Empire continued their attacks. The Empire's cavalries that scattered the entire right wing of the kingdom, the flying horse cavalry of the Swordsman monarchy, continued their assault with a fierce momentum. They simply trampled on all of the infantries around them, without a single regard to any kind of formation that the right wing attempted to counter them with. The rest will probably be cleaned up by the Imperial forces. We will advance and rush into the enemy's headquarters. The commander of the flying horse cavalry gave out orders. They probably didn't expect to so easily break through the enemy's right wing. The cavalry's path is a field with no one around. Where they are aiming is the headquarters where all the strategists and the general are at. The role of the cavalry unit is to destroy the chain of command completely, cause chaos from behind, and also assert the overwhelming power of the Swordsman monarchy. The war this time can only be won thanks to the feats of the flying horse cavalry. They had to make sure the Empire knew and acknowledged it. Those kingdom soldiers, they look like sitting ducks. One of the cavalries riding along with the commander said so without hiding his joy. Ha ha ha, precisely. It was a brilliant surprise for those that didn't know the defensive wind and leaping ability of our flying horses. Unlike the kingdom, these people are well aware of the flying horses brought from the Swordsman monarchy are different from ordinary horses. Just like its name, they can leap high and far that it feels like they are flying through the sky. As for arrows that are light and prone to wind, their defensive wind could easily neutralize them. If they wanted to stop the flying horses, they would have needed to prepare a 10-meter high fence and 30 meters wide trench. And rather than arrows, they should have prepared catapult. Of course, that knowledge isn't known by the kingdom. They didn't expect the least that flying horses are creatures that have more than excellent leaping abilities. Well, it wouldn't go so well next time around though. This kind of surprise attack would only work the first time around. Leaving aside the defensive wind, the leaping ability of flying horses should be now well known by the kingdom. In the next battle, they wouldn't be able to leap over the vanguards so easily. Will there actually be a next time though? The Empire aims to finish off the kingdom this time. If it continues as expected, the kingdom will lose most of their combatants. If so, just as his subordinate said, there won't be a next time. That depends on our performance then. The commander of the flying horse cavalry clouded over his words. Stop the idle chatter. The enemy headquarters is in sight. They shouldn't have known that their right wing had been penetrated. Don't give them a chance to breath. Medals to whoever that catches the enemy general or any royalty-looking person. With the headquarters in sight, the entire cavalry unit responded to the commander energetically. Although the kingdom should be able to see them as well now, they should be still unsure about whether they are friendlies or not and is waiting for decisions from their upper officers. That delay in action will be life-threatening in such a war. The commander knew it by experience. Though, there's no reason we can lose. Muttering in a soft voice inaudible to his subordinates, he was wearing a ferocious grin as he commanded all the cavalrymen to assault. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. The Flying Horse Cavalry Unit. They are currently advancing after breaking through the enemy's right wing. The officers inside the Empire's headquarters that had heard the message nodded at each other. The general and the officers were looking happy. The war is progressing as they imagined. In other words, the Empire's victory only became more certain. Good. Message to the right wing. Order them to switch into an offensive formation. Will that be fine? The enemy's left wing is mostly uninjured. Wouldn't there be quite a resistance? There's a reason why the officer gave his advice. The Imperial Army's formation that is planned with the focus of breaking through the left wing, had all the powerful nobles on the right wing where it's thought to be least dangerous. Even if the Empire holds the upper hand right now, there's no predicting what might happen in a war. Now that the victory is in sight, wouldn't it be better to avoid the nobles getting hurt? The officer's words had that meaning. Don't bother, the enemy will be soon halved in any case. But the general said so insistently. It is because the general had a piece of news that even the other officers around didn't know. The territorial army on the kingdom's left wing. They will retreat in order to try to save their headquarters from the flying horse cavalries. Even if our right wing isn't used to actual combat, we have thrice the power. Moreover, they are only facing drafted soldiers that can't possibly put up a good fight. I see, that is also according to our plans. At the newly heard information, The officers closed their eyes. Though they might be actually sighing. Nobles are troublesome existences in a war. They would raise a ruckus if anyone of their family died in a war, even if the military would try to put them in a safe area. They would complain not having a chance to gain achievements. They would protest if they are kept from the war, and if they would be placed in the middle of the war and died, their successors would instead protest. It's any general's honest wish to not bring such trouble seeds to a war, but it's not like they can decide on who participates, and getting trouble with powerful nobles is not something they want either. In the end, they had no choice but to put them at the right wing where it would have the least casualties, as they are just stopping the enemy's advances. But now, the outcome of the war might as well be decided. The kingdom's right wing is in total chaos. The flying horse cavalry unit assaulting their headquarters is just a matter of time. On top of that, the Empire had already knew the kingdom's left wing is much inferior than the other sides. In this situation, even if the order for the Empire's right wing to aggressively attack went down, there wouldn't be much casualties on the Empire's side. How are the enemy's cavalries and the center? Judging there isn't any problem with his decision for the right wing, the general sought information of the intact enemy force. Yes, sir. It seems like they are chasing after the flying horse cavalry unit that had broken past their defensive lines to help their headquarters. The mercenary unit that is at the front is still continuing on. There is another report that the enemy's Central Reserve forces are turning around to head for their headquarters as well. Phew. That's convenient. Our left wing can easily progress then. There's not in a million chance they can catch up with the flying horse cavalries. It seems like they aren't aware that it's just a useless effort. They must have been forced to do so if there's a royal member at their headquarters. Is it the leeway of a victor? Another officer was grinning as he justified the enemy's action. That might just be the case. I can't help but sympathize with the enemy general. The general that is the culprit of uprooting the kingdom army is laughing loudly. The Empire's right wing's offense became fiercer. There is only 2,000 men on the kingdom's left wing versus the Empire's 3,000. The Empire is overwhelming the kingdom. From start of the battle till now, the imaginary line between the kingdom and the Empire didn't really move much, but that's merely because the Empire wasn't aggressively pushing. Although the kingdom's left wing was keeping up a good fight till now despite the disadvantage in numbers, they couldn't help but crumble away when the Empire enforced their offense. In the first place, it is a difference in ratio of 3 to 2. It's a given the Imperial Army can easily dismantle the kingdom's army at any time. On top of that, there was something unexpected happening on the kingdom's side that worsened the situation. What? Did they appoint us here knowing this imbalance? It was the commander of the drafted soldiers letting out an angry roar on the kingdom's side, and the one receiving the brunt of it is the messenger that is on his knees. In a similar fashion, another messenger that came for the Thoria Territorial Army unit reported, "Yes sir, the enemy's cavalry's numbering 2,000 is nearing the headquarters after breaking through our right wing. To protect His Highness that is present, we will need the assistance of the Thoria army, as said. But the enemy here can't be held any longer either. Be clear, bring our own messenger from Thoria here." The messenger had a troubled face as he replied, "That's..." He had passed on the message and drawn his horse backwards. "Are you saying that he left?" "Yes sir." The commander spoke after keeping quiet in his thoughts for a while. Is it confirmed? The message is definitely from someone of Thoria army without mistakes. There were multiple soldiers who recognized him. If so, there's no chance the news that the messenger brought is fake. In other words, the headquarters is in a huge pinch now. After giving it many thoughts, the commander gave out his orders to the vice commander who was beside all this time. A message for the Thoria army. Even if the headquarters is in danger, there's no way there aren't any defenses there. If it's not an order from the headquarters, we cannot give this place up. But what the vice commander replied, it was something that made the commander lose his words again. The Thoria army is already retreating now as we talk. There's no guarantee the order will make it in time. What? If the Thoria Territorial Army changed directions, the balance between the Empire's right wing and Kingdom's left wing will become 3,000 versus 1,000. The Kingdom's left wing that doesn't even have half the number of the Empire's couldn't possibly block them. The Empire's right wing is already pushing them back. In the first place, if the Thoria army left the left wing, Those that are still there are the drafted soldiers that didn't receive military training normally. It's disadvantageous even if they have matching numbers. If the numbers ratio would be 3 to 1, it's only a matter of time before the left wing collapses. They're here, Kyril. The Imperial Army. The student unit that was placed at the back of the left wing. There was the figure of Rai who was covering his eyes from the intense sun as he looked at the coming soldiers. I can see it even if you don't say. It wasn't Kyril that replied, but it's the classmate of a nobility daughter, Noah. Although she replied strongly, her voice was trembling slightly. Kyril and the other students of the academy were gathered and placed on the left wing rearguard. They've finally come. Kyril spoke while looking at the advancing Imperial Army. Thanks to the stalemate until now, Kyril and the others didn't get involved in the fight, but, as expected, they couldn't stay as a bystander in the entire war. Take formation and brace. A silver-haired commander riding on a horse shouted. This war, it concerns the fate of our country. I won't ask of you who have no actual combat experience to defeat the enemy, but hold them back. Burn your life and defend against the enemy onslaught. There were quite a few students that were frowning at the words that seemed to disregard their life. Just whose fault it is that we can't have any actual combat experience? Kyril was muttering to himself, although it was in a soft voice inaudible to the commander. There were a few students that agreed at his words and shook their head. Kyril understands what the other students are saying. The name of the commander is Hansrik, a powerful noble of a martial family, the second son of the Rumshade family, a graduate of the same academy with excellent grades. That is probably the reason why he was charged with the task of commanding the student unit. But he's also famous in another sense. It's because he's one of the main reasons why the students in the academy are now forbidden in out-of-academy activities. When he was a senior, a year from graduating, Hansrik along with his classmates met trouble in the Corsairs forest. In the end, they were rescued by mercenaries that were hired by the academy and the Rumshade family, but, because of that, it became that the students of the academy no longer can expedite on their own. Until then, the students in the academy could go on an expedition to gain practical experience at their own risk, but now, they weren't allowed to do so at all. And the culprit, Hansrik, condemning the lack of actual combat experience of the students is not funny at all. But even such unsatisfaction turned into nothingness because of the approaching presences of the enemies. Ahead of the students that had taken on a formation, the enemy soldiers are nearing after getting through the friendlies ahead of them. Stop the momentum of the enemies ahead. Magicians, cast spells on your own accord. At Hansrik's instruction, it was about the same time when the vanguard had clashed with the enemy soldiers. At the Imperial soldiers that were stopped because of the vanguard, the magicians from the rear shot out offensive spells. Of course, it wasn't a concentrated volley. In the first place, there were only less than 40 students that are enlisted here who are actually magicians. On top of that, they were students that can barely hit targets 20 meters away. At moving enemy soldiers, at a further distance, their accuracy dropped drastically. But even so, there should be a few spells that could reach the enemies if all of them fired. Red flames or bluish transparent icicles flew above their heads, and found themselves in the enemy soldiers. Most of the students became pale after seeing the soldiers that choked to death because of the fire burning their faces, or friendlies that got their head beheaded and died. There are even those that started throwing up. Get one more spell off if you have time to throw up. Stand up if you don't want to die. Hansrik's motivation flew. But it was still too much considering the students who never experienced any kind of battle are facing such a painful sight. Noah, fine? Seeing the pale classmates, Kyril was worried about Noah. What fine? I am always well and good. Noah faked her collection. But even now, tears are on the verge of spilling on her face. Unlike the other female students, Kyril thought it was impressive that she was able to control herself so well. Got it. Kyril replied shortly before returning his gaze to the enemy and started chanting. The burning flames that is the proof of mind strength. Grayest. Fireball. The manifested fireball shot out as per Kyril's will, and started burning the soldier's body that was hit. Even while his face showed reaction at that scene, Kyril took up his staff once again. The penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash. Tissel. Earth. It was a spear made of earth stabbing into the enemy soldier who was trying to take Rai's back. Along with a painful expression, the soldier collapsed, and Rai, who had finished off the enemies in front, turned around and gave him the final blow. Rai gave a thumbs up as an appreciation to Kyril. As he lifted his hand lightly as a response, Kyril was aware of the surroundings without being careless. Hesitation is not allowed. Thinking about the sins of murdering another human can be left later. Now, he should prioritize the safe return of himself and all his friends. Repeating that to himself, Kyril continued casting his spells onto the enemy soldiers. This is how the war began for Kyril. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. The moment when the Empire's right wing started attacking, the direction of the war is already set in stone. Inside the headquarters tent on the Empire's side, the general commanding the entire army continued to receive more reports. Is that so? The flying horse successfully assaulted the enemy headquarters. Yes, sir. The enemy units are in a chaos trying to be help of their headquarters. Our left wing is slowly pushing back the enemy's right wing, and we are now progressing into the phase of cleaning up their remaining forces. Even the messenger that brought the message couldn't hide his smile at the news. Good work. Congratulations, Your Honor. Our victory in this war is unshakable now. One of the officers had his fist hitting his open palm and said so to the general. Our victory is assured at this point. So, how is the state of other units? After replying the officer, the general asked the messenger. Yes, sir. At same time when our right wing pressed on the attack, the enemy's left wing retreated half of their forces. Our soldiers were able to overwhelm them in numbers. It's an advantageous fight on our side. But the resistance in the center is more than we expected. It looks unlikely that we can push them back. Fume. With the outcome decided now, we shouldn't waste our soldiers. Give an order to the center to retreat except the mercenaries. And to the mercenaries, tell them to not be so aggressive. Yes, sir. Receiving the order from the general, the messenger quickly moved out of the tent. Will the mercenaries listen to our orders though? Afraid not. Unlike soldiers, the mercenaries are trying to make obvious achievements that would increase their payout. Although they would be paid compensation, it's still not enough for them to bet their entire life on. For the sake of getting more money, the mercenaries will continue fighting as long as they don't see any danger to their own lives. The mercenaries would definitely take advantage of it now that the Empire's side is overwhelming the kingdom. The officers didn't think any of the mercenaries would listen even if they asked them to practice self-restraint. Well, if the mercenaries are willing to fight aggressively on their own, it's beneficial for us as well. Since there aren't any settlements or villages around, there's no target for them to deprive anything from, so there's no problem. It doesn't matter even if the mercenaries ignored some of their commands. The general was implying such advertisement in the middle of the war zone. Even in the center where two factions of mercenaries are striking at each other intensely, they could still notice a change in the situation. The enemies, are they tired already? Ted said so after seeing the weakening of the enemy onslaught. Right. Did some order came for them? As expected, even Norris is tired now, he replied unusually with short words. It was a war that isn't advantageous in the first place. But thanks to Ardis and the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, the balance between the two forces aren't tilting. The pressure from the Imperial Army eased up. There's also many sightings of friendlies that had fought a bitter fight till now pushing them back. Of course, it still doesn't change the fact that the kingdom's center unit is fighting disadvantageously. However, there are spots where the kingdom has the upper hand too. A prime example is where Ardis and the others are around. It is the most forefront where the Imperial Army is being pushed back. The one who brought the answer to the change in situation was the commander of the mercenary unit, Moore. Why did a commander come to the front lines? It's nothing strange though. Even for a commander, I'm just a lowly unit commander. Isn't it the safest around here in the first place? At Ted, who had a stupefied expression, Moore was looking around before answering. And the small-statured man who is his subordinate beside him had another kind of stupefied face unlike Ted's. It seems like even Moore's action is kind of outrageous amongst the other soldiers. Well, it's much better than giving out orders from the back. Certainly, with the fierce battle between the mercenaries, it's not like he can stay anywhere safe to spectate. In that case, the place where Ardis and Ted and the other members of Bright Stars of White Knight, it can be said as the only safe haven for him in the war zone. Hey, Captain San. The enemy's assault became weaker. What happened? Orphelia, who casted her spell to aid a nearby friendly, asked. Ah, you noticed her? Moore was giving an awkward looking face. It's still being confirmed now, but, actually, Captain, it's not something to be told to them. The small-statured man spoke beside Moore and shut him up. Really stubborn, eh? It's fine, they aren't that without backbones that they would run away after hearing it. Retorting so to his subordinates, Moore faced back to Ardis and the others. Actually, it seems like the enemy's cavalry had broken through our right wing. They are that infamous cavalry unit riding on unfamiliar beasts. After breaking through, they went straight for the headquarters. The headquarters that got hit suddenly is now in ruins. The reason why they lightened the pressure, it's probably because they thought the outcome is decided and decided to retreat their soldiers excluding the mercenaries. The news Moore brought was more than plausible. AAR, it's a losing battle, huh? Norris complained without hiding his tired expression, all while releasing arrows towards a group of enemies. There's no one who would be willing to stay here knowing that the chances to win is nil. It was originally a disadvantageous fight. They had already readied themselves to lose to a certain degree. If the situation is already so, they should prioritize on surviving rather than getting achievements. However, the words that Moore spoke next made Ardis' eyes turn sharp. As for the left wing that was just likely having a skirmish till now, the enemy pressed on their attack. On top of that, half of the left wing left the forefront in an attempt to save the headquarters. The remaining forces couldn't possibly put up a good fight. Advertisement. Is that true? That's why I'm saying it's still under verification. It's impossible to hope for all accurate news in a war zone. What Moore said is correct. In a war zone that has no order, it can be a mistake or a decoy that was put out by the enemy. It's over-expectant to hope that their messengers would deliver accurate news. However, Ardis has his reasons. He wasn't troubled with money. The reason why he had participated in the war in the first place is a person in the left wing. So what are we gonna do now? Retreat? If the news of the headquarters crushed is real, there's no meaning to continue the fight here. We will retreat after buying at least some time to make some excuse to those guys up the later. As for if the headquarters is still alive, then we will have to maintain the front line until new orders come in. When Moore finished, Ardis suddenly interrupted. I have a request. NN? What is it? If the headquarters no longer function, I wish to leave the command and move on my own accord. It wasn't Moore that had a response to that. What are you saying? It was the small-statured man beside Moore that narrowed his eyes and was looking at Ardis with a condemning gaze. Of course something like that isn't allowed. What he said is a matter of fact. There's no way someone of the commanding side would allow an act of leaving the chain of command that simply. What's up? Someone of a caliber like you, no way you would get cold feet. Right? There's someone I know in the left wing. Moore's question was answered straight by Ardis. The reason I participated is to not let him die in the first place. If what you said was real, then wouldn't the left wing be quite dangerous now? Seeing that defeat is imminent and leaving, it can't be helped that his actions is seen as deserting. Originally, he thought he could protect Kyril without joining the army, but there's a possibility that he would be recognized as an enemy by the kingdom. Advertisement. In fact, a third faction that didn't belong to neither the kingdom nor the empire, in a war zone where all the soldiers are filled with bloodlust, he might be getting attacked as both's target without question. That's why you want to leave here and head for his rescue? Moore was having a questioning gaze, and Ardis nodded, staring straight back. I know it's selfish of me. That's why it's a request. Moore became silent as if falling into his thoughts. Of course no way such a reason can be The small-statured man who was speaking with a sermon-like tone was stopped by Moore with his hand. Got it, Captain? The small-statured man had round eyes that indicated that he couldn't believe it. I mean, it's not like we can avoid this losing battle. If so, we can only retreat. Luckily, all we have here are tough-looking mercenaries, so that wouldn't be a trouble. But the left wing is mostly drafted soldiers and students. I would want them to return in one piece as well. Don't you think so too? Asking like that is cowardly. In the first place, can one mercenary heading there even make a difference? You're correct that he's only one mercenary, but he's the famous three great demons subjugator, you know? He must have some tricks up his sleeves. Against demonic beings and soldiers are totally different though. Well, since the commander had already decided so, the small-statured man sighed and gave up. It's as such. It sounds bad to have someone leaving my command. How about saying it's under my order to head for rescue of the left wing? Isn't it better if rescue is done sooner? Leave here to us and go now. Even though the news just now wasn't verified, Moore said that the news isn't confirmed to be true. It's fine. In return, It's a you owe me. Remember to return a favor next time around. Got it? A favor it is. I won't forget. With the two's conversation ended, Norris, who was focusing on shooting arrows without saying anything, showed a disappointed face. Ardis is leaving her. Sorry, Norris. If you're sorry, be prepared to treat us to some beer when we get back. Don't forget for our portion too, Ardis. We will manage somehow by ourselves, no need to worry. The three faces of bright stars of White Knight acknowledged Ardis's departure and said their part. Although they were saying that they would rely on Ardis to get by in this war, they weren't actually so shameless that they have to be carried all the way. After leaving short words of appreciation to the three, he turned around and left. Instead of a parting gift, he scattered some Drossus Foot, Storm of the North, towards the enemies, leaving behind a white frozen scenery before heading for the left wing. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Kyril. They're on our right. Got it. Replying shortly to Elnoa's warning, Kyril swung his staff at the newly approaching enemies. The penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash. Tissel. Earth. It struck the ground in an attempt to throw them off instead of hurting them directly. The first soldier tripped over, and then like dominoes, the other soldiers behind fell over one after another. Then, the arrows from friendlies were released, piercing the enemy soldiers that was struggling to get up. Kyril is really proficient with these. Elnoa seemed impressed as she muttered, I will have to practice making use of my magic better too, though it's a concern after we make it back. The left wing of the kingdom where Kyril is in peril. With half of the wing members pulling out to head for the crumbling headquarters, the already disadvantageous situation tilted for the worse even more. Although Kyril never stopped casting spells in order to slow the enemies, the kingdom is still evidently being pushed back. There are not enough people around to stop the enemy's advance. Neither there were enough people to defend against the spells and arrows. And even students of the same magician's course as Kyril had casualties from the enemy arrows. Elnoa, change your position after casting. Don't be an easy target for them, albeit rearguards. They must change their position often. It's a natural thing for Kyril, who had piled up experiences in the Courser's forest, but it isn't something the students that hadn't experienced a real fight knew. I know, but I can't easily do it. Like Kyril. Elnoa, who was retorting, widened her eyes. Just as Kyril's premonition. Towards Elnoa, who was out of breath after casting spells non-stop, multiple arrows were shot. Kyril immediately put up a physical barrier. The blessing residing in the nameless shield, the calming of blue, Filgaro's physical barrier. The arrows deflected away along with a high-pitched sound. The thin bluish barrier that was activated in the last moment protected Elnoa, Kyril, from the back. But it was only that moment they were able to take a breather. Kyril, who turned around as prompted by Elnoa, saw the arrows that flew towards him, and understood his mistake in his judgment immediately. The enemy wasn't aiming at Elnoa alone. There were 3 arrows released at him. As expected, even Kyril couldn't put up another physical barrier in time now. His body moved first, then his thoughts finished. Ignoring one of the arrows that looked like it would miss, twisting his body away from one of the arrows that would definitely strike a vital spot in the next few moments. But that's all he could do. The last arrow wasn't avoidable. Advertisement. The moment he thought to use his arms as a shield for his body, something unimaginable happened. The white gloves on Kyril's hands let out particles of light. The particles, as if covering for Kyril, they converged and formed a hexagon in front of him. It was a shape just like a barrier spell, but different from the purple magic barrier and the blue physical barrier. Its color is pure white like the clouds. The pure white barrier defended Kyril from the last arrow. The next moment, as if a sound of a drop of water evaporated from a heated pan, the arrow disappeared into nothingness. Kyril, are you okay? Elnoa hurried towards Kyril's side while he was still surprised at the phenomenon. What was that just now? It was an unfamiliar color, but it was a barrier spell? While looking at the gloves on his hands, Kyril was looking for words to reply. The pure white gloves were a gift from Ardis. Ardis had said that the gloves is imbued with defensive spell. That probably refers to the pure white barrier that appeared just now. Is it a one-time use, or reusable? How tough is the barrier? He didn't know even a single trait about it. But what is clear is his life was saved by the gloves. Even while giving his deepest appreciation to Ardis, Kyril immediately returned his focus. I'm fine. What about Elnoa? Yes, I was fine thanks to Kyril. After seeing that each other was fine, Kyril nodded and stood up. At this pace, we will get targeted again. Let's get back a little, and support the vanguards. Alright, though, we are really getting pushed back. The two was alert to the surroundings for any long-range attacks as they retreated to a safer place. And during that, Elnoa pointed out that the kingdom is clearly being pushed back. Although Kyril and the others, a portion of students are doing better than expected, there's no telling how much influence it can have in the grand scheme of war. An hour after the students of the academy participated in the battle, the collapsing of the front line is so obvious that an amateur could even see the retreat order. Will it not come? Rai spoke of his wish while swinging his sword covering for Kyril and Elnoa. The line composed of warrior students had already crumbled, and now they're doing all their best just to fend off the enemy soldiers in groups. Around Kyril is Rai and Elnoa that had retreated from the front line, and then two other students who were familiar faces, with the two others from the same warrior class as Rai guarding their flanks. Kyril and Elnoa would put up barriers to protect everyone against the arrows that come their way occasionally, and also cast spells towards the enemy soldiers. Only the numbers of friendlies went down while the enemies gained in momentum. It's only a matter of time before the enemy break apart their defensive line. Even Rai, who would be saying cheerful things, usually seemed a little grim at the current situation. Although not much time had passed since the real fight begun, unlike Kyril, the students that had no experience were all fatigued. In fact, Elnoa and even the two other students from the warrior class didn't seem much energetic. Only Kyril and Rai, who had been welcoming the enemy attacks till now, still had breaths in them. There were no signs of retreat orders. If no reinforcements were to come, Kyril and the others would be swallowed by the waves of Imperial soldiers soon. How much longer do we have to? Just as Rai said so, a loud horn was sounded from the Imperial army, and then signals fired from magic spells into the air, 3 of them. What kind of signal does that mean for the Imperial army? Of course no one knew, but whatever signal is it, they would know of it in the next moment. Please not be an attack order. Rai clicked his tongue as he glared at the enemies. Till then, the enemy soldiers that had held back from advancing too deep suddenly raised a war cry towards them. Together with that, the enemy soldiers that formed the front line pushed even harder. Advertisement. The signal just now was probably for them to assault. Seeing the resistance from the kingdom weakening, the Empire must have thought to crush them now. We must retreat. Where? Rai was shouting to retreat, but Elnoa screamed back a question. Their surroundings were all enemies. They had no choice but to break through Imperial soldiers if they wanted to retreat. Their rear seemed easier than their front, but the Imperial soldiers aren't that kind to just let them go. No choice but to do it. The right side is the thinnest, and Rai responded with what seemed like only guts were in them. But it was the exact predicament all of them are in. Elnoa, can you still run? Still, can. No choice but to run, right? Although Kyril asked worryingly, Elnoa forced a smile back. Even while so, the Imperial soldiers were approaching, with dusts raising in their wake. The reverberations of their footsteps can be felt through the ground, the penetrating babble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash. Dissel. Casting Dissel, earth into the ground, Kyril tried to topple the enemy soldiers. Kyril, even if you do that now, it will slow them down a little. Rai was about to stop him, but Kyril raised his voice in response. Of course, his legs never stopped. While running behind Elnoa, he would turn around and cast Dissel to break the enemy soldiers' footholds sometimes. It was a plan he thought up in his experience of holding back the beasts in the Corsair's forest. How can you run and cast? Of course, seeing such recklessness from Kyril, Elnoa muttered as if she can't believe it. While removing enemy soldiers that steps in their way, they were running away from the enemy soldiers. But that was something easily said than done. On top of that, Kyril and the others weren't like experienced mercenaries that had many combat experiences. They are students that had participated in a war for the first time. Advertisement. Even if Rai's combative capability is much higher than other students, even if Kyril was there to disrupt the enemy soldiers behind, they still couldn't ignore the numbers of enemy soldiers. They will catch up. The student of the warrior class that had guarded Kyril's rear said words that is obviously filled with despair. Of course, without saying, Kyril could understand that too. The group of enemy soldiers that were closer every time he looked back and casted Dissel. It is now a distance where they can make out each other's facial features. They can't get away. Just as he thought it was up to here, countless flowers bloomed on the battlefield. The flowers releasing a heated ray like a scorching hell, together with a roaring sound that destroyed everything. It burned a bunch of Imperial soldiers in the area that is most packed. The flower that bloomed and showed an overwhelming power easily ended the soldiers' lives before they could even feel pain. The engulfing fireball of about 10 meters wide swallowed the surrounding soldiers and turned them into ashes. Collapsing onto the ground after their body were burned, the soldiers from behind stopped with that scene in front of their eyes. The battlefield that showed the Imperial soldiers' overwhelming power so far suddenly changed in atmosphere. It's the same for the students and the enemy soldiers, stunned at the overwhelming violence. While the two sides were shrouded in confusion, Noah made out the identity of the flowers. Flames of purgatory. But there were so many of them. The flames of purgatory that had bloomed in an instant. More than 20 of them can be counted just by glancing. In other words, there are more than 20 first-rate magicians that had entered the battlefield. Did reinforcements came? One of the students of the warrior class said some hopeful words. Certainly, it would be normal to think so. As the flame of purgatory was only targeting the Imperial soldiers, it can be deducted it's their friendlies. Thinking that reinforcements came is natural. As for 20 magicians that could use upper-grade spells, the scale of the expected reinforcements is also considerable. But Kyril had a different answer to that. There aren't many magicians who can use upper-grade spells in the army. At most there would be 50 in the entire army, and half of them probably belongs to different territorial armies. Even for the remaining half, not all of them would be in the standing army. Even if they are from the standing army, most of them would be placed at the headquarters or the main unit. To save a unit of students and drafted soldiers on the left wing, Kyril couldn't imagine they would use such precious assets. If it's not magicians from the kingdom's army, then whose magic was that? That many magicians are not in the army? No. The numbers aren't important. Kyril knew it's possible for a capable magician to cast multiple spells at the same time. There are even people who can cast upper-grade spells without uttering a single chant. Even the name of the person who can do it easily. Beside Noah, who was rejoicing over the prospect of reinforcements arriving, Kyril, who was thinking of the other possibilities in his mind, suddenly noticed a presence. A shallow presence that appeared from nowhere and had a light footstep landed beside him. That reassuring atmosphere, Kyril understood that his thinking was correct as he felt the first sense of security ever since standing on the battlefield. "You're still alive and kicking? Good job." Together with a hand on his shoulder and kind words, it was as if a mentor happy over his disciple's growth. Kyril, who heard those words and seen his figure, was crushed by an inexplicable emotion. It was as if his breath had stopped. The moment that he spat out the air that had been stuck for a while, Kyril named the person in front of him. Ardis-san. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Rai was cautious at the unfamiliar person that appeared suddenly. "Who are you?" "It's all right. Ardis-san is on our side." Kyril panically put himself in between Ardis and Rai. Of course, Rai probably noticed that Ardis isn't an enemy as well. But in the midst of enemies, it's natural he would suspect someone who suddenly appeared from nowhere. That child. Is he Kyril's acquaintance? That child. Well, he's my acquaintance all right, Noah asked, disregarding the tense atmosphere. At the same time, Kyril had a bitter smile. Unlike Kyril, who knew Ardis for 4 years, Noah, who met Ardis for the first time, probably thought that he was the same age. Even Kyril felt strange at Ardis's appearance that didn't change from whence he first met Ardis. Leaving that aside, after seeing Rai removing his hostile gaze from Ardis, Kyril asked Ardis the natural question. "But wasn't Ardis-san in the mercenary unit?" "It'll be a waste of time to explain everything now. Take the chance while the Imperial soldiers are still holed up. Group up with the others around here and tighten up your defense." There were 5 there. Pushing aside Kyril's question, Ardis gave out clear orders. "And 9 over there. Hurry to the 5-person party before it is too late. Go now." But in the first place, Ardis doesn't have the rights to issue out orders like this. However, it's a situation where there are no superiors that could give orders around, and it's too much to ask the students to take that role. As for Kyril, rather than issuing out orders of his own, he has more trust in Ardis's judgment than his own. Without even doubting his words, Kyril nodded and asked another question. What about Ardis? I will mess up the enemy's command chain. Although the incomprehensible words made the other four around Ardis widen their eyes, but Kyril seemed to accept it without any problems. Alright. Are we heading the first? Kyril confirmed their next direction. Advertisement. I will give you cover, but be aware and deal with the Imperial soldiers on the path. You can do at least that much, right? Yes, Kyril answered immediately. Ardis showed a satisfied expression, then started walking towards the bunch of Imperial soldiers with a strange calmness. It was the other four that was panicking. Hey Kyril. Is he going straight into the Imperial army alone? Isn't it a bad idea? I was ignoring the otherworldly exchanges between Ardis and Kyril, but, as if recalling something, he asked his friend. It's fine. It's Ardis-san we're talking about. Sorry, Kyril. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Even Elnoa, who is at the side, voiced her confusion at Kyril's confident declaration. As for Kyril, who realized what he'd said was really absurd, he asked back, with a slightly troubled smile. If I say, the spell just now, all of them were casted by Ardis-san, do you believe it? Huh? That much is imp. Don't joke around at this occasion. That many upper-grade spells, a magician who can cast them at the same time doesn't exist. Those words were too absurd. Just like how I felt confused, Elnoa straight out yelled back at Kyril angrily. Certainly, even I'm surprised at that many flames of purgatory being casted at once, but something like that isn't any trouble to Ardis-san. As if understanding Kyril's words, Ray asked to confirm. Could it be, he's super strong? Yeah. Even 100 people of my caliber went up against him. I can't imagine Ardis-san can be defeated. Even when they were surrounded by 8 bandits in the past, Ardis would joke around and test out the cursed sword's effect after seeing it as a good timing. Recalling that incident, it might have not been just 8 bandits. Ardis had one sword in his hand and another up in the air for defense, but the last sword wasn't there. Kyril thought that Ardis might have dealt with the remaining bandits that were hiding with it. Kyril at that time had already understood Ardis's strength was out of ordinary, but now that he has undergone proper combat training in the academy, he realized that his impression on Ardis was too lukewarm. The demonic being that was promptly subjugated during their return to Rhiannon, and the feat of Ardis in the defense battle of Rhiannon that Kyril heard. Recalling that and seeing Ardis walking into the enemy formation by himself, Kyril was convinced that, if it's him, surely. Ray and Elnoa's tongues were tied up. The top student in the academy that even instructors are impressed with, Kyril just announced that 100 of himself couldn't match with that person. Of course they would be surprised. But there's no time for them to waste now. The Imperial soldiers had started standing up from the chaos that Ardis had caused. Although their numbers had decreased significantly, the power balance is still overwhelmingly disadvantageous. They started moving in a hurry to where Ardis pointed in order to regroup with other friendly groups. That moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Eh? What? Elnoa, who was unfamiliar with the shaking, grabbed onto Kyril's arms. Oi, there. Prompted by Ray, the others realized the earth rose as if covering themselves. It was as if a building made of earth but completed in such a short time with magic. The about 5 meters thick earthen wall rose in an instant, and covered Kyril and the others. But, the wall had a direction that it stretched out to. It was the direction where Ardis pointed them to go towards just now. There was a path sandwiched between 2 walls. It was like a tunnel was dug for them. Kyril understood what it was instantly. What? Advertisement. It's Ardis-san, I'm sure. He said he would give us cover, right? Elnoa muttered unintentionally, and Kyril replied accordingly. Cover. It's not a level like that. Ray muttered along with visible confusion and fear. Is this all done by him alone? Elnoa, who couldn't gauge Ardis's true strength, had the words lies on her face. But there's no time for explanation now. There's no telling when Ardis's cover will last. Luckily, thanks to the walls, they wouldn't have to worry facing off Imperial soldiers from all sides. Even the long-range attacks should be easy to fend off. Although there still might be a few Imperial soldiers on the insides of the walls, that much can be dealt with by their group easily. They must focus on regrouping with other surviving students now. Let's hurry. We must regroup with the other students and tighten our defense while we're less enemies. Why yeah, alright. While fumbling over words, every member agreed. Same with the formation just now. The five-person group navigated the tunnel with two walls on their sides. Ardis, who separated with Kyril and the others, was walking towards the Imperial army. In front of the soldiers that were dense enough to look like a wall, his steps never stopped even when there's not much distance separating them. On the other hand, the Imperial army, which was thrown into chaos at the sudden multiple upper-grade spells, but, as expected of trained soldiers, in front of an approaching enemy, they had started to regain their order. Albeit so, the person who is walking towards the soldiers calmly, that looked nothing more than a young man, a foe. The soldiers all had a confused expression at Ardis's action. Eventually, when the Imperial army's arrows can reach, Ardis started running as if crossed an invisible starting line. Release the arrows. Skewer him. It seemed like it's an overkill just for an enemy soldier. The Empire's commander ordered the archers, breaking through the volley of arrows that traveled in a close to straight line fashion. Ardis drew closer to the Imperial army at an unbelievable speed. Wow! This speed, leaving behind the arrows piercing into the ground, the black-haired young man ran in a straight line to the commander that had a surprised expression. Advertisement. I intercept. The officer that opened his mouth was mercilessly robbed of his head. Captain? A soldier that seemed to be the backup commander immediately started giving out orders to the other soldiers, albeit looking disturbed. Q. Surround him. Overwhelm him. Not a bad response, though. Ardis isn't so drunk that he would stop his attacks while being surrounded by enemy forces. Although he was praising their actions, his attacks didn't stop and switched to the next target. To avoid the enemy soldiers that came at him from four directions, Ardis kicked against the ground strongly and escaped above the leap that incorporated floating arts, a height that a human's legs couldn't possibly jump. Ardis achieved it with support from his mana. Ardis that leapt up 20 meters in the air looked down and scanned over the Imperial army below. 18 riding on horses, 5 that looks like magicians, and identified his targets in a moment's notice. Among majority of the soldiers that was exasperated at Ardis's unhumanly leaping ability, those that regained themselves quickly gave out instructions. Attack. Shoot him down. The archers panically drew their bows one after another and shot towards Ardis. It was a dense volley that would even drag themselves in, but Ardis just stared at that with a cold face. It was a distance considered close for the archers. The few arrows that had shot out didn't miss their targets, seemingly on the course of piercing Ardis's head, chest, abdomen, arms and even his legs, were all deflected. Among those, there was even one arrow that headed straight for Ardis's face, but he didn't even blink once at the approaching tip. They crashed into the bluish barrier a meter away from him, and let out a ringing sound before losing their power. During that time, the barrier that illuminated boasted of its own existence, a barrier. The Imperial soldiers glared hatefully at Ardis, who survived the countless arrows without a single graze. As gravity started to pull him down and his altitude started falling, Ardis manifested a rainbow ball beside him. With the rainbow ball at a close distance, the Imperial soldiers were bathed in the divinely yet ominous light. My return gift. With cold words, the rainbow ball fired out countless streaks of light to the soldiers below. Countless amount of light assaulted the officers that rode on horses and the magicians. It was even exceeding the numbers of arrows that were shot towards Ardis just a moment ago. The arrows of light that descended with their targets in mind even dragged down soldiers that were unlucky. Imperial soldiers fell one after another after raising an agony cry. The wound that was pierced by the light immediately scorched. There wasn't even the color of blood, and their corpses didn't seem like there was any change than before at all. Lit Kyle Row burn, bow of rainbow. Such words were muttered by someone from the Imperial army. There might have been someone who had experienced a similar scene before. What Ardis casted just now was something he used during the Reitan defense battle, the spell Lit Kyle Row burn, bow of rainbow. Though, it's Ardis's arts that imitated the looks of bow of rainbow. In any case, with the appearance and effects same, the fact that it is not bow of rainbow, is something the Imperial soldiers wouldn't know. Even the fact that it was casted without any chance, the Imperial soldiers that were a distance away from Ardis couldn't know that. But even so, those are no longer concerns to the Imperial army that had suffered irreparable damage. Of all spots Ardis aimed, there were only 2 spots left unscathed now. The other area on the battlefield were all empty with corpses covering the ground. As for the 2 surviving spots, they're probably thanks to magicians who managed to defend against Ardis's attack successfully. After descending onto the ground, Ardis, who verified the effectiveness of his spell, unleashed two of his short swords on his waist, and moved on to his next task. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Ardis, who landed, had the two swords Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard waiting for him on his sides. Holding skies of myriad colors in his right hand, he started dashing towards one of the two spots that had survived his spell. Get him. He's alone. Don't be afraid by a mere magician at this distance. The officers of the Empire emphasized the alone fact, and incited the nearby soldiers. It is true that no others from the kingdom's side is near Ardis, but for the distance part, it's a misunderstanding on their side. At the very least, a radius of 20 meters around Ardis is a kill zone for the Imperial soldiers. Jaya, swinging skies of myriad colors, the soldier that stood in his way had his arm severed. And the moment the soldier behind him saw Ardis's figure, his head flew the other way. As for soldiers that came from his sides, they were dealt with Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard accordingly. It was as if they are loyal servants following and protecting Ardis, mercilessly removing any threats. What is that sword? It's moving by itself. Even though there are many in the kingdom that knows of Ardis's sword magic, the empire that had less connections with the kingdom didn't know. Seeing the swords that flew without being in his hand, the Imperial soldiers were in dismay and surprise. As for Ardis, he continued his march surrounded by the two swords on the battlefield. With every step he took, another life was taken. There was no greater disturbing melody than that. The straight line where Ardis ran through had soldiers falling over one after another, decorated with vivid crimson color. That moment, Ardis, who was running on the empty field, suddenly felt an icicle forming, aiming at him from above without any sound. Immediately putting up a barrier to defend, Ardis knew that he was close to his destination. Ice magic. And it's on the same level as Orphelia's. With that much, Ardis was able to gauge his enemy's strength. It is likely an attack from a magician of similar caliber as Orphelia from Bright Stars of White Night. The reason why the magician didn't just cast an upper-grade spell on him is probably because of the countless Imperial soldiers lying on the ground around Ardis. Although it's thoughtful of the magician to not drag in his own soldiers, just a simple ice magic couldn't even slow Ardis down a single bit. Cutting down the soldiers ahead of him in a straight line, Ardis finally came into view of his target. Covered in a luxurious-looking robe, an old-looking man protected by three heavily armed soldiers. Advertisement. It's him. It was definitely him that had defended against Ardis's initial spell and casted ice magic on Ardis. Seeing Ardis's figure, the enemy magician along with one of his three heavy-armed escorts started retreating. At the same time, two of the soldiers stood in front. With a giant thick shield that no arrows, axes, nor swords can get through, they were wearing full-body armor made of sheet metal except for their joints. "You shan't pass." Short declaration, but was completely ignored. Weaving between the heavy soldiers that are dull in movement, Ardis tried to pass through them. Not because he disliked fighting against heavy-armored soldiers. For Ardis, a full-body armor or thick shield mean nothing. Certainly, their defensive ability is high. On the other hand, the broadsword on Ardis's hand is not normal as well. It was the once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece forged by Schmelz, one of the best smiths in the kingdom. Heavy iron as the base and leshore powder as the reagent, in front of skies of myriad colors, something that isn't imbued with mana can't possibly stand up to it. But Ardis didn't bother to be their opponents. There's no need for him to stop his legs to face them at all. "Stop, bastard. You cannot pass." The heavy-armored soldiers that understood Ardis's intention in a moment tried to swing their weapons at Ardis, who already went past them. But those weapons never reached their target. It was because a beat later than Ardis that ran past them, Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard stabbed into their neck. Their heads had turned to chase after Ardis. For them, the two swords that came later stabbed them at a blind spot. Without any time to dodge or even realize it, they had fallen to the ground with blood spewing out of their neck. Ardis hadn't lowered his speed even while leaving that scene behind, chasing after the enemy magician. Another magic spell was fired towards Ardis. He's using underhanded tricks now. The magician probably judged that it's useless to face Ardis head-on. This time, it was Miltorn Sheep, Sleeping Haze, that tried to take Ardis's consciousness away. It seems like he had put more thoughts into it. There were even invisible chains that tried to bind Ardis's movements. But of course, none of them made Ardis stop. Realizing the mana that invaded his mind, he immediately ejected it, and the target magician is already in range. A color of surprise painted on the magician's eyes. Hurling the heavy-armored soldier at his side away with a mana shockwave, Ardis stabbed skies of myriad colors right into the magician's heart. And the eventually caught-up springtime mist severed the magician's head. After that, Ardis moved into his next target, leaving behind the enemy soldiers that are chasing after him, albeit too late. Facing the other spot that survived, Ardis dashed towards it while the path is cleared with the two swords by his sides. Although there were soldiers that tried to stop him, there weren't any that could. Without any sort of order among the Imperial soldiers, there was only the scene of Ardis ripping apart a tide of soldiers. It was almost like a pair of scissors dividing a cloth. "Don't let him pass. Protect the young master." Eventually, such words started to be heard by Ardis. It was the proof that he was getting closer to his destination. While dealing with soldiers riding on horses that seemed like officers every so often, Ardis started to cause chaos all over the Imperial soldier by himself without stopping. Few of the likely officers that rode on horses, and many times of that of infantries he knocked down. Eventually, he found a young man who was wearing some kind of extravagant armor. There's a man that looked like a magician beside him, and about 10 cavalries also were there. It's obvious he's not a normal officer. Advertisement. "Are you the commander of the right wing?" Ardis asked the young man whose feet were stuck in fear. Ardis, who never stopped once after running towards the Imperial army, stopped his feet for the first time. But it wasn't the person in question that replied. It was an old man nearby. "He's not someone to be spoken with, someone so lowly like you." Although the reply didn't answer the question, that response told Ardis that his instincts was right. "Royalty. I guess the Empire wouldn't have sent one out on the front lines. Then it's just a noble that was given the commander role." About 10 or so cavalry was protecting him. That alone signified the significance of the protected person. Those that are allowed on a horse in a battlefield, excluding officers, are cavalries. But to call them a cavalry unit would be too lacking in the numbers. Not a cavalry unit, but there's a reason for this much cavalries to gather here. In other words, the one in the middle is an important figure. They're a guarantee for him to safely leave the battlefield if the situations call for it. For Ardis, it's enough that he knows that much. All that's left is to finish off the target. As he stepped out silently, although there were tens of Imperial soldiers standing in his way, just some trained soldiers don't mean anything to Ardis. Ardis's legs wouldn't stop because of that. Seeing such a situation, there was one soldier that stood out. Pathetic. He's only one young magician. "Do you not have the pride of being one of the elites of Amuka?" With a bastard sword in both his hands, it was a soldier with a fearless look. Although he had the same armor as the other Imperial soldiers, something was different about him, albeit vague. He's taller than Ardis by almost 2 heads, and it seems like his trained body is also covered with the most primitive armor, muscles. All the soldiers on site were murmuring, "It's the hundreds beheader, Garaf." "That's right. Some magician that thin. Standing against Garaf Dono is impossible." It seems like the soldier's name is Garaf. According to the Imperial soldiers, it would seem like he's quite the figure in the Empire. Advertisement. "Mercenary from the kingdom. Being able to topple our army, albeit a lone magician. A magnificent strength." Garaf from the 17th Attack Unit request for a one-on-one match. At that declaration, the surroundings became even more heated. "Though I don't really mind if all of you came at once." Without minding whatever Garaf said, Ardis started slashing with skies of myriad colors. For Ardis, it's just another soldier that stands in his way. But it seems like the Empire would rather refrain from interfering in the official match. They had stopped their attacks on Ardis, and it became a 1-1-1 match. To start attacking without naming yourself, such cowardice. Who cares? Don't force your own rules on others. It was him who had suddenly started a one-on-one and being noisy about rules. There's no need at all for Ardis to conform to that. Ardis, who had never had any recollections of accepting the one-on-one match, had no reason to be blamed for cowardice. So quick. Garaf had the bastard sword in both his hand, and pointed it sideways to Ardis. But that action for Ardis was slower than slow. Passing through his body that had taken a stance on the ground, skies of myriad colors took its edge on the enemy's neck. Ardis's attack had slipped past Garaf's big sword and is already approaching his throat. Garaf showed his experience by wanting to avoid it, but Ardis's speed was greater. Skies of myriad colors pierced Garaf's neck. The Imperial soldiers that were looking over the match suddenly became quiet. As Ardis pulled his hand back, the sword that pierced Garaf's throat was pulled out, Then fresh blood spewed out. Garaf Dono. Even the hundreds behead a Garaf, was so easily. The Imperial soldiers couldn't make proper sentences, and Ardis answered them coldly. Is it this much, for 100 man worth? Ardis, who was always living a fighter's life, the number he had dealt with was not just in the hundreds. In fact, every mercenary who lives by fighting is so. If they hadn't even reached 100 beheading, they would become the beheaded in not longer than 5 years. Kill to survive, kill to feed. Mercenaries must continue to kill in order to live. Compared to that, their thoughts were very much naive. It's like they're treating this as a play. Having held such discomfort in his chest since he participated the war, Ardis pieced together a conclusion. He now understood why they are bragging just at the extent of 100 killing. While thinking so, Ardis coldly grasped the presences of the enemies in his sight. But, it's easier for me this way. Convinced that if the enemy is weak, then Kyril in the end would have less danger, and so, he thrusted the point of his sword to the next prey. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Having the orange-tinted bluish sword pointed towards him, the young man suspected to be a nobility panically turned around his horse. With the surrounding cavalries following him in a tight formation, the magician and the infantries left behind in hopes to stop Ardis. The radiance that pierces through the abyssal darkness, marble path that leads to the world within. A long chant was coming out of the magician. It is the spell Teal Selk voice, dazzling light. But, did he thought that he would have enough time to get it off? Ardis would never wait for the completion of his spell. While dispersing the soldiers in front of him, Ardis tossed Moon's Blizzard high in the sky. The Moon's Blizzard had climbed into the sky, and became one with the clouds. Without getting any interference, it started dropping down straight onto the magician's head. Invisible domain that blocks the way, that is the curtain. With a face that expressed he didn't know, the magician's chanting stopped. There was only the Moon's Blizzard stabbed deep into his body, with only the hilt left outside. The slightly visible white blade was dyed with red blood spewing out. Kahag! A cough of blood replaced the chant, and the magician fell onto the ground. As for the remaining Imperial soldiers, no matter how they struggled, it didn't mean anything for Ardis. While dispersing the soldiers, he sent out springtime mist ahead of him. Young master. Quickly. He could hear it barely. They had already ridden on the horse and put up a distance where anyone couldn't possibly catch up by foot. But that's if it's by foot. It's easy for a short sword that flew in the air without any obstruction to catch up. With a speed like an arrow, springtime mist locked its aim on the young noble riding on the horse. When the sword stabbed into the horse's rear, the horse went out of control under the unbearable pain, swinging the man off his saddle. There's nothing short of fortune that the rampaging horse didn't crash into the other horses. On top of that, he only fell from the horse. It might be good fortune of his to have survived longer, but the young man's fortune ends here. The escorts that had realized the noble falling off the horse tried to turn around, but there was already a black-haired young man with a broadsword in his hand standing in their way. Realizing that it is the mercenary that had dealt with the Imperial army on his own, the young nobleman panically spoke. Advertisement. I surrender myself. I request to be treated as a prisoner. It's likely the young nobleman has bone fractures all over his body, but, at the impending danger, he probably forgot all of that and begged. Surrender? Ardis's short question brought misunderstanding to the young nobleman. Is it money? I will pay any ransom. My father would pay a huge ransom if it's for my sake. It's enough for you to live in indulgence for your entire life. Sorry, but I'm not concerned with money. In the first place, even if he said ransom, a mercenary like Ardis would probably only receive a small cut of the entirety. The reason why Ardis had chased after the commander-like person wasn't because of any ransom nor achievements. If he can bring chaos to the enemy commanding chain by finishing off the commander, Kyril and the other students would have more time to retreat. Save me. Noticing that Ardis's eyes had no benevolence, the young man started to beg for his life. You have come to a war to kill. Of course you have made up your mind to be killed? Hey, Ardis's reply was cold as ice. He wouldn't kill someone that isn't capable of fighting like a normal citizen. If it's just a normal soldier who begged for life, and isn't hostile to Ardis, he might have spared him. But the one in front of him is the commander of a unit that had conducted the war. Having sent many kingdom soldiers to the afterlife, begging for his life now is just hypocrisy. Ardis had no intention to listen to him. Even if Ardis chose to spare him, there's no guarantee he would retreat his unit quietly if someone else took command. The situation wouldn't change much then now. That's why he should do it properly, engrave the fact that their commander is taken down to the entire Imperial army. There were no emotions in there. It's a war, because it's needed. Ardis stabbed skies of myriad colors straight into the young man's chest without hesitation. Dealing with the cavalries that came back to save the commander, he beheaded the young nobleman just in case, and left the area while the surrounding is covered in a dead silence staring at the scene. The Empire's right wing that had gotten a critical hit from Ardis, their command chain broken, and they could no longer function as one unit. Even if they can get the remaining troops together, there aren't any officers left to lead them. That weakened the Empire's offense, and let the kingdom take a breather. It's not just Kyril and the other few that received the blessings of Ardis's actions. The drafted soldiers and the other students managed to have a breather too. Commander Rumshade, the enemy's offense has weakened. One of the students reported to the officer on the horse. Good. We will retreat now. Those from warrior class, be alert on the outer circle and prepare for any attacks. The young officer on the horse Hansrik Rumshade shouted his orders loudly. There were only less than 50 members around him. It's too less to be called a force. On top of that, they aren't soldiers but normal students from the academy. They are weak, and didn't even have any experience nor training. Hansrik cursed at his bad luck of having to command such a group of people. Advertisement. But now all he can do is make use of the whatever leftovers of they have and retreat from the war and survive. There are still friendlies that are surrounded by enemy soldiers. Are we abandoning them? Although none of them were directed at Hansrik directly, he heard it from the murmurs around. Even if we went, there's no difference, only more will be sacrificed. Hansrik yelled out angrily without hiding his irritation. In fact, there's nothing wrong with Hansrik's judgment in this situation. Even if the Imperial army weakened their assault, the difference in power is still evident. It's still a matter of time before they push through. They must retreat now or never. They must take the chance and retreat now or choose to be overrun by enemy. It's not a wrong choice as a commander to abandon the little number of students. Though, there's no time nor reason for Hansrik to explain every one of his decisions to mere students that understand nothing of strategy. Just mere greenhorn brats. Even the time to complain such in his mind is precious. It wasn't a result brought by his self-constraint. Stay here if you want. I won't stop you if you want to save them. Saying so to the students that showed reluctant at his orders to retreat, the commander gave out the order to do as they wish. Hurry. We will enter the forest to avoid attacks. Don't get strayed. Hansrik led the retreat. There were about 30 students that followed him. Were they prioritizing their own lives rather than their friends, or are they prioritizing the commander's orders? No one knew. The small number of people behind him made Hansrik click his tongue audibly. About 10 students chose to not follow Hansrik's order and stay behind. They should have known too. It's impossible to save those encompassed by Imperial soldiers in this situation. However, the inability to abandon their fellow students and the inept of understanding the situation made them unable to make the correct choice. Don't regret even if you die. Hansrik grumbled even when understanding that. He gave them options. He gave them orders. They had chosen, so despite it, he wouldn't care any more than this. Advertisement. Although he was angry at the upper echelons of forcing him the role of commanding all these untrained students, his tolerance had reached its limits now. Shit. Why did this? Receiving elite education ever since birth. As the second son in the martial family of Rumshade, Hansrik was sailing smoothly in Mariul's academy as the best student. And everything went wrong because of the expedition before they graduated. If it's not for that time. Hansrik recalled his past hardship while leading the retreat. Hansrik had challenged the Gorsa's forest along with his classmates once. But they couldn't even do anything to the beasts inside the forest despite being the best students. In the end, they were saved thanks to a traveling merchant and mercenaries. Hansrik that had returned to the capital was met with the nameplate of saved by mercenaries after arrogantly overestimating himself. Having scolded by his father after spending a huge sum on his saving, looked down coldly by his brother who is the successor of the house. Even the classmates in the academy that were good to him before distanced themselves, and for the half year till graduation, they were forbidden of venturing out the capital. Even now, after entering the military 3 years after graduation, that event still remained on Hansrik's mind. Even though they were all the same, Isolde, who was raising her name steadily as someone of unholy occupation, was different. Luckily, there seems to be no pursuit from the Imperial Army. The unit that Hansrick led stepped into the forest near the battlefield. We will get into the forest like this to distance ourselves from the battlefield. Don't rest yet. Move your legs. Hansrick and the others proceeded in the forest that seemed eerie through the beast path. When they had finally left the battlefield far enough that the sounds of clashing metal dimmed out, "Yu-Yu-Whack!" The students that were walking in line suddenly shrieked. "What is it?" Hansrick that turned around panically saw the figures of several students covered with net that seemed like made with plant vines. "Traps?" Hansrick suddenly threw out an unlucky word. As if replying to that, there's now another shriek from the students that walked ahead. Help! Facing back forward at the voice, there was a deep hole that extended the width of the road. A pitfall? It's obvious that it's something made by humans. Ambush. Everyone be on alert. Tight nudif. Hansrick showed excellency with rapid response, trying to calm down the chaos. But that is already too late. Hansrick that was giving out orders to the unit suddenly felt pain at the multiple arrows stabbing into him. But that is also but a moment. The next moment, he felt something by his head, and everything felt far. With his senses feeling faded away, his consciousness faded along from the world with that. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. The center where two sides of mercenaries are facing each other off was moving in the direction of the Empire's favor. The fact they had been able to hold the front line and the kingdom having the upper hand so far was thanks to Ardis. Of course, even after Ardis left, the other mercenaries aren't weak, but just that the numbers are already unbalanced originally. It's inevitable they are being pushed back. I thought I knew this already, but Ardis's strength was really significant. I mean, they really did start pushing us back just as Ardis left. The words of the thin swordsman, Jaya, was replied with the only female, Konya, the leader Gresh, and the members of Costas felt the increasing pressure from the Empire mercenaries as time went on. But we aren't the novices that we used to be. We can do at least this much. Among the four, the most tough-looking man, Ralph, had a giant axe on his shoulder while he said so, and Gresh nodded. Of course, the fact that we can perform in a war too, let's prove it in this war. 3 persons responded to the leader's orders, and increased their cooperation, facing off the Imperial Army. In fact, the Costas' strength is real. Even if they can't match Ardis, they are still considerably skilled among other mercenaries. They who are called young prodigies by other had shown their fighting techniques are greater than other normal mercenaries. But for the members of Costas, it wasn't the fact that the enemy had an advantage over numbers that are making them miserable. Still, it's quite painful fighting with familiar faces. Gresh's depressed mutter reflected their thoughts. Mercenaries do not take in mind of their affiliation with any country. Even for those that normally active around Thoria, there were many of them who took the Empire's side. The familiar faces that come into view sometimes made their will dull. Please spare us. We are all mercenaries from Thoria. But that should be the same for the opponents. One of the remaining mercenary begged for his life after his party members had fallen under Costas's battle with the Empire's mercenaries. So, Gresh? Ralph, who was troubled, sent his gaze to Gresh for his decision. We are mercenaries from the same Thoria. Even if casualties can't be avoided in a war, there's no need to kill someone who isn't going to fight. That's how it is. Go now quickly. Receiving Gresh's decision, Ralph chased out one of his own. Sorry. I will repay this grace. The enemy mercenary that had received sympathy quickly scrambled away from Gresh and the others. Phew, that it was close. I guess they're still soft as ever. Hee. The mercenary that was spared by Costas found himself a safe place, and grinned as he looked over the battlefield. There is the scene of slaughtering without mercy between the two sides of mercenaries. Although majority of the mercenaries aren't familiar, there's still some that are familiar faces that he'd seen in Thoria before. But they are different from the Costas. Even if they were once drinking at the same table in the same tavern, it's nothing of a concern in this battlefield where the friends and foes are clear. It's natural to kill the enemies. Kill ought to be killed. It's a natural concept. I mean, they were strong. But with that, they're just fools. The mercenary laughed without a sliver of appreciation. When all of his comrades had fallen and he couldn't retreat, he tried begging for his life at Costas, and they would spare the enemy of him easily. For someone who stands at the same battlefield, that is soft beyond saving. Good timing. It's not strange for anyone to die in this war. They were already an annoyance before. With a cynical smile, The mercenary started calling out one mercenary after another who are from Thoria that he'd identified. Let's teach them a lesson on the difference of fighting against a human and demonic beings. In the battlefield where the two armies clashed, the mercenaries that are often active in Thoria started to gather and form a group. Costas, who was able to get through albeit hard till now, was suddenly thrown into a tight spot at a pincer attack from many mercenaries. Advertisement. A big group of people came at them without any prior notice. A total of 18 surrounded them. Even if the members of Costas are more than average in abilities, they can't possibly do anything against 4 times the number. Kaya. The first who got on her knees was Konya. Konya usually fights against enemies using her small physique and agility, but on the other hand, she couldn't hope to match in sheer strength. Leaving aside avoiding attacks, her legs were stopped because of the shield bash. Ardis would have pushed through everything with sheer strength, but that's a feat difficult for a small physique girl like her. Konya, tch. Then, Ralph got hit with an arrow in his leg. If there were only 1 or 2 arrows, he could have avoided them somehow, but with all 4 arrows coming at him, he couldn't avoid all. In the same fashion, Jao was also done in by 3 other mercenaries that sandwiched him. Ralph, Jao. Gresh's impatience appeared. A large number of enemy mercenaries lined up, and all their targets were Gresh and the others' lives. They could have won if the numbers are same, but they were overwhelmed and couldn't do anything. Gresh admitted their defeat as he knew it would be helpless going against them, but at the same time, he felt lucky. It was because the Empire mercenaries that surrounded them were all familiar faces. We surrender. We will not resist, so please treat us as prisoners. If possible, considering we're friends from the same town, please spare us. All of them are mercenaries that looked familiar from Thoria. For them too, they must be reluctant to kill Gresh and the others who are not resisting. There were even mercenaries that Costas let off a while ago. There's a possibility that they would let Gresh and the others off the hook. Even if not, there's no mistake that they would be treated rightfully as prisoners of war. Gresh thought so, but the fact that he was mistaken was showed by the enemy mercenaries' next actions. There wasn't anyone who lowered their weapons. The bow drawn, the blade of the sword, the heavy axes, all of them are still pointed towards Gresh without mercy. On their faces, there wasn't a sliver of tragic determination that they would have to end a friend on their own, but rather a scoffing smile. Did you hear that? Considering we are all friends. One of the enemy mercenaries looked around the other mercenaries as he repeated Gresh's words. Suddenly, laughter burst out of the surrounding mercenaries. Is he an idiot? Saying such soft and naive things now. Leave the sleep talk when you're sleeping. Gresh panicked at the unexpected responses. Wait a minute. We are all mercenaries from Thoria, right? Didn't we let you go just now? Seeing that there were mercenaries that Costas had let go in the war amongst them, Gresh complained. Yeah, thanks for that just now. My life was saved then. But that's a different matter. Let you go? That arrogant thinking had been pissing me off for a while already. Wah! Gresh lost his words at the obvious hostility he felt from the mercenary he'd just spared a while back. And towards such Gresh, the other mercenaries started speaking one after another. Don't be arrogant just because you're a little famous. Arrogant, there's no. I was hit with the ban to enter the commercial guild thanks to you lot. It was because of your over-exaggerated report to the requester. You don't have the right to barge into someone else's request. That request wasn't even anything worth compensating in the first place. Gresh defended the action of Costas one after another, but all of them fell on deafened ears. Let us be clear, all of us here already thought you lots are an annoyance long while back. What are you going to do? It's not like we're going to do anything special. We're in a war, and we are enemies. It's natural to take your enemies' lives. There's no one who will say it's wrong. Everyone is out here to kill each other. It's just a matter of executing orders in a war, right? Even so, there's no need to kill another fellow mercenary. Ha ha ha. You're really an idiot? Hesitating against enemy mercenaries just because they're familiar faces? Ha. Ridiculous. And no way. Lucky that you're on the kingdom's side. I wouldn't want a messed up bunch like your party on our side that would only dull the pleasure of war. Gresh, who was stunned, couldn't find any words. Konya was restrained on the ground by one of the mercenaries. Ralph and Jao had received wounds that would hinder them in a fight. Gresh is still fine, but he's not conceited enough to think that he can win against 17 of them by himself. Why? The thought of wondering why did it become like this went past his head for a moment, but he must find a way to get out of this situation first. But There were no solutions even if he thought hard, and of course, the enemies aren't so kind to wait Gresh to come up with an idea. Shall we finish it already? It's not good to be stationary in a war after all. With that word as the signal, the mercenaries took up their weapons, and started chanting magic. Participating in a war, killed by the enemy army. Isn't it the perfect way for a mercenary to meet his end? With a wide double-edged sword in his hand, a mercenary swung at Gresh. Of course, Gresh didn't plan to sit there and be killed. Deflecting the slash with his shield, he even swung his sword back as a counterattack. It would be an easy task if there was only one opponent. If there was only one, that is. The mercenary Gresh went against took a step backwards, and now other mercenaries came at him one after another. Gresh took a step towards the mercenaries on the right, and met swords. Making use of it, he put his weight into his sword and swapped position with the enemy. Then, pushing away the enemy, he jumped backwards from another sword that came from his left, leaving aside the enemy that crashed into another. Gresh, who was about to move his sight to another one, felt a burning sensation at his back. He was cut. Advertisement. Just as he realized it, he threw himself forward to avoid the additional attacks that came behind. The wound is shallow. He can still fight. But how long can you still stand? The enemy mercenaries are watching at Gresh with a distorted smile. Many versus few. Even though Ralph and Joe is continuing to resist despite their injuries, their performance is lacking than their prime. Even if they put up a good fight, only their injuries increased when attacks came from all directions non-stop. Not even a few minutes had passed and Gresh is covered in blood and his breathing is ragged. His body won't move as intended. It's a fight where he can't see victory even if he's in his best condition. Even a small chance couldn't be seen. Farewell. The enemy mercenaries that saw Gresh reaching his limit spoke the ending words. It was when Gresh thought it was up to here and gave up. Suddenly, a soft noise of cutting wind is heard barging into the noisy battlefield. Quack! Suddenly, an arrow was found on one of the enemies. The arrow that pierced deep in his cervical vertebra was fatal as proved with the volume of blood fountaining out. In the next moment, along with the arrow, a bastard sword that appeared from nowhere completely blew the head away. The head fell on the ground with a thud. The fountain of blood gushing out. Seeing the owner of the bastard sword, Gresh muttered the name. Ted-san. Yo. Looks like you're still alive a little. Ted swung his sword in a wide arc with a huge grin. Another one of the enemy mercenaries fell down after receiving a grave injury. Ted. It was a mutter among the enemies. There was an obvious fear in their voices. And another arrow pierced through the air without regards to the tense atmosphere. The target of the arrow was the head of the mercenary who was holding down Konya. The enemy mercenary that was unlucky was pierced with the arrow in his left eye socket, and fell over after letting out a dying scream. Without giving a single chance for the enemy mercenaries to stand up, there's an upper-grade wind spell hurled at them next. The mercenaries beside Gresh who were targeted by the archer and the magician from afar were slashed by countless wind blades till their breaths became shallow. Bright star of white night. One of the mercenaries screamed out in fear. It was the party. Bright stars of white night known for their abilities in Thoria that appeared when Gresh and the others are in a grave pinch. In front of the enemies who are in dismay, Ted and the other two members continued to cut down one life after another. Orpholia's wind blades, Norris's arrows, and Ted's bastard sword finished off mercenaries one after another. Eventually, when Norris and Orpholia had arrived beside Ted, there was only one enemy remaining. Spare me. Please spare me. We're friends from Thoria, right? The enemy mercenary that fell from the advantageous position in just a few moments paid for his life. It was the same exact mercenary that Gresh and the others of Costas let go a while back. Gresh had an ugly expression as he felt bitterness in his mouth. The mercenary that he'd let go once, came back at him and pushed him to a corner, and now the mercenary is begging for his life again. What exactly had gone wrong? Gresh was down but Ted continued talking with the enemy mercenary. Guessed so, you look a little familiar. A face that I've seen in the taverns before. Alright, we are both from the same town, so please spare me. But, Ted raised his bastard sword without any hesitation. What about that? I'm participating in the kingdom's army, and you're in the imperial army. We're enemies, right? No, we're friends, right? Spare. Just give up. It's your bad decision to have chosen the Empire. Stopping the enemy mercenaries' useless begging, Ted declared along with severing his head off. Another head fell with a thud. At such Ted that decided to ignore his begging of life, Gresh started complaining unintentionally. Ted-san, you didn't have to kill them. He wasn't resisting, and he's had lost his will. Advertisement. Huh? Ted glared at Gresh with a tired eye. Are you even clear with what you're saying? We are now in a war. Even so, is there a need to kill someone who isn't resisting? What a spoiled brat you are. With a huge sigh, Ted sent a gaze to Norris. That gaze held the meaning of he's being annoying. So you deal with it. Norris, who came near Gresh and the others with gazes on him, named their first flaw. How should I get this clear? You will die of betrayal if you keep thinking like that. What does that mean? Norris-san, it's just as it sounds. Well, it's cruel to kill an opponent who isn't resisting, but we're in a war. Are you thinking you guys are strong enough that you can simply let people off just because you sympathize them? It's not a matter of strong or weak. He wasn't resisting. And isn't he also one of the people from the same town? Ahaha. And you let him off with that kind of reasoning, but got attacked again? How did? It was a coincidence. I saw you lots let that guy get away just now. Norris's words made Gresh's face clouded. So? He just repaid your grace with dirt? And you were about to die if we weren't here. In the first place, someone like him with such a dirty personality, he would definitely come back for more even if you spared him. That's. I will say it again, we're in a war. Are you guys strong enough that you can spare sympathy to the enemy, and protect you and your comrades' lives, and win in the war? Gresh had no choice but to be shut up without any words to say back. If you are strong enough that you can get through by yourself just now, then that thinking of yours is tolerable. It's not a bad thing that you're trying to extinguish the fire without excess killing, but that's if you have enough ability to back it up. Like if you're on Ardis's level or something. Yes, if they're as strong as the absurd Ardis, then they would have been able to fend away those mercenaries even if they came 100 times. But even Ardis wouldn't have such generosity. Even if he had the strength to easily repel them no matter what, he would spare no thoughts at sending them to the afterlife if they came with killing intent. But you lot have no such strength. Maybe you're better than the average mercenaries, but that's just in comparison. Honest opinion, you all are overestimating what you can do. Norris continued speaking without any intonation, but every single word of his hurt Gresh deeply. Do you know what's that called? It's overstepping your own boundaries. That was the finisher. Gresh was looking the other way while grinding his teeth. I heard your party was with Ardis for a while. Did you not learn anything from him? Norris followed up with another strike. Orphelia, who couldn't see it anymore, interrupted. Isn't it fine already, Norris? They need some treatment too. Alright. You all should get back to the rear and receive treatment. Why yes. Ted called out to Gresh, who replied without energy. Hey, Gresh. What is it? Remember this. People's emotions, especially ill, don't underestimate it. Jealousy, envy, hatred, those negative emotions are much more threatening than those despairs you fight. Don't forget. Yes. I will remember it. Gresh's reply was on the verge of disappearing. Ted's words had made Gresh remember what happened 4 years ago with Ardis. The mercenaries who tried to steal the prey from Ardis, and Gresh was treated as bandits by Ardis and thereby annihilated. It's certain Ardis had the power to repel them without killing, but as Ardis said, that wasn't the way to solve everything. This time, the mercenary that had received Gresh and the others' grace responded with dirt. Then, what about those mercenaries that became bandits 4 years ago? What would have happened if they were spared that time? Would they have thanked Ardis's grace? Will they change anew, and become an upstanding person? No, it's more probable they wouldn't. If they're such mercenaries, they wouldn't have teamed up with muggers and became bandits. They would without doubts hold hatred for Ardis and Gresh and his party. If it's Ardis, even if that hatred became ill will, he wouldn't be hurt by it. But that hatred would probably not be directed towards Ardis, who is overwhelmingly strong, but at the novice mercenaries that they were. The fact that Ardis responded so fiercely, it probably wasn't for himself, but for the sake of Gresh and the others. Gresh finally understood what Ardis said that time. Worse, they would be having a grudge. No doubt they would try to take revenge, with more elaborate plan the next time. Although their ill wills will have never done any harm to Ardis, he still extinguished the seeds of trouble for their sakes. Without noticing that, Gresh that time blamed Ardis, and as the result, they fought and left each other. Ardis thought up that much for us. And I treated him so. Gresh felt ashamed of himself that had no growth in the past 4 years. Gresh and the others had been accumulating hatred from the other mercenaries in Thoria without knowing. If they're mercenaries, That itself is unavoidable. When they get famous, praises and envy will come at the same time. Depending on how they interact, a grudge might be formed. But the problem was Gresh and the others were too unprepared for that. Even if they became strong enough to hunt despairs, even if they're regarded as one of the best mercenary parties, he didn't realize the graveness of his actions until falling in a predicament and pointed out by another. The same for 4 years ago, and now too. Norris's words of overstepping your own boundaries stabbed at him again. The more he understood the person called Ardis, the more he realized how small he was. One day, can I catch up? That day, the name of Ardis inside Gresh changed in a meaningful way. Rather than a strong mercenary he knew, it became an existence and a target far away that he wished to stand beside one day. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. What? Inside the tent of the Empire's headquarters, the report that came from the right wing was shocking. Is that the truth? The general had a disbelief in his voice as he confirmed with the messenger again. Even the other officers around are speechless at the unbelievable news. At present time. We have received the same report multiple times. The cold bucket of water that was splashed on the entire Imperial army was the news that the commander of the right wing was killed in action. Could it be the enemy had reserves in the right wing to overturn the situation? No, the kingdom shouldn't have anything like that. The officers who raised the possibility was denied by the general. But the problem now is whether the news is true. If it's true, then it's a big problem. The commander on the right wing is Viscount Lathria. He is the son of one of the most powerful nobles leading a faction of his own inside the Empire, Duke Tangram. There's no second son in the Tangram family. In other words, if the only son, Viscount Lathria, was really killed in action, there's a problem with succession. Because of that, Duke Tangram, who had lost his son, won't keep quiet. Even if the Empire is a dictatorship country, there's no ignoring Duke Tangram. Leaving aside if it was just a random noble, Duke Tangram is one of the nobles that had supported the country ever since the founding, and his faction has about half of all the nobles in it. Depending the Duke's reaction is when he knew he lost his only son, it might not even be a time for war with the kingdom. Even if the Empire won in the war, he could already see a civil war boiling in the Empire. We were winning. Shit. The victory that was in their grasp at last was spoiled. And the general swore. To make sure the nobles wouldn't get hurt, the general had taken extra caution and put them at the safer right wing. With the enemy lost more than half of their numbers, seeing that they have the upper hand, only did the general thought to let them assault while ensuring their safety to the best. And the result led by that, even the general nor any officers around in the tent expected. But they still had the role of commanding the entire army. Even if the situation went wrong, even if something unexpected happened and ruined the post-war prospect, they must continue to do what they should do. What is going on at the right wing? Confirm and report again. The general that regained himself gave the order. After a while, the report that finally arrived confirmed the death of Viscount Lathria, and then what followed was even doubted by his ears. Advertisement: deserting? Yes sir. What happened? Even if the commander died, there should be substitutes for. That's what is it. Every officer higher than squad commanders were all killed. There were no one around to give commands. It's too chaotic to call it a chaos. After Viscount Lathria went down, everyone higher than squad commander are dead. What kind of joke is that? The general received a shock that made him felt dizzy for a moment. Although there were also commoner commanders in the left wing and the center, the officers on the right wing are all nobles. There were those who wished to participate on their own will, or those who were sent by their family to gain experience. If all above squad commanders were killed, then that means there were many casualties from the nobles. At the heavy casualties, the joy of overwhelming the kingdom were all blown away. How much reinforcements did the kingdom send? With all commanders at the right wing died without exception, a short time had only passed before all 3,000 of the soldiers were out of control. There's no mistake, the kingdom had hidden a force unimaginably greater than what the empire expected. But the messenger's next words were unclear. The information pertaining that is still under confirmation. However, the soldiers were apparently saying that it's a monstrosity, kid. Monstrosity. Was it not the kingdom but demonic beings? Even if the general asked, the messenger would have no answer. At the unknown feeling of chilliness, the general's body trembled slightly. Changing the scene to the right wing where the imperial soldiers had retreated. Seeing the imperial army retreating from afar, Ardis returned back to where Kyril and the others are at. Kyril had followed Ardis's instructions, and regrouped with other surviving students on the battlefield and fended off the attacks from the Imperial soldiers. The students had barely managed to survive after going through many hardships, but the figure of the kingdom's commander is already nowhere to be found. Kyril was joyed at the reunion with Ardis, but immediately turned into a confused face and asked, "What should we do at a time like this?" The students had never received proper military training. They had no prior instructions to follow if such a situation happened. Asking the only mercenary on the scene is the right answer. "I guess now would be looking for the whereabouts of the main unit and return to them. But that's if the unit still exists at this point." Ardis didn't say that. "If not, then retreating out of the battlefield swiftly would be the best bet. The Imperial soldiers are retreating, but there's a possibility they would regroup and assault again. If we escaped on our own accord, wouldn't there be military disciplinary actions later?" A young girl with a strong-looking eye interrupted. "It's not escaping, it's just searching for a unit to return." "A facade, it is." "While looking for a unit to return into command to, we had left the battlefield before we knew it. Is it that?" Understanding what Ardis meant, the young girl explained in a way that the surrounding students would understand too. Ardis, who nodded lightly, looked around the remaining students and said, "The kingdom is losing in this war anyways." Advertisement. Ardis, who said the certainty of defeat for the kingdom had attracted the gazes of the students. "You geese don't want to die at this place too, right? Think about getting back alive for now. If we actually encounter a friendly unit, only then listen to their commands." Although there were also students that came to the war on their own will, at the very least. "There's no one here that is that." Ardis's words were agreed unanimously. Treating the injured with the bare minimum, Ardis and the other students got on the move immediately. People were all around. Those that were people in the past. Though there were some Imperial soldiers that can be seen, most of them are drafted soldiers from the kingdom. There were also figures that looked like students of the Mariul's Academy. The students that saw the brutal state of their classmates let out a voiceless noise. But that's not something they can stop around every time and mourn or collect their keepsake. They had no choice but to dismiss those thoughts and advance. And about 10 minutes with the sun behind them as they walked. Ardis, who was at the front, stopped, and Kyril, who walked right behind him, stopped as well and asked, "What is it, Ardis-san?" "There's a small group on the east. There's about 13 members that Ardis's detection magic caught. The group that slowly moved towards the north were moving in parallel with Ardis and the students." "Could it be Imperial soldiers?" "It's not impossible, but even when their entire unit retreated, having about 10 soldiers in a group lurking around here is unnatural. But it would be too many people and too slow-moving to be scouts. They're obviously moving on foot. It's probably survivors from our side. It's probably a group that was retreating in the same fashion as Ardis and the students." "Should we group up?" "It'll be a loss of time, but it's possible. Isn't it better to avoid danger as soon as possible?" "I understand, but..." Advertisement. Kyril's expression was cloudy. "If it's a survivor group from the kingdom, then it's high chance they're drafted soldiers or students. They were all not people that came to the war willingly. If they all cooperate, then their chances of surviving and return to the capital will be higher. If they're students, then it'll be more so, since they're all friends of Kyril and the other students. Although it's obvious which is more valuable between their own lives and those that are dead, the ones that are alive are different. For the other students, they probably think that regrouping with the other group and joining to form a bigger group will be safer too." "Well, I don't really mind either way. If you all want to group together, then so be it." Even if the number of people he had to escort increased by 10 or more, it's not much difference. The Empire's right wing had already crumbled. Even if the group is Imperial soldiers, it would be the remaining or scouts, or a group of soldiers that got separated from their unit. That much, Ardis can handle it all by himself, all while protecting the bunch of students. After Kyril discussing with the other students, the students had chosen to regroup first. As they went closer to the group, their appearance became clearer. They were wearing similar design clothing like Kyril and the others. The group of people who are wearing the equipment supplied by the Mariul's Academy. It's no mistake they're fellow students from the same academy. Good. They're still alive. Kyril sighed with relief beside Ardis. The surrounding students turned bright, and there were even some that saw their friends and waved. But after regrouping and exchanging information about each other's situation, Their faces became dark again. "No way. The commander left us all alone and retreated by himself?" one of the students resented. And there were several other students that were angry at the commander's action of abandoning them, similarly sacrificing few to ensure the survival of the others. It's not anything rare in a war. It can even be said as the condition to become a commander, having the resolution to take such merciless decision if the situation so calls for it. But to expect students that are neither soldiers nor mercenaries to understand that is over-expectant. Ardis shut his eyes for a while as if hiding his intentions to talk. After regrouping with the students, there were 33 members now. There are no more people who are nearby that he could sense. The Empire's right wing that had assaulted had already retreated. There's a low chance there are still any big groups of enemies around. It takes no effort for Ardis alone to escort the 32 students to safety. Actually, meeting a friendly unit would be more troublesome. If they used their superior status and gave stupid orders, and the students were to enter their command, Ardis, who participated as an ordinary mercenary, couldn't barge in easily. But Ardis's expectation was surprised in another way. After walking for a while, he detected multiple mana signatures that came at them quickly. From northwest, a direction reverse from the Empire side, he saw dust swaying at the northwest direction. There's the kingdom's headquarters at the northwest. A large group of people are coming from that direction. It's normal to think that they're friendlies, but according to the commander of the mercenary unit, there's an unconfirmed news about the headquarters being assaulted by the enemy and was destroyed. If that's true, then the likelihood of friendlies coming from the direction of the headquarters is low. Ardis thought that they might be the enemy unit that had assaulted the headquarters and turn around to hit the remaining soldiers. But that's just Ardis's thoughts. Did the kingdom's headquarters suffer that so damage that there's no need to follow up on attacks, or are they a different unit than those who attacked the headquarters? Ardis didn't know, but at the very least, the faction of the unit that came their way, he could predict it quite easily. Imperial soldiers. Ardis's mutter reverberated clearly at the students who are nervous, making them hold their breath. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. The cavalry unit from the San Rogil monarchy had assaulted the kingdom's headquarters that wasn't expecting them, and successfully trampled on them easily. There wasn't any resistance at all. As the captain stopped his mount, a young man who came beside him spoke. "Can't blame them. They have half our men." And it was a sudden attack for them too. They probably never expected that they would be attacked. Of course, since they're on the battlefield, that is just their carelessness. Even though his words had a little sympathy for the enemy, his voice also had the element of scorn. "Shall we pursue?" Of course. They had already gotten a man that is likely the general, and another young man likely a royal member. The kingdom army's command and order is no longer functioning. They probably couldn't put up any organized resistance now. Normally, they would have already done more than enough, and retreating would be best. But it's a little different for them this time. Winning is natural. It is a battle to force the kingdom to no longer have the capacity to continue a war. If they can pursue and sweep up the remaining enemy forces, they can easily undermine their military power and ensure the smooth sailing of the empire after the war. But there's no need to send every one of us there though. Recalling the pathetic crumbling of the headquarters just a while ago, the captain gave out orders to the young man. "I will let you 1,000 men. Go and put down some achievements. We will sweep the remaining enemy soldiers around here and head for the right wing for support." "Yes, sir." That young man is someone the captain had in mind for a while, and the young man seems promising. Even though he's still young, he's already in the flying horse cavalry. He was even appointed the aide for the expedition this time. There are still chances for them to gain achievements even when the enemies are in chaos. If he manages to get more important figures, then there'll be great rewards waiting when he returns. It's likely he can be promoted along with the captain after finishing the mission and returning to their country. The young man showed excitement at that prospect, and quickly led half of the cavalry unit to pursue the collapsing kingdom army. After seeing him depart, the captain led a few troops too, killing the remaining enemy soldiers which are running away, then heading to the right wing to support the Imperial army, which is probably unneeded. It was quite a while later after they advanced their movement on their own accord that they encountered with enemy cavalries. Advertisement: there were 30 of them ahead. Don't let them away if they're enemy messengers. Receiving a report from the scouts that there were cavalries up ahead, the captain gave out orders to capture them. It seems like the other side had noticed them as well. They had immediately turned around their horses and ran, and so, The pursuit of the 30 cavalries were carried out by the flying horse riders. They couldn't possibly get away. After all, the flying horses are faster than normal horses in general. If they aren't riding on more than excellent horses, then they would eventually catch up. The captain together with the remaining of his unit chased after the 30 riders while raising his speed leisurely. Ardis caught signs of mana signatures heading towards himself. 2 signatures leading, then behind them are about 60. They were all mana signatures about a human size big and overlapping with another bigger signature. They're probably all riding on horses. Someone's getting chased. As they drew closer, their figure became clearer. The ones in the front seems to be wearing the kingdom's outfit. From his figure, it seems like he's trying to get away from the 30 pursuers from behind. In other words, it's natural to assume the 30 riders behind are Imperial forces. What should we do? Kyril asked Ardis fidgetily. We don't really have a choice, right? Even if we tried hiding, this place is too. While saying so composedly, Ardis looked around. It's no forest nor mountains. It's a wasteland that had become a battlefield and has nowhere to hide. In the first place, it's not possible for all 30 students to hide. The students other than Kyril who heard that turned pale immediately. The numbers facing each other would be matching. Though, all they have are students that had barely experienced a war today, and the opponents are elites riding on horses. It's as obvious as the sun how the outcome would be. Is it alright? Kyril is the one who understands Ardis's ability the most in this spot. Although he trusts that Ardis wouldn't sweat handling a group of cavalries, the reason why he still was anxious is because that he was worrying that himself and the students would be a baggage hindering that. About 30 riders are whatever, but Kyril laughed dryly while repeating Ardis's words. So they're whatever, huh? The problem is there were more behind them. Eh? Kyril panically looked in front. All he could see is 30 Imperial soldiers chasing. But after looking closely, there are dusts raising way behind the 30 riders. It's the proof of someone there. Those are also horse riders. About 1,000, or so. Advertisement. T-1,000? Even Kyril's eyes became round. The unexpected number made everyone other than Kyril not even able to utter. Even though 30 of them is already depressing enough, now that they have heard the numbers following them, even Kyril can't hope but to cling on some hopeful wish. See, could they be friendlies? If they're friendlies, there's no reason that one there is running away. That's logical. If there were that much friendlies around, there's no reason for him to be running away from the direction of the friendlies. Since the only kingdom soldier is riding away, the 1,000 men behind is probably not friendlies. While conversing so, their distance shortened. Well, I will take care of the front ones first. You all stay back. Having a worried expression, Kyril and the other students retreated some distance away, and Ardis stood alone against the approaching group. Kyril's worry is natural. Certainly, Ardis's attempt just now at rushing into the enemy army was successful. But those were normal infantries. Now he's facing against elites of the Empire. Their strength should be much greater than the infantry's. 1,000 cavalries are powerful in a battlefield. On top of that, every single one of them are capable. But Ardis didn't show any panic, only a calm gaze is directed at the approaching cavalries. Eventually, when the kingdom cavalry had come close enough for them to see his facial expression, Ardis started his welcoming chant. The striking bullet that is the vanguard of the noble winter spirit felt. Ice block. Responding to Ardis's chant, multiple icicles formed around Ardis, and then shot towards the riders with the sharp tip head first. To not accidentally hit the friendly soldier, Ardis decided to use multiple ice blocks rather than Storm of the North. Seeing Ardis form 30 icicles in a moment, the other students had a gasp as if screaming. What was that? Advertisement. Is that really ice block? Multiples? Is that even possible? Without a single regards to the students who were surprised and impressed and commenting, Ardis shot the ice magic at the approaching Imperial riders in a straight line. The riders seemed to have noticed Ardis's attack, and dropped their speed and deployed magic barriers ahead of them. They can all use magic? Looks like it's not going to be easy. In the first place, cavalries are formed of elites in the army. Knowing how to ride a horse, they had trained fighting atop a horse day and night. If they can even use magic barriers, then it just means their training must be excellent. But the ice block hurled at them weren't ice block. It is Ardis's prided incomparably powerful spell that was only possible because of his ability to freely manipulate mana. Of course, a weak barrier can't possibly defend against them. The icicles accelerated by Manu aimed straight towards the soldiers riding on their horses, and crashed into the barriers they deployed. But it was only a short moment their momentum was dulled. They immediately broke the barrier next. But just before hitting the enemy soldiers straight in the head, the icicles showed unnatural movements. The icicles moving in a straight line before turned. It was like it evaded the enemy soldiers and turned away. Missed? No, they made it miss. Even though it's a snipe from a far distance, Ardis's accuracy wasn't that dull to not hit bullseye. There's no mistake they were influenced by some outside factor and had their trajectory changed. But the question is what affected it. Those horses, they're the rumored The news that Ardis heard, a group of cavalries that came from the southern continent. The mounts they ride on are unfamiliar beasts. He heard that they were like horses but not horses, and Ardis now had the chance to verify the truth of that statement. Their silhouette certainly looks like a horse's, but looking closely, they are clearly a different creature than a horse. Covered in feathers on both lateral sides of its body, its feathers grew until its hooves. The feathers that pointed backwards as a proof of their speed, making them look graceful, a trait unfitting on a battlefield. Feeling a faint mana that spread out from the beasts, Ardis understood the reason his icicles missed. I see. It's not just their appearances are weird. It seems like they have some kind of magical defense. Is it used by the riders consciously, or is it the beast's instincts? In any case, Ardis understood that the fact that magical attacks wouldn't be able to show their effects successfully. If they can make spells deviate a little, he can respond with a more powerful and wide attack, but that would probably mean involving the friendly. If Ardis is an average magician, then it would be a grave situation. But Ardis isn't a magician in the first place. Even if any of his spell doesn't work, Ardis isn't out of hands. Troublesome. Just like how he clicked his tongue, those attacks only served as distractions. Ardis took out two short swords from his waist. Just like the name sword magic user he was known as, fighting with flying swords is what he excels at. And above all, something most people probably wouldn't understand, Ardis isn't a magician in the first place, but a swordsman who eliminates his enemies with the swords in his hands. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. The two short swords that were flying became vanguards and headed for the enemy cavalries in a straight line. Together with the sword's own momentum and the cavalries as they chased after the Soul Kingdom soldier, the distance between the two shortened rapidly. Moon's blizzard passed the soldier who was being chased by the Empire. Together with a ripping sound of the atmosphere, the Moon's blizzard was approaching one of the enemy cavalry's face. What? Just before Moon's blizzard finished off the enemy, Ardis felt the interference acting on the sword's trajectory. That's the reason the same force that made Ardis's ice block miss earlier had pushed against Moon's blizzard in a similar fashion. But unlike the ice block that Ardis can't apply correction to its path after released, the flying swords that he controls with his mana actively can easily change its trajectory to chase after its targets. Ardis readjusted the trajectory to the point he was aiming for originally, and accelerated the sword. An attack without miscalculations, cutting off the head of the enemy soldier riding on the horse. The white blade was dyed in fresh blood. The enemy soldier lost his posture, and fell off the horse the next moment. Keeping its speed, Moon's blizzard changed its trajectory towards the next target. The enemy cavalries had lowered their speed and showed movements. They probably thought to prioritize intercepting than chasing after the last Kingdom cavalry. They had started reorganizing their fleets for a counteraction against the unknown attack. Thanks to that, the Kingdom cavalry who was about to be caught up was saved by a hairbreadth. Ardis threw Moon's blizzard up in the sky, and from there aimed down at the center of the enemy group and catapulted the sword. At the same time, springtime mist was flying low on the ground, and caught the enemy's foot that were distracted by the sword in the sky easily. Being distracted by Moon's blizzard in the sky, one of the enemy cavalry lost his head at springtime mist as they didn't see it. Now that the second one is done. But the enemy cavalry's carelessness stops there. Is it because that realizing two of their men had been taken down, the enemy hastened their preparation and became more alert? Moon's blizzard attacked one of the enemies as its target, but the enemy reacted to the sword coming from above and parried it with his own sword. They're tougher than expected. After exchanging a few swords with them, Ardis could grasp their abilities. In the same fashion, Springtime Mist was also defended against by its target. Just the fact they can exchange blows with Ardis's flying sword showed that the enemy's strength isn't to be underestimated. Advertisement: 1,000 or so of that level. Is that the rider's strength, or an ability of the unfamiliar beast? In either case, it's hard for Ardis to use magic to deal with them. Not just being able to change the trajectory of magical attack that comes at them, it's better to think that all of them are able to deploy a magic barrier of their own. It seems like they aren't that unskillful to be taken easily by the flying swords either. Of course, Ardis wouldn't stop using the flying swords. In any case, the opponents are breathing humans too. They will get tired, and blood will flow if they are cut. With those piling on each other, their movements will dull, and eventually call for fatal mistakes. On the other hand, Ardis's flying swords are non-animate objects that wouldn't bleed. There's no concept such as fatigue, nor injuries that can dull its movements. The flying swords that can disregard anything related to defense and put everything into offense are overwhelmingly strong against humans. Finally, 5 down. Even though it's a little harsh to face such resistance, Ardis is certainly dealing damage on the enemies. But they are intelligent creatures too. They realize that there are only 2 swords that continue attacking at them. As such, half of them had ignored the swords and galloped on their horses heading for Ardis instead. The problem is the enemy had many more times theirs. An individual by themselves aren't a problem. But the longer Ardis spends on a single individual, the more enemies will direct their attention here. The enemies are heading towards us. One of the students from behind shouted. There were not enough people to go against them. Ardis turned around, and looked around. What's the matter, Ardis-san? Even though the enemies are riding on horses rapidly approaching them, Kyril was surprised at Ardis's action that turned his back to the enemies. Without answering that, Ardis started verifying the surrounding soldier corpses lying on the ground one after another. About 20, or so. Although the soldiers are now cold bodies, the weapons they used while alive are still the same beside them. The swords and spears that are just beside the corpses, and the bows. Ardis had started picking up the swords, spears, axes and all kinds of weapons from them. Of course, not with his hands. Ardis was using mana to lift the weapons. Lifting into the air mysteriously, the weapons that had no owner now suddenly moved on its own as if it had gained a life of his own. The weapons. No way. Ardis turned around facing the enemies without responding to the students' shrieks and whispers, and gathered the weapons he picked up. Trembles could be seen in the enemy's eyes. They might be feeling that their overwhelming upper hand had been turned around easily by something totally unexpected. Go. Advertisement. As if ordering the death of the soldiers, Ardis's mutter signaled the 20 weapons to the enemy cavalries at once, parrying swords that came their way head-on. Making use of that gap, a spear thrusts into the enemy, with the axes going for a wide swing for the head. The cavalries that tried to avoid it had their balance crumbled, and another sword for infantry use beside them slashed. No matter how much they fend off and struggle against weapons that are inanimate, the weapons didn't stop while the soldiers piled on injuries, and eventually they could do nothing but offer their lives. After a short bloodbath, it was a scene of many weapons floating in the air, enemy soldiers on the ground, and the peculiar horses that had lost their riders. At Ardis' strength that had overwhelmed 30 cavalries in a short time, the students were taken by silence. Only one of them, Kyril, was able to make a dry and bitter smile. The kingdom cavalry that had survived somehow approached Ardis. I thank you for the support. You are all from which unit? These guys are the students from the left wing. As for me, I'm someone from the mercenary unit. After making it clear that Kyril and the others are students, Ardis awkwardly introduced his identity. In any case, since he came under the pretense of the commander of the mercenary unit, support the left wing, there's no reason that he would get punished. Ardis was thanking Moore in his heart for expecting such development and had given him an excuse. Why is someone from the mercenary unit here? No, that's not important now. Where are our soldiers? There's a message from the headquarters to the left-wing commander. Although the soldier seemed to be surprised, he didn't pursue the matter. That's a given. Even though they had annihilated the vanguards, there were 1,000 of them approaching now. There's no time to spare on little details right now. What is it? We don't have much time here. The soldier had an impatient expression as he hushed on Ardis. But there's no answer to that question. In the suffering atmosphere, it was Kyril who broke the silence first. Advertisement. that. Sorry to say, but even though Kyril seemed to try to put some thoughts into his words, Ardis beside him literally blurted out everything as is. The left wing no longer exists. Rather than a unit up ahead, it's strange to even find anyone alive beyond here. The messenger soldier was surprised at the sudden revelation. How could that? If what Ardis heard from Moore was the truth, then the message that this messenger is bringing to the left wing is probably a request for rescue. If the headquarters is in danger, calling the surrounding units for help is not a wrong decision. But everything is too late. Certainly, when the headquarters was under assault, the left wing should be still around, but presently, there were only remaining soldiers fleeing from the battlefield. Of course, they couldn't do anything like rescuing the headquarters. In the first place, at present time, there's no one to guarantee that the headquarters is still standing. No way, something like that. A depressed messenger soldier. But Ardis had no thoughts nor obligation to console him. It's up to you to trust my words or not. Well, rather than that dash. Leaving aside the despairing soldier coldly, his gaze was set at the dust clouds. The black dots that he could only see prior now had defined shape. He could tell that they're wearing the same get-up with the 30 cavalries just now. They're undoubtedly enemies, and if they're all as skillful as the cavalries just now, they aren't possible to intercept with just Ardis's flying swords. If just annihilation, it's not a difficult task. It was the same as before when Ardis went on a streak in the Empire's right wing, but Ardis has a limit on how many people he could deal with at a given time. It will take time, and Ardis's stamina is a concern, but it's something he can accomplish as long as he made sure to finish every one of them off. But there were Kyril and the other students now. If he took his time, the students would be in danger instead. Although he could do the same by protecting them with forming earthen walls again, he doubts that alone can guarantee their safety. Even worse, the enemies are elite cavalries unlike the infantries he faced. Since the 30 advance vanguards could use magic barriers, it's better to assume that all of the remaining ones can too. If so, Ardis made his resolve. There's a saying, the best defense is a good offense. Just like how it sounds, if he crushed the enemies before they reached Kyril and the others, it would make his troubles of protecting them vanish all at once. Ardis 4 years ago would have chosen to avoid this way to avoid getting attentions. But Ardis has no reason to be hung up over that now. The moment he was known as the Three Great Demon Subjugator, there's no meaning for him to act ordinary any longer. That's why Ardis had no reason to hold back. He would now use his all to annihilate the enemies in front of him. It's a priority to deal with them now. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Please don't be absurd. Even if you're super strong, there's no way you can win against that many cavalries. Hearing Ardis's declaration, the messenger soldier tried to stop him. If our right wing is no longer here, then it is up to here. Getting off his horse as if given up, the messenger rubbed the horse's nose lovingly. Sorry for dragging you in. Was it directed to the horse, or to the students? His apology resounded as he undone the horse's harness, its armor, and released it into the wild. Without caring, Ardis barged in. Sorry for interrupting your touching moment, but if you're not intending to fight, then the sword you have is unneeded, right? Lend it to me. The sword hanging on the soldier's waist, it seemed to be a higher quality than the weapons used by the drafted soldiers. Ardis would rather use it for his flying swords if the soldier is not going to use it. It's a waste for it to be unused by a soldier who's not willing to fight after all. Who said I'm not fighting? But the soldier denied it. Even if we can't match them, I won't rest easy unless I manage to get one hit on them. Seeing the soldier saying so resolutely with his hand on the sword, Ardis withdrew his pointing chin back. Then it's fine. Ardis looked at Kyril and the others, and then faced the soldier again. These guys are just students. Look after them. I can't guarantee anything, but it's my intention to do so in the first place. Even if one soldier joined their side, the difference in power between the two sides isn't balanced. In front of enemies that have many folds theirs, the one hit that the soldier wished to deliver is probably disappearing on the horizon too. Kyril, tighten up the defense with the students and try your best. I might let some slip pass with that much of them. Don't be careless and protect yourselves when the situation needs it. After telling that to Kyril and the other students with a serious face, He faced back to the front. The footsteps and trembling ground caused by the 1,000 cavalries on their horses had even reached to Ardis and the others. The enemy army are closing in with the ground shaking. They have long swords and lances. The weapons that he'd obtained from annihilating the 30 scouts from before was long swords on their waists and lance they use on horseback. The blade of the lance is shaped more like a halberd. It's a weapon emphasizing on eliminating infantry soldiers. The lances, well, they can be of use. Ardis put the long swords and lances that had lost their owners under his control. The weapons that he managed to gather from the remains of kingdom soldiers and the previous cavalry's wave exceeded 70, and they all rose in a smooth action, with their blades pointed towards the enemy cavalries. They were like weapons lined up in a formation waiting to be released. But it's still too early to use them now. Thou, the Valkyrie who winds precious death, bluish joy and reddish joy, I wish for the definite folds of the miracle of fate. There are only enemies in that direction, there's no fear of involving friendlies even if he casted a large-scale spell. Touch and hold, tremble and shake, shoot and penetrate, show the promised path to all who follows the covenant, lit Kaiul row burn. Bow of Rainbow. That is Ardis's spell that had easily toppled over hundreds of beasts in Rhiannon defense battle. It is an art imitating the magic spell, Bow of Rainbow. The rainbow-colored orb manifested above Ardis and expanded while revolving in the atmosphere. As waves formed on its surface, the curves turned into thin streaks of light arrows and bared their fangs. Their targets are the approaching enemy cavalries. The arrows made of light were shot continuously from the orb, and flew in the direction of the enemies. And just before those landed, he hurled multiple fierce lumps of flames into the bunch of enemies. The same flames that had saved Kyril and the other students in the nick of time. Ardis had casted multiple copies of it without any chanting. While the fierce flaming tornado chased around the enemy soldiers, the light arrows made their late appearance. What is happening? Is it Bow of Rainbow? No, it's much grander than that. Although there were surprised voices from behind, Ardis didn't let his focus slip for a moment and continued blasting with magic. As the dust clouds settled down a little after the fierce storm had passed, the enemy cavalry's footsteps didn't silence. The effect is weak as I thought. Ardis clicked his tongue. From what he saw, there wasn't even a tenth of the enemy soldiers who retired. Just as he felt the same from the fight with the 30 cavalries from before, he suspected they had some kind of countermeasures for magic spells. In other words, only true physical attacks can prove effectiveness in this case. Ardis manipulated the 70 weapons that took up the front line that was on standby, and advanced them towards the enemies. The lined-up weapons were shot out at the same time, giving an impression of a volley of arrows, moving in straight line to the flying horses. If the trajectory will be meddled with, he will just have to apply correction. There was a moment where he felt the resistance on the weapons. Ardis easily corrected it and manipulated the blade to fall on its target. The enemy cavalries that had gained speed in assaulting, and the flying swords that were like a tempest without stopping. The opposing speed wasn't like a wind spell or an arrow. The two approaching sides that are coming at each other fiercely caused the impact to be stronger. Seeing the weapons coming but thinking that they would miss might still be fear-inducing. But Ardis's control wouldn't miss. One of the flying swords stabbed into one of the enemy cavalry's chest, and as if that was the signal, the other swords found their targets one after another. The first wave of 70 weapons had pierced the enemy cavalries through their armor, and their helmet, robbing more than 50 lives in just a few moments. Split 3 ways. Surround him. The enemy commander's voice reverberated. He responded magnificent at the unexpected casualties. Hushed by those orders, the enemy cavalries started splitting into branches from the back into individual units. No you don't. Ardis targeted the front of the splitting ends. Few of the weapons became out of service from the clash just now, but that isn't a problem at all. After all, in this place, there were more new weapons than broken ones. More weapons are left behind on the occasion when the enemy were defeated. Although the fight started at an imbalance between numbers, Ardis won't let those weapons go to waste now. It's easy to manipulate the weapons that had lost their owners and loitering on the ground. In other words, the more enemies Ardis takes down, the more hands Ardis can have. Stealing the weapons from the fallen cavalries. From the first clash, Ardis used more than one-fold more flying weapons towards the left and right cavalries. 70 headed for the cavalries that tried to spread to the left. One of the lances among the many weapons had found itself flying towards the throat of the front runner of the cavalries. Even while having round eyes at the lance that came his way without any user, the moment he tried to repel it with his own lance, was when he fell off the horse. The soldier that fell off the horse had his stomach ripped open, and died red by the blood spewing out. The culprit, a short sword with a yellowish-green blade, without getting stopped by whoever, targeted its next prey while flying low on the ground. About 80 weapons assigned to the right. The front runners who tried to shield themselves from the flying swords were instead stabbed from the side by another lance. Of course, they were assassins Ardis manipulated with his mana. Even if the enemy cavalries are elites, as long as they are humans, they can't possibly defend against attacks from all four sides physically. On top of that, the strange horses that they were riding on, albeit wearing armor, they don't have the technique to shield themselves. With the mount bearing an injury and no longer able to run, the cavalry's biggest weapon is lost. Certainly, the enemy is many. There's only Ardis alone fighting against all of them. A struggle on his own truly. But it isn't that hard. Although he's by himself, at the same time, it's obvious that he's not by himself. While defending against enemies that is approaching on both sides, Ardis had skies of myriad colors in his hand while casually walking towards the enemies coming from the middle. Two enemies assaulted with lances in their hands. With the slight delay they have, the front tried to come for Ardis's neck first. Get lost. Along with a shout, the cavalries thrusted the lance in a straight line without mistake to Ardis's throat. Just before the blade reached, Ardis's figure swayed like a leaf in the wind, and tilted away. The lance passed through by a margin of 10 centimeters from his artery. Even though it was an attack with the weight of the mount and the soldier, there's no meaning if they don't land. At the same time, while dodging those attacks, Ardis jumped up. The lances that thrusted at an angle downwards, tracing it backwards, is the owner of the lance, Ardis, who leapt upwards, and the cavalries that had dropped their speed upon entering close range showed a mysterious synchro. From the sides, it would seem like Ardis's body was pulled up along the handle of the lance. What? From the cavalry's viewpoint, it would be like Ardis's head suddenly dived in from the end of the lance. But the cavalry had no way to figure out the strange phenomenon, and no chance to do so ever again. It was because the moment the cavalry came into Ardis's range, his life was already lost. The moment when he swung skies of myriad colors, the enemy head had already disconnected and flying in the air along with blood spraying. Earlier than Ardis managed to land, the other cavalry came a slight beat later. The fact that he had pinpointed Ardis's landing trajectory and thrusted there showed his skills. When a human is in mid-jump, dodging an attack would prove difficulties. It is because the trajectory that one will take after jumping is easy to predict, and there's nothing they can do to change it. If there's no way to avoid, then defending only has a few options: deflecting it, redirecting it, or parrying it. In any case, those methods up against cavalries that rushed in with the speed of their mounts would be impossible to execute. The soldier had probably managed to see through the perfect timing to thrust out his lance after seeing Ardis's feat of avoiding the attack from the front runner. Good judgment. But Ardis still had the composure to praise his enemy. Of course, those words wouldn't reach the soldier. Even if they reached, he wouldn't hear it. His actions wouldn't change even after hearing words from the enemy, and he's not that foolish to hear whatever an enemy might say at this occasion. The lance and the mount came crashing into the ground where Ardis is landing. You're mine. Normally thinking, it's unavoidable. But he didn't know. Ardis is a rare specimen that is not in the bounds of that. Just a single fact, just because he didn't know one thing. The cavalry had chosen the wrong path that would lead to his death. What? His pupils shaken while staring straight into Ardis's eyes, which should have been his prey. Ardis, who should have been in his trajectory, now showed irregular movements. 1 meter above ground, it was as if some invisible platform was there. Ardis jumped once again. Ardis, who gained speed, suddenly flew up in the sky, and the cavalry's gaze followed suit. Ardis's body bent like a letter, and then turned half revolution towards him. The cavalry, who was looking upwards, and Ardis, who had his head turned towards the ground in the air, exchanged gazes. It was only a short moment when the speed of the cavalry in a rush and Ardis's swiftness in jumping intersected. A period of time where even a blink is too long, Ardis had grasped skies of myriad colors and swung it to the soldier's neck without hesitation. Then, Ardis completed another half revolution, and landed on the ground softly without any sounds. "Be careful. He's powerful. Don't rush in on your own. Surround him." As the two cavalries were done in just a short moment, the others became even more alert. It seems like the cavalries has become so bloodthirsty for Ardis himself that they've forgotten their characteristics. There's no better scenario for Ardis. After all, the situation he would want to avoid the most here is the enemies heading towards Kyril and the other students behind him while avoiding Ardis. It might be alright if he cast earthen walls to protect them if the situation needs it. But assuming all the enemies can use magic, the earthen walls that are only structurally sound towards physical attacks can't be a dependency. If so, he just had to take all of them on, along with a fierce will that wouldn't let even one cavalry pass through him. Ardis didn't spare one drop of his strength in removing the enemies ahead. Without showing any panic at the enemy cavalries that slowly surrounded him, Ardis maintained skies of myriad colors at the same level as the horizon, and slowly pointed it towards the cavalries ahead. It was just like a declaration of war between a swordsman and his enemies. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Were they provoked by Ardis's action? The enemy cavalries surrounded him, thrusted their lances. Before the lances reached, Ardis had dived into the bosom of an enemy cavalry ahead, feeding an open palm to the throat of the weird horse with his free left hand. The horse that couldn't endure the pain threw off the rider, mercilessly robbing the life of the one who fell. Ardis kicked the horse's belly from the side. The horse that had no rider on it that was kicked easily went out of control and ran wildly, causing chaos in the area. In the first place, cavalries that are better in orderly fights surrounding a single person isn't the correct choice. If they're going to surround him, it might have been a better choice for them to get off their horses first. However, the reality is that they don't even have the time to get off their horses in the battlefield. In the crowded area, Ardis, who had a smaller footprint and can move around swiftly, is advantageous. Dodging the lances that came his way one after another, Ardis was able to make use of the blind spots of the cavalries on their horses easily and finished them off one after another. He kicked against the side of a horse to change his direction of momentum, easily slicing off the cavalry soldier from behind. Then, as if on a rhythm, he jumped off the fallen cavalry's horse to his next target. The figure of Ardis changing directions in every moment looked as if a bird that lost its way into someone's house. Except, it is no normal bird. Its beak is a one-hit killer. A dangerous predator. So annoying. Where is he? The cavalries that couldn't keep up with Ardis's movement had their unease passed through their reins to their horses. The cavalries that have worse control over their horses easily fell prey to Ardis one after another. "What are you all doing? He's only one." A loud scolding came from the suspected commander, but the fact that it wasn't useful is proved by the situation. Ardis gained more weapons at his disposal as more enemy soldiers fall, and those weapons assaulted more soldiers as Ardis saw fit. They sliced up their past comrades. The swords. "You're telling me that they have a will?" Not able to resist against the unknown sword magic calmly, it took their all just to keep themselves safe with the long sword on their waist. Although they might have been able to put up a better fight if they faced Ardis face on, it's already too late now that the situation is irrecoverable. Every time skies of myriad colors wielded by Ardis swung, its blade reflected the sun, and blood splattered the next moment. "Where are the units that went around?" There was a frustrated voice among the enemy cavalries. "I can't see them well, but they're fighting with something." There are more enemies that can use this strange art. Although they can see the units that split left and right are fighting with something, they can't possibly see the swords that are too small at this distance. Of course, they would think that there are multiple users who are using the same magic as Ardis, and was keeping the units that spread out from advancing. Though, they would never imagine that it's all done by Ardis alone. While tossing the enemies around by himself, Ardis had controlled the flying weapons on the left and right to stop the enemy units from spreading out. Although Ardis is the same that he can't see properly in the chaotic situation, he had the upper hand as he could use mana detection. "Though I can't aim for the gaps between their armor." Similar to the whips in the Courser's forest, even though he knows that the swords can't easily bring down the enemies, he had the confidence to slowly shave at their health. In any case, even if they're off a little, there were only enemies around. For Ardis, as long as he simply let the swords go wild in the center of where the enemies are concentrated at, it'll be good enough. Adding on the weapons he would gain as more enemies go down, Ardis's attack frequency only increased. Of course, the more blades he has to control, his accuracy manipulating them would decrease. In fact, Ardis can only handle about 20 flying swords without deficiency. Anything more than that, the swords he controls can only do as much as an average swordsman barely. But in this case, it's more important to stop the enemy's advances. Even though the enemies are many, they are forming a group and moving as one. It would be enough if I stop the front ones. If the front runners can't proceed, then they would be natural obstacles to the ones behind. It's not like Ardis has to stop every individual in place to achieve his purpose. Limiting the attack radius to just the front runners, they can't possibly handle multiple tens of weapons coming at them at once. On top of that, their opponents aren't human or beasts, they're lump of metal that isn't afraid of pain, facing against foes that come at them in a straight line without fear for their lives. Though they're soldiers, no, it's exactly because they're soldiers that they don't have the experience to handle it. Even if they attacked the flying swords, it wouldn't phase or get injured. Only their trajectory is disturbed for a moment. Since the lances have handles made from wood, they could cut it apart if they swung their swords. But nothing is accomplished even if they did that. Even if the handle is split, the sharp blade is still in good condition. Even if the lance lost its handle, the blade is still sharp. Their fatality is still the same. Even if they tried their best defending against the onslaught, it's difficult to defend against all swords that come at them from different directions. No matter how trained the cavalries are, they only have two hands. Overall, the enemy has more members. But from the perspective of the two groups of front leaders that had split up, it probably felt like they're surrounded by many swords many times of their number. Albeit a limited radius, Ardis had used his superior numbers and quelled enemies. The enemy cavalries would try to deflect the coming weapons with their long swords and try to evade the following attacks. But that's all they can do. They don't have the method to deflect the remaining two attacks, or any room for them to evade but to sink into the cold dirt. At the same time, Ardis would gain more weapons. More weapons are at Ardis's disposal as more enemies fall. As he fought more, the enemies would lose their power, and Ardis's would increase instead. If the front runners of the cavalries are stuck in a combat state, then the cavalries behind will surely stop. The corpses of their comrades will become obstacles. On top of that, the weapons that were laid beside them will turn on them, at the unknown opponent that kept on assaulting themselves. The enemy cavalries showed fatigue while their horses didn't advance. The two sides that the enemies tried to expand to was blocked by the countless weapons flying in the air, and Ardis himself was in the middle. Cavalries that aren't moving are half as effective. Are we not encircling him? Encircle? Don't say absurd things. There's only one of him. One cavalry yelled back angrily at another cavalry that spoke meaningless words. But those weren't spoke without intentions. After all, although there's only Ardis here, they are fighting against many more in another sense. The front runners of the cavalries couldn't advance and the other cavalries that tried to split into the left and right were blocked as well. The one who thought that they were encircling Ardis has perception that can't be praised. The weapons Ardis manipulates already exceeded 500, and is still increasing as more enemies fall. With that many weapons, they're not even moving like how a sword would slash anymore. It took his all just to command a few flying swords and then just hurling the rest at the enemies at once. But that much is enough in this situation. The cavalry's biggest weapon, that is their speed, was sealed, and more of them fell as they received attacks from the unknown spell. The tide had already turned a moment after getting out alive somehow, but fell into another desperate situation. Elnoa had resolved herself to die this time. What is that? But what is actually happening? Instead of fighting while drenched in blood and humiliation, she was stunned as one of the spectators at the absurd scenery unfolding ahead. The first spell that the black-haired young man fired was a spell that's said to be only used by a small fraction of magicians, Bow of Rainbow. Though that much alone is enough of a surprise, before the arrows of light were released, more than 10 flames of purgatory were fired first. Although she didn't hear who casted it, at the very least, there wasn't any student nor the messenger that chanted. What is that? If the black-haired young man, Ardis, who Kyril described as someone he couldn't match even if 100 of himself attacked, It's natural to think that all that is done by that person. Then the Bow of Rainbow that was released the next moment. Bow of Rainbow is a spell that releases differing number of arrows depending on the user. Noah knew that the average was about 10 arrows. From the records, the greatest number of arrows that was released in a single spell that is confirmed is only 28. But she could tell that there were more than 100 arrows released at once in front of her eyes. What in the world is that? At the scenery that was covered in flames of purgatory as far as her field of vision stretched, more than 100 arrows born from Bow of Rainbow struck next. Although it already exceeds Noah's common sense to have someone casting so many upper-grade spells at once, on top of that, with the abnormal control over his magic and timing of his attacks, it's no longer a level to be shocked. It was a skill that is so magnificent that it made what they learned in the academy as child's play. Though she thought that she might have been in a long dream, but the pain at her cheeks as she pinched it was real. From seeing how Ardis handled with the 30 advanced cavalries before and what Kyril said, Noah came to know that Ardis is the famous sword magic user and 3 great demons subjugator in the capital. Certainly, Noah heard before that the 3 great demons subjugator is a young mercenary, but she didn't think that it's a young man at her own age. If he's the 3 great demons subjugator, then certainly Kyril's description weren't over-exaggerating. But now that she had clearly seen how he fought firsthand, the reality is he's even more absurd than she imagined. After understanding any magical attacks wouldn't be effective, it was as if he only muttered no helping it, and his fighting style of controlling the weapons of the enemies that were killed against themselves, standing against the enemy cavalries by himself head-on, all while controlling the flying swords in the surroundings. He alone had stopped the cavalry unit numbering more than 1,000. That was too much of a strange scenario. Just a lone magician was able to fight on the same level as 1,000-fold enemies. No, in fact, he has the upper hand. A fairy tale, or something that happened in another world, is what the common consensus would be. Beside Noah, who pinched her own cheeks again, there were multiple other students that had the same thought. Ouch! Looking beside her, there was Rai pulling on his now red cheeks. It seems like he's one of the many students that tried to verify whether it's a reality. It's not a dream, huh? Noah asked Rai, who was overlooking the bizarre fight. Hey, that's really amazing, right? Of course. Noah wasn't asking about the magic. She was referring to Ardis's swordsmanship that continuously flowed from one form to another even while surrounded by enemy cavalries in all directions. Although it's obvious Ardis's magic is abnormal, Noah couldn't accurately judge Ardis's strength with the sword as she wasn't a swordsman. Of course, being able to continuously keep a good fight while surrounded by enemies, it proves that he has excellent skills. But how amazing are those skills? Noah couldn't estimate, as her experience with swordsmanship aren't much. Amazing. Rai's answer was straight and simple, but he immediately corrected afterwards. No, it's not just amazing, it's on a monstrosity level. Something different from fear was on Rai's eyes. Noah could see envy and jealousy, and also impatience in those eyes. As good as my uncle? No, he might be even better. Do you mean the abnormal uncle you mentioned before? It's a little rude saying it that way, but yeah, that uncle of mine. Recalling his uncle that was just referred rudely, Rai had a slight bitter smile. Even while they are conversing, Ardis continued slaying more enemy cavalries. By the time they noticed, their weapons in the air had increased by multiple folds. Countless swords flew in the air. They could only have a dry laugh as they see the trained soldiers played by the swords. The league is too different. Rai, who was standing beside her, seems to have the same thoughts. It's really amazing. Rather, is he really a magician? I don't think a true swordsman can even win against him. Responding to Rai's softening words, Kyril spoke. There's a misunderstanding. Many people seems to believe that he's a magician, but I never heard Ardis-san refers himself as a magician once. Noah immediately rebuked Kyril's unexpected words. Wait a moment. But he can use that much spell? If he's not a magician, then what is he? Then is he a swordsman? No, Kyril, that's strange. Leaving aside his magic, he's not wearing any defensive equipment. If he's a swordsman, there's no need to be defenseless, right? Rai's question was next. Even if you asked. The best answer I have is, it's because he's Ardis-san. That was an answer that he thought was most fitting, but the one asked it wouldn't possibly be convinced. Kyril, who answered, seemed to have a given-up expression on his face. The same taken-back expression were on all of them. The three looked at the chaotic battle where only a purple robe can be seen fluttering. As the robe fluttered in a big motion, more cavalries would cease to breath, and replacing them are more flying weapons. It was an unnatural sight where one person is standing against an entire army. Although they're seeing it with their eyes, they still have the illusion of whether they're dreaming, and Elno asked, Kyril, is he really a human? I think he is. I know what you're thinking, but he's a human, probably. While adding on the trailing comment, Kyril himself felt a complicated emotion. Of course, the unbelievable fight that was unfolding in front of them. It's not just the three of them who are in disbelief. The other students were receiving if not bigger shock than them. Is he controlling that much swords by himself? It's still increasing. How many more will there be? It's not just 100 or 2 already. Overturning their common sense, and blowing it all away, they felt like they were witnessing a fight beyond their league of existence. At the overly detached from reality situation, even the students themselves had forgotten that they're on a battlefield. There were probably an equal number of lances and swords that Ardis is controlling, but many of the lances already had its handle broken, and the remaining blades only showed a figure of a distorted sword. The number of swords and the blades that looked like swords, there were enough of them to engulf the entire enemy cavalry unit. 500. No. Even 1,000 at this point is possible. There are naturally more unused weapons in a battlefield. Thinking if the enemy soldiers are wielding a lance and longsword each, calculating simply would make Ardis control twice the number of weapons he had defeated. With already half of the cavalries defeated, beside Ardis were piles of red corpses of human and mounts. Of course, counting the number of swords in the sky is impossible. All they could do is to guess. And so, Elnoa caught ears of what one of the students muttered. 1,000 blades. Countless swords. Sorcerer. Without regards to being in a corner of the battlefield, such strange words had remained in all the students' ears. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. The one-sided slaughter proceeded as he planned. Every twirl Ardis performed, more enemies fell. The flying swords that had long become uncountable were like volleys of arrows that followed the cavalries. The enemies were stopped in their tracks with no formation that can be seen. Excluding the cavalries in the middle who can see Ardis, most others bit the dust while not having an idea who they're fighting against. Of course, Ardis isn't as free as he seems. It was a result brought forth after bringing chaos to the enemy and the enemy's firm intention to kill Ardis. If that many numbers were pointing at Kyril and the other students from the start, even Ardis couldn't possibly protect them perfectly. But the current scenario is as Ardis thought. The enemy cavalries had judged that Ardis alone is not a threat and can be easily removed. But now that their plan had failed, Ardis had become an element of danger that they can't ignore. Another cavalry spewed blood as he fell off the horse, kicking the back of the horse that lost its rider. The moment when Ardis who leapt and landed, there was a dagger that was thrown aiming at his feet. At the unexpectedly sharp throw, Ardis panically twisted his body, and the dagger that was aimed at his foot struck into the earth deep. There, seeing Ardis's posture break, the cavalry that threw the dagger rushed in to welcome the cavalry who used a lance on his horse. Ardis controlled Moon's blizzard, coming from the enemy's side. HMPH. But the attack that was supposed to be unexpected was swung away by the cavalry's longsword. Although Ardis was taken back for a moment, he immediately regained himself and decided to take on the enemy's attack himself. Leaping backwards a slight distance, the same time as he landed, his leg forcefully changed his vector forward. Closing the distance in a moment, he slashed upwards from the enemy's feet while holding skies of myriad colors firmly in his hands. The sharpness was unparalleled. It was the same attack that had robbed many cavalries of their lives. But that was. You can block it, huh? Ardis's surprised feelings became words unintentionally. His attack was deflected by the long sword. Ardis, who tried to follow up another attack and step in further, suddenly felt chill at his back. Towards Ardis, who had basically retreated in instincts, the enemy thrusted the lance in his right hand. Crap. Realizing that his retreat won't be in time, Ardis immediately put up a barrier. The barrier that Ardis manifested to cover himself from the sharp end of the lance was destroyed in the same moment it was created. So easily? The enemy's thrust was much sharper than he had thought. Having said so, even if it couldn't completely stop the enemy's lance, it had weakened its momentum for a moment. For Ardis, that moment is enough. Having seen through where the tip of the lance would eventually reach, He felt through his senses that he would be able to avoid it, but his expectation was proved false in the next moment. It extends. Looking at the tip of the lance that extended past where it should have stopped, Ardys felt his hair standing. Immediately putting up springtime mist and moon's blizzard ahead, the two swords pushed the lance towards the right while Ardys himself avoided to the left. The lance passed by Ardys by a hairbreadth. At the same time, Ardys understood the reason why the lance was cornering him. After the enemy had broken Ardys's barrier, it's likely he had realized that the lance wouldn't reach, and he tried extending the range by loosening his grip. Although it was a single-use surprise attack, it was more than enough to catch Ardys by surprise and make him sweat cold. Just as he sensed the next danger and raised skies of myriad colors overhead, a heavy blow landed. You can block this too, huh? The cavalry had a huge grin as if he was impressed. His armor is much more extravagant. It's obvious that he's different from the normal cavalries. His voice is similar to the voice shouting out commands to the other cavalries earlier. It's a surprise to see someone of this caliber from the kingdom. The cavalry that is thought to be the commander became louder as he crossed swords with Ardys. It's the same for you. Ardys on the other hand looked surprised as well. After all, it is the second person that he'd encountered after Ted from Bright Stars of White Knight that can so easily defend against Ardys's attacks with pure martial arts. Although your strength is a little wasteful to perish here, you had already killed many of my men, so... The two was clashing into each other with power behind their attacks, but it was the cavalry commander who broke the balance first. I will have you die here. The longsword gracefully redirected Ardys's sword. Ardys had his stance broken along with the sword that was redirected, and the cavalry commander decided to strike at the gap. Of course, that attack was expected by Ardys. No thanks. Ardys, who tried to turn around skies of myriad colors that was heading into the earth, realized that he had failed to take back the initiative. The cavalry commander along with his long sword covered his entire sight. With his whole body, the cavalry commander had ditched the horseback, and jumped into Ardys along with his body weight. Aiming to hold me down, huh? Ardys realized his intentions and tried to kick at his crotch, but it seems like the enemy had read it as well, as he turned his knees inwards and blocked it. But because of that, his posture of trying to hold Ardys down broke. The two body crashed. Immediately redirecting the momentum by turning the other half of his body, Ardys quickly took distance by leaping backwards. Ardys looked strange at the cavalry commander who abandoned his horse without any hesitation. You are quite thoughtful, huh? It's not like riding on horseback can do anything better in this situation. Makes sense. Ardys agreed with the cavalry commander who was standing up. Hearing from the black-haired young man, the cavalry commander narrowed his eyes with an expression that said, just as I thought. No way you're a normal mercenary. Who are you? Though it might disappoint you, I'm sadly just a mercenary. HMPH. As if a mercenary can so easily go against 1,000 men of mine from our proud flying horse cavalry unit. Don't be joking. Jokes or not aside, it's the reality. And whoever I might be or whoever you might be, is that something that matters here? Unfazed by Ardys's provocative tone, the commander closed his mouth. After a long but short while of silence, he finally spoke as if regretting it. Underestimating because you are only alone. It was my mistake to have stopped my unit, huh? But there's nothing to say now. If the enemy cavalries have knew Ardys's sword magic, then it wouldn't have proceeded this smoothly. If they had knew to avoid a tough opponent, they could have at least dealt some damage to those that are behind Ardys. Now you're being honest. Why not just retreat knowing your defeat while you're at it? That would really be appreciated. Jokes. With so many of my men dead, no way I can retreat cowardly, the commander yelled while swinging the long sword grasped by both his hands down. Skies of myriad colors that took that attack reflected the color of the sky from the blade. Parrying the attack front on, Ardys drew an arc and flowed the direction of his sword straight to the enemy's legs. As the commander tried to avoid it by backstepping, Ardys immediately went on the offense and closed the distance further. 1 hit. 2 hits, 3 hits. Every time the swords in the both's hands clashed, a dull metal ringing sound reverberated. The commander's sword came from the side towards Ardys's abdomen. So young, yet that skillful. Well, thanks for that. Turning that away with skies of myriad colors, Ardys tried to counterattack aiming for his wrist, but it hit the air. The commander that retreated half a body away had took some distance to recover. We can't continue this forever. It's about time for a finisher. Sounds good. Ardis had short words while he took a stance with skies of myriad colors, staring at the commander. The mana. Ardis, who was paying attention at the commander, felt the flow of the mana around changed. At the same time, unfamiliar words were woven from the commander's mouth. I am power, I am sharp, I am will. Crimson sound, black essence of words, silver life force. All of which returns here. Shinra. Deceiving air. A chant? What is it? It was a chant that Ardis had never heard before. It's certain that it is a move that utilized mana in some way, but even Ardis couldn't guess or know the nature of a magic that he'd never seen before. Along with the chant ending, the commander dished out a sharp slash towards Ardis with his long sword. Body strengthening? From how he moved, Ardis, who predicted it might be either body strengthening magic or some kind of lingering effects applied on his weapon, decided to deploy physical barrier rather than magic barrier. Unlike the barrier that was lacking in integrity and broken through as it was created in a hurry earlier, the barrier this time is woven from mana in a tight formation. You're mine. The long sword was thrusted out from the commander's hand along with the war cry. Even if it can't completely block it. The moment Ardis thought that his momentum would be dulled without mistake was shocked when the sword passed through the barrier as if it didn't exist there in the first place. It passed through? Ardis was shocked at the unexpected development, panically tried to parry the sword, but the blade itself had no response. Its illusions. Ardis saw through the nature of the magic used by the commander. But that same moment, the real long sword that the commander thrusted out is already right in front of Ardis's eyes. Faster than his thoughts, Ardis's instincts recalled his flying swords. As he was leaping backwards, 5 flying swords combined, forming a pentagonal shape while he was falling backwards. And just as the long sword entered the pentagon, the swords revolved around it. This time, it was the commander's turn to be surprised. What? The blade of the long sword tangled with the flying swords. The commander panically withdrew his sword before it was blown away, but, of course, Ardis won't let the chance slip. Taking use of the moment when a long sword was pulled back, Ardis kicked against the ground and dived into the commander in an instant. The voice cut off as he realized his failure. Without the chance to evade, skies of myriad colors ripped his throat open. The commander's body slowly tilted sideways, and fell on the ground decorated with red blood. Captain, facing the cavalries that were all stunned, Ardis had a not-so-welcoming smile as he warned, still up for more? I will be around if any of you still wish to go. With countless swords flying in the air showing their dominance, the enemy cavalries were showing faces as if they witnessed a demon. Eventually, the death of their commander was spread, and the enemy lost their will to continue and retreated. Seeing that their figures had disappeared, Ardis finally had the room to breathe a sigh. Phew. It worked somehow, keeping skies of myriad colors back in its scabbard. Recalling moon's blizzard and springtime mist, Ardis turned around and saw the stunned students. The students started muttering things that weren't especially directed to who. What? He really, that many enemies, by himself, it can't be real. What is he? After all, the scenery that was engraved in their eyes are too unreal that it's unbelievable. The messenger soldier lost his voice. Even Kyril, who should be the person here who understands Ardis's ability most, had a strange expression on his face without saying anything. All right then, we should move now before we encounter more enemies. Without regards to what they were thinking, Ardis gave out his next instructions with a tone that didn't suggest the intense battle that happened just a few moments ago. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. The war that happened on the 20th of August, without waiting the sun to set. The war ended with one expected and one unexpected result. The expected result was the loss of the kingdom. After all, it was an unfavorable war considering they had lost the first time. The kingdom no longer has the power to resist against the imperial forces that fought after being crafty and careful. It is a result well expected by many. The already unfavorable kingdom army fell right in the empire's trap, and had their headquarters easily dismantled when assaulted. Even worse, the third prince and the general was taken down. It was a complete defeat in many ways. It was a perfect victory for the imperial army. On the other hand, the unexpected result, it was the retreat of the imperial army. The imperial forces that was expected to advance into the kingdom's capital after winning the war retreated their troops on the 22nd and returned to their country. Regarding that, no countries could wrap their head around the reason. Even the kingdom's best brains didn't understand why. although it's a fortune unthinkable for the kingdom that should have been on the express to doom. They probably can't rest easy not knowing why, even though the news about the war had spread out to the other countries starting from the kingdom. It's likely only the higher-up figures of the empire and those from their alliance, San Rogil monarchy, would know. To spoil our desired victory, what an incompetent emperor! Outskirts of the imperial capital, a room that was lent to the reinforcements that came from the San Rogil monarchy. 3 young men were around a table. Among them, one man with silver hair insulted the empire's most prominent figure, and was reprimanded by another man with narrow eyes sitting across him. That's saying too much. HMPH. As if I would pay any respect to an emperor that has no chance to win if not for our help. From the silver-haired, there was a clear contempt towards the emperor of the Elmania Empire. Even so, we are here as the reinforcements of an alliance of goodwill. There's no knowing if there is around. Refrain from saying such things. Agree, there were things that you shouldn't say even if you knew. At the narrow-eyed's words, the third person with a large build beside the silver-haired agreed while nodding. "Okay. There's no one but us here anyways. It's about your attitude. If you're so loose-mouthed here, if anything happened, you would definitely say something inappropriate." At the silver-haired, who showed no reflection, the narrow-eyed sternly reprimanded again. "Agree. Your attitude had brought troubles before." The large build laughed. Anyways, the narrow-eyed changed the topic. "Since our captain died, we can only wait for further instructions from our home country." Only captain knew the details of the plan after all. Question: "You have not heard anything?" the large build asked. "I heard some fraction of it but not all. I only knew that we are supposed to push the empires back and to induce the war with the kingdom, and to support in that." "But isn't that something you two know as well?" 2 people nodded at his words. Even if not all details of the plan were told by their country, they could infer to a certain degree from the deceased captain's actions and words. "The plans is to make the empire our puppet country gradually," is what the captain revealed. But, I don't know if that's the captain's own thinking or the actual plan." The narrow-eyed closed his eyes and shook his head lightly. The flying horse cavalry unit that was sorted in the war took a grave hit. After messing with the kingdom's headquarters, the 3 persons spread out in order to find the remaining soldiers didn't know all well about the situation. The captain, who had led 1,000 of his men, encountered enemy. They only knew that half of them, about 500 cavalries, were killed in action from those that survived. According to them, the nightmare started when they found the last cavalry on the run. 30 cavalries were sent in advance with the order to apprehend, but they encountered soldiers from the kingdom, and was annihilated. The captain and the remaining cavalries who caught up later also entered in battle, and casualties were made one after another because of unbelievable attacks from magic. Certainly, losing 500 men is painful. Excluding the injured, the unit had reduced to only 1,200 men who can move immediately. But even so, they are still a considerable force in the imperial capital. But now that they had lost their captain, they cannot move but wait for further instructions from their country. Confirmation: the letter to our home country already sent. The earliest reply would probably arrive a month later. It's far back to their country. On top of that, it is a vast ocean separating the two. Although they had a special method to communicate, it will still take a considerable time. It'll be good if nothing happens till then. At the ironic words of the silver-haired, the large build nodded. Agree. A civil war might happen in the winning country. Really, things just don't go the way you want in life sometimes. In this war, the empire had prepared more forces than the enemy, and had established dominance ever since the first fight. On top of that, the kingdom's army had moved just as they planned, and they had even made it into a defensive battle even though they're the one invading. On top of that, the flying horse cavalries from the monarchy, feeding fake news into the kingdom army and trapping them, they had planted the fact of victory. Originally, they had even planted traps in the retreat routes expected to be used by the kingdom. Even ambushing soldiers were assigned in order to thoroughly annihilate any remains. That attempt was successful. The kingdom army lost, and fell in the trap while retreating and annihilated by the ambushing soldiers. They made sure all their effort was not in vain to cripple the kingdom entirely. But the chance to finish the invasion was all for nothing now. The commander of the right wing, Viscount Lithria, was it? Yeah. The only son of the big-shot noble, Duke Tangram in the Empire, 5 others family heads, 7 successors, and 6 second or third sons. A total of 18 was killed. The narrow-eyed revealed the information that he had gotten himself to the large build. As if continuing the story, the silver-haired snorted with a stupefied look. So, enough forces, plenty supplies, but retreated in a panic even though the enemies are no longer in a state to fight. Such stupidity. The nobles in this country holds tremendous power, even though an emperor, without the nobles' support, his position is threatened. The long-desired invasion of the kingdom. Their choice of not taking the perfect chance to do so, even if the empire's people knew the reason, they couldn't possibly be convinced. Duke Tangram, whose eldest son died on the battlefield, demanded the emperor to take responsibility and step down, but the emperor himself refused. Following after Duke Tangram, that has the biggest faction in the empire, the nobles in his faction, and the other noble family that had lost their family heads or successors showed distrust to the emperor, and the civil situation in the country worsened rapidly. It's already at a situation where a civil war is inevitable. Question: who was the one benefiting from the war? The kingdom avoided their territory being taken, but their army and third prince were lost. The empire won the war but didn't reap the rewards and retreated, only piling up deficit for war funds. They could have gotten ransom money if the enemy prince was captured, but, thanks to a certain someone, capturing isn't even an option. Is it my fault? Their royal family will be all executed when the kingdom falls anyways. At the large build's prosecution, the Silverhead took it personally. After all, it was none other than him who attacked the headquarters and accidentally killed the kingdom prince. Certainly it was so at that time. We could have easily advanced to their capital after the victory. A month would be enough to totally disassemble them, but the empire's internal affairs no longer allows for anything related outside. The narrow-eyed shoulders dropped along with an audible sigh. If the original plan failed, the better choice would have been to capture the enemy's royalty to demand ransom from the kingdom. But that's if the third prince in question is still alive. In this situation, even if the empire proposed a temporary truce, it's unclear what action the kingdom will take. Of course, the empire might be able to advance the talk in their favor, but if the kingdom knew of the situation in the empire now, they would surely make use of it. If the enemy prince is still in the empire's hands now, a one-sided negotiation might have been possible. We have considerable losses too. Our captain was killed. In the end, the empire, kingdom and ourselves, all of us were hurt without profits. So troublesome. Why not go take down the kingdom by ourselves? Foolish. No way such a selfish decision is allowed. Certainly, the Flying Horse Cavalries has enough power to easily trample on the dying kingdom. But their home country might not be desiring that already, and there aren't any resources to upkeep the territory after invading the kingdom and annihilating them. On top of that, they would obviously antagonize the empire. Leaving aside the two that had started arguing again, the narrow-eyed stood up to declare the conclusion. In any case, we must wait for further instructions, to not be involved in the storm brewing in the empire. Notify our men to be more careful than ever. A month later, was when they received instructions from their country. It was return immediately. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. In any case, a toast for ourselves for living. Toast. A restaurant in the capital of Nagra's kingdom, Gran, with El Noah formally starting the celebration. Kyril, Rai and El Noah bumped their glasses full of fruit juice. The smiles that were on the three persons around the round table, the joy of seeing each other making it alive. A week had passed since the war with Empire. The three persons that had finally had some time to cool down and realize the fact of surviving the war finally held a celebration. A party consisting only the three of them. In any case, it wasn't appropriate for them to celebrate loudly in the capital that is shrouded in a dim atmosphere from the lost. On top of that, there were casualties from their academy as well. Even if most of them aren't people they had talked with, they can't feel nothing. On top of that, the total of 8,000 soldiers, 5,000 did not return. The remaining 3,000 excluding the injured are only at most 1,500. And among those, majority are from the Thoria Territorial Army. Now that they have returned to Thoria, not even 500 soldiers are in the capital to defend against any invasion. But there's no need to worry about the Imperial forces that retreated for some reason. Rai muttered in disbelief while forking a thick piece of meat that was roasting. Why did they do it? Well, it's good for us that the capital won't be involved in the war, but it's a little creepy not knowing the reason. Though they might have some circumstances that we don't know, You're right, it's creepy. The people in capital in a way are now on the verge of death. On top of the grave injury that made them unable to move, it's as if a knife is still at their throat, even though it only requires a small push to win. The Empire's decision to retreat isn't something that can be understood by normal students. The kingdom's military experts must also be in confusion, and now working their best to solve the mystery. Skewering a piece of fried potato that has the fragrance of garlic while thinking about that, Ray asked Kyril, "Won't you know something?" The black-haired San would look like he knows something. Black-haired San, Ardis-san? Yeah, that monster San. Instead of Ardis, Kyril had a grumpy expression. It's true that Ardis has an absurd monstrosity level of strength, but he's Kyril's benefactor, and also his teacher. Of course, Kyril knows that Ray's words aren't with any ill intentions. Even so, he felt a little angry at someone saying rude things to his greatest benefactor. Hey Ray, even if you didn't mean it, it's bad to refer someone who saved our lives like that. Instead, a criticism rises from another direction. No, sorry, I didn't really mean it. It's fine. I know that. While saying so to the awkward-looking Ray, Kyril replied the question that was asked earlier. But Ardis-san is just a mercenary. I don't think he would know anything detailed. No, he has so much strength. Just a mercenary is not correct. Rather, he's not just at the level of so much strength. I'm on the same page with Ray. If that child is just a mercenary, then there's no place for other mercenaries and the magicians in the army. It's not like I meant in that way. With a feeling of hard to explain, Kyril reached his hand to the fish dish that was brought to him while finding words. The white meat that was steamed with herbs stimulated his appetite through his nasal. Hey Kyril, who is that child? I know he's powerful and he's the three great demons subjugator, but he's that strong with an age not really different than us. Even though seeing him myself, it's hard to believe. There's a misunderstanding. I don't. Ardis-san is the same age as us. Why? Elnoa's hair swayed as she tilted her head. I met Ardis-san for the first time 4 years ago. Where do you think we met? Isn't it the capital? Sorcerer's Forest. The deepest area. Hey? At the location pointed out by Kyril, there was a sound unbefitting of a nobility daughter. Why in that place? Rather, you were there too? Ray, who seemed to be drawn in by the location, asked. Well, leaving aside why was I in the Sorcerer's Forest? I was 12 that time, but Ardis-san looked like 4 or 5 years older than me that time. Wait, Kyril. So you mean, that child? No, he was 15, 16 during then and now should be about 20. His appearance really didn't show much about his age. Elnoa was skeptical about it. There's no doubt some growth is there compared to 4 years ago, but, for Ardis-san, I don't think his looks match his age very well. Though, if that's the case, his bodily growth is too late, Kyril muttered so inaudibly. Hey, Kyril, about meeting him 4 years ago in Sorcerer's Forest. Leaving aside Elnoa in confusion, Ray asked. Was the black-haired San that strong back then? Yeah, so strong that he can treat the demonic beings in the forest as playthings. I.e. At Kyril's immediate response, Ray's face cringed. When we were getting out, there were bandits that surrounded us. Kyril on the other hand continued his story. With 10 or so bandits, he had the leeway to test out a cursed weapon too. Hey Kyril, I don't think your words are understandable. Elnoa, who stood up from the confusion, hugged her head once again at Kyril's words. There were mountains of things I want to retort, but anyway, I didn't really understand Ardis-san's strength that time. Was it after entering the academy? I came to realize how amazing of a person he is. While stabbing the already cold olive oil fried mushroom, Elnoa, who finally recovered from the series of confusion, complained to Ray as if remembering something. In any case, we're saved because of him. Please don't speak rudely if we meet him. I know. I'm thankful to that black-haired San too, and also respect towards his strength. I said it right? No ill will. Even so, if it doesn't reflect in your words, then there's no meaning. Seriously, Elnoa had a given-up expression and changed her target to Kyril. Of course, I'm intending to thank him again, but, Kyril, I should thank you too. Eh? Why me? I mean, didn't he come to the war because of Kyril? I wonder. No, that might be it. Come to think of it, it might be that case. In the first place, Ardis had no reason to participate in the war. Now thinking about it, Ardis might have participated in the war for Kyril's sake. At the same time, while feeling happy, Kyril also felt a sense of sorry at his own powerlessness. After biting off a chunk of meat without knowing what Kyril felt, Rai changed the tropic after drinking the juice. But again, that magic was really overwhelming. That magic, by which do you mean? Elno asked which magic he was referring to. For her, any one of the multiple flames of purgatory, the earthen walls that were raised to protect them, the bow of rainbow that shot out more than 100 light, all of them are not normal. Regarding that, Kyril agrees too. Any single spell of his are incomparable to the magic casted by normal magicians. No, I mean the sword magic. I heard he was only controlling 2 swords, but rumors can't be trusted. The league is too different. 3 great demons subjugator is not just a show. It's not just that now. It seems like he's gotten a new second name now. A new second name? Yes, Countless Sword Sorcerer. It's a strange name, but certainly fitting after having seen that scene. Is that so? If Ardis heard about this, he would surely make an uncomfortable look. Kyril was sure of it. Certainly that was something someone muttered that time. Yes, but do you know who spread that name actually? Kyril and Rai had a face at each other. It seems like it was the messenger soldier that time. Perhaps not hoping for an answer from the two, Elnoa answered the question herself. That messenger, he's surprisingly well connected. He went all over the place and spread the fake-sounding but real feats of his, Ardis-san, along with the strange name. Though there were many that were not really impressed by that seemingly absurd story, there wasn't any bright things to talk about then, so it might have been a good topic to chat about. Fake-sounding but real? What do you mean? Rai's expression asked for further explanation. The story of standing against 1,000 cavalries by himself, something along those lines. It's the truth though. Rai, who heard the explanation from Elnoa, verified the truth of the story. After all, Ardis alone did in fact repel all the enemy cavalries by himself. Something like he can cast 30 magicians worth of spell at once. Another fact. Certainly, thinking back at how many upper grade spells that were casted at once, that scale probably needed 30 advanced magicians, and killing the enemy general with 1,000 blades. Another fact. Although they didn't count, at that time, 1,000 swords, strictly speaking, blades from spears, axes and others, were all controlled by Ardis. And Ardis taking down the enemy general is another undeniable fact. I see. Certainly, I would be skeptical hearing it. After all, it still feels like a dream for us even though we saw it first-handed. All of them were describing the truth without exaggeration. Of course those who just heard the story won't believe it. There are many who just takes it as a story. Well, it's the truth, so there's no problem. I mean, the black-haired San isn't troubled, right? Should be. He probably doesn't think getting his name known is a bad thing. Kyril replied with a little hesitation. After all, Kyril couldn't imagine at all Ardis's happy face at the prospect of his name getting known. Then a while after that, Kyril and the other two chatted over the meal happily. Few dishes were served on the table, and their empty glasses are filled with more juice. But opposite to Kyril and Rai, who increased in talk, Elnoa's words become lesser. Eventually, when all of the food is leveled, the after-meal dessert, Melville cake, were brought to the 3 people. In contrast to Rai, who had already finished eating it using his hand, Elnoa, who used her fork to cut a portion from the surface off, muttered, "What will happen to this country, I wonder?" It is the 3's thoughts. Even if they are celebrating their safe return, the reality is that the fate of the kingdom is still unknown. Will both of you return to your home country? Kyril is from Riatan of the coalition. He's living in the capital right now as he's attending the academy and had participated in the war on the obligation of a student. But all in all, he doesn't have any responsibility towards the kingdom. I wonder, since we were sorted in the war once and fulfilled the responsibility, I don't think anyone would say anything if we chose to return. Rai as well is from the coalition. Although he's from a different state than Kyril's, it doesn't change the fact that he has a place to return outside of the kingdom. What about Elnoa? Asked back. Elnoa was looking away as she said, "I'm birth of the kingdom. And also, as a noble birth, I can't leave my obligations." After knowing Elnoa for the past few months, and having understood her personality, it was an expected answer that made Kyril frown. Although they didn't know why the Empire didn't follow through and invade, another attempt might happen at any time, and there were no longer any soldiers that can put up a fight in the kingdom. Even in the capital, there were only about few hundred soldiers left. In this situation, choosing to stay in the capital isn't a smart choice. In fact, there were many citizens that had already packed up their belongings and fled to the coalition or to Thoria. Although it's a rumor that Kyril heard, it seems like there were even some royalty escaping the capital in secret. Though I don't really think someone like you that isn't the head nor a successor have to feel so responsible. I know, I will think about so when it's really dangerous. But now, it's still not a time to escape. Her sense of responsibility is strong, or maybe she was being too tough on herself. Well, ask me anything if you need it. A true friend is much more precious than any fame or money. That's what my uncle always says. At Rai's words, Elnoa, who seemed surprised, asked again, Friend? Her expression was like she never expected to hear that. Me? Oi, what are you saying now? What are we if not friends? I mean, aren't we already comrades that had lived through the same hell? Rai, being stunned at what she said, was natural. It was the same for Kyril. Yup, I think of you two the same way. Although I can't be like Kardis-san, I will be of help as much as possible. I believe Elnoa isn't that unjudgmental to do anything reckless. I will do everything I can if Elnoa wants to leave the kingdom. After all, I'm working for a merchant association. We have connections all over the place. We will help if you have any troubles. Of course, it's within what we can do, but at the very least don't forget that we're on your side. Kyril's words were reinforced by Rai. I see, friend. A true friend. While repeating those words, Elnoa had a brimming smile as she looked back. Rai, Kyril. Thank you. I'm really happy. Along with the words of appreciation, Elnoa's face bloomed like a pretty flower. Elnoa had a reputation of being someone cold and tough, but it is at this time Kyril wanted to deny all of those rumors. Unlike the usual coldness, it was a natural and defenseless smile. Even Kyril was stuck on words to reply. Leaving aside Kyril, who was facing his difficulties, Rai changed the atmosphere with a then. Let's toast again, for the sake of our safe return, and for our friendship. Yes. Yeah. The three once again toasted with 3 glasses filled with juice. With voices that are loud enough to make the server's brows twitch, the high-pitched sound of the glasses bumping resounded. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Ardis returned from the battlefield, saw off Kyril and the other students. After passing the message of his safety to the house in the forest, he headed deeper into the forest. It was to welcome Rona, who was looking after Upus living in the forest to avoid human eyes. Although it seems like the flames of war didn't reach there, he managed to get a piece of interesting information. Rona, who had nothing better to do, found a group likely to be Imperial soldiers venturing in the forest and overheard their conversation. A week later, Ardis and Rona can be found in the capital of Nagara's kingdom, Gran. Entering a tavern standing in the entertainment district of the capital, Ardis finally found the person he was looking for. Unlike the result of 60% of our army not returning, as expected of you to return without a single scratch, I must say, a kind-looking man with glossy brown hair who had his hands on the counter sent irony praises towards Ardis. So, what do you need from me? I'm quite busy right now. I have an appointment later, so make it short. It is the man working as an information broker. In the period when the destruction of kingdom can happen anytime, there's no way he has nothing to do. Now that the reason behind the empire retreating is still not determined in the capital, there were many people seeking refuge in other countries in fear of the invasion, and the capital's population had thinned considerably. The information brokers in the capital are probably gathering as much information as they can without rest now, but considering the reason is still unknown now, it might just mean the information gathering abilities of the kingdom are really lacking, or the empire is really good at warding against spies, though it isn't easy to tell which. Well, don't be so cold, Cheza. I even brought some shocking information for you to enjoy after all. The information broker, whose name is Cheza, narrowed his eyes. I will say it first, but any stories about a black-haired monster causing the enemy right wing to retreat on his own, or something like the countless sword sorcerer winning against 1,000 cavalries riding on peculiar beasts, those are already stale. The value of information depends on its freshness, as expected from him. Not those. Then what is it? I'm busy as well, so please get to the point. I want to quickly leave. Cheza had such an aura oozing out of his body as he hushed. The reason why the Empire retreated their army. Cheza's cheeks twitched at Ardis's short words, and his eyes changed colors. How much will you pay for it? Cheza sent a silent gaze towards Ardis, and took a seat at the counter. Continue. it would seem. Ardis took a seat beside, and ordered 2 portions of fruit juice from the owner. Didn't you say you have an appointment? Is it fine? Ardis, who implied that was replied by the information broker with a sigh. If it's going to take time, then I will have someone go in my place. First things first. The bill on the juice depends on what information you bring. The owner of the tavern put out 2 portions of fruit juice on the counter and left. Ardis, who verified that with a side glance, started talking. There were Imperial soldiers that went into the forest to hunt fleeing kingdom soldiers, and when they retreated, I had an ear in what the officer-like cavalry said then. So you mean you didn't hear it yourself? Yeah, but it's from a credible source. After declaring, Ardis Santa gazed towards his feet. There was the figure of a golden beast with an expression of HMPH, of course. And then, for the past few days, I went to the Empire to gather some information on my own. So it's something that will either be laughed off by a state spy of our own, or make him angrily stomp the ground in frustration. Cesare had an inexplicable expression on his face. Although Ardis makes it sounds easy, if it was really that easy, the upper echelons of the kingdom wouldn't be so busy trying to gather information. In conclusion, the Empire won't invade for the time being, and the cavalry unit that rode on the strange beasts is also, sorry, but it's charged here on. So, how much? Cesare, who cringed his face, glared at Ardis hatefully. 3 gold coins. Oi, don't be joking. I even went out on a dangerous expedition to the Imperial capital just to gather information. I would settle for about 10. Bastard, you aren't troubled with money, right? It's a different matter. Right, I'm not troubled with money, but that doesn't mean I should sell my information underpriced unrightfully, right? Without changing his reluctant face, Cesare put out a correction to the price. If you're only selling to me, I will consider it a little. 5 gold coins. With that much, I'm afraid I will have to look for other information brokers. 8. Do you think the others would believe you? People who don't realize your ability will think that you're spouting lies. 6. It might be nonsense if coming from a common mercenary, but it's brought by the countless sword sorcerer. You know, I think that name has quite the trust behind it though. 7. It's not like our intelligence gathering is useless. It's about time our chaos settles down, and some real information comes in. It's possible that your information suddenly diminishes in value after I get it. 6 gold and 5 silvers, no more than this. Is that so? Then I have no choice but to bring this somewhere else. I think this might go down to about 1 gold in value in a few days. Cesare's face cringed more and his words stuck. Well then, Ardis, who said so and stood up, was held back by the information broker. Wait a minute. What is it? I'm on the way to get myself a pocket change of 7 gold now. I got it. I will buy it. 7 gold coin it is. With a voice of despair, Cesare dumped out 7 gold coins from his pocket on the counter. Then it's a deal, huh? With a satisfied smile, Ardis took his seat back, and retrieved the gold coins put on the counter. Really a hard person to handle, you. That's a praise for me in my opinion. Oh, I see. Then quickly start explaining, will you? I intend to retrieve back my expenses tonight. Wait a minute. Cesare interrupted saying so and called the owner over, and handed over several copper coins. He probably asked the owner to pass on the message to the person he was supposed to meet. Now then, will you tell me about it in detail? Yeah, I will do at least 7 gold worth. Saying so to Cesare, who returned, Ardis started slowly describing what he had saw and heard himself in the Imperial capital. The fact that the Imperial army unit that had the most nobles in it had the most casualties, and among them is the sole successor of the leader of a big faction, Duke Tangram. Starting from the death of Duke Tangram's son, there were many other nobles who experienced the same thing, starting to have doubts about the emperor and the royalties. As a result, the royal family's foundation was shook. On top of that, the southern continent's reinforcements lost about 1/3 of their entire force, as their commander had died in the battlefield. Their support for the empire had disappeared gradually. I see. If that's the case, then they really won't have the time for any invasion. It's on the verge of a civil war there. I even feel some sympathy for the empire that had won so overwhelmingly but decided to retreat before getting the result, and now it's all in vain. And thanks to that, the kingdom was able to keep its life. As if to complement Cesare's thoughts, Ardis continued his narration on the current situation. Then that means an invasion from the empire will be a story in the future half year if they can quickly suppress complaints from their nobles. If not, a civil war will break out and it'll take them several years. But what? In the end, the reason is because of the successor of Duke Tangram, and the Flying Horse Cavalry Unit. The commander that came from the southern continent was killed, right? What about it? No, what I mean is, in the end, with a stupefied look, Cesare said so. You are the culprit of everything. What culprit? Don't put it that way, at least say it's my contribution. Contribution? Certainly, it'll be your contribution if this news gets out. I'm sure the value of your information that had already risen for the past few days will continue rising. What's about that? Do you not realize what have you done at all? Cesare didn't bother holding his sigh in. The sword magic user that had subjugated the 3 great demons residing in the kingdom for many years. That much alone already attracts quite a lot of attention, now adding on repelling the entire Imperial army on your own right? That's over-exaggerating. Even if it's me, I can't make an entire army retreat. I know that well. Countless swords sorcerer is something people pinned on you as they like, although the things I've heard is too unrealistic that it feels like the story had been added on with frills and ribbons. It's all the truth. Leaving aside Cesare, who had a strange tired face, Ardis left the tavern, buying some souvenirs for the twins from the streets. While being showered by the sunshine, Ardis and Rona entered the forest. Being called Countless Sword Sorcerer, how cool. Al, is that so? I mean, it does sounds intimidating for bluffing purposes, but then again, you're really a magician everywhere, Al. It's so. It'll be a pain to have dealt with them one by one with the sword after all. Either way, with a better fame, less people will mess with me. Ardis wasn't unhappy at his name being known. The more Ardis's strength is known, the lesser reckless opponents he would have to deal with. With that much fame, even Sir Thoria wouldn't be able to easily mess with him now. Of course, considering Sir Thoria is someone with immense political power, it's possible that he can manipulate something behind the scenes. That's why he wouldn't be careless. Another problem after that. Certainly, less trouble will find its way to him. But on the other hand, he also thought that he might have been collecting too much hatred this time. As the price of quelling a small number of enemies, an entire army would become his enemy. Those that are related to the nobles that Ardis had killed in the war certainly holds a grudge against him. At that, it was Ted who had a stupefied look, making more enemies again, Norris who laughed seemingly enjoying it, and Orphelia who makes a face as she couldn't care more. Well, nothing I can do now. NN, about what? It's nothing. Welcome back, Ardis. Rona. It was the twins waiting for Ardis and Rona's return with brimming smile in the house inside the forest. With a perfect timing, the two's voice overlapped, and leapt into Ardis. I'm back, Philia. Rihanna. Ardis patted the platinum blonde hair in order. Their hair became a mess quickly, but they both were laughing as if tickled. I am happy for your safe return, my master. Yeah, good work for looking after the house. Was there anything when I was gone? Nia, who served as the bodyguard of the twins, came later. Her quiet self, while exuding an aura of nobility, nodded. There was no particular concern. It was too uneventful that the two had nothing to do. Ardis, I made a pillow with Rihanna. We made it. Pillow? Ardis's head tilted at the unexpected noun. A pillow for napping use. We made one for Ardis too. I will go take it. Ardis's too. Without waiting for Ardis's reply, the two ran around the house. They had nothing to do and tried to spend some time at sewing. They thought to make something and came up with making a pillow for my master's afternoon naps. Isn't it magnificent for their first product? Was it funny? Nia, who doesn't really show emotions on her face, had a small smile. And there, the twins were seen carrying 3 pillows in their arms. Ardis, we brought it already here. Let's nap. Philia's hands have 2 small pillows. Rihanna's hands had a much bigger one. It would indicate the small ones are for the twins, and the bigger one is for Ardis. This is Ardis's. Rihanna put out the bigger pillow towards Ardis. It was made with a grassy green color cloth, and the poor sewing can be seen. The sewing lines were all over the place, and the overall shape is distorted somewhat. There were some places where it was not sewn properly and the stuffing inside peeking out, and also ends of threads that were not tied up properly that can be seen protruding. Even a cheap pin that only takes 3 copper a night had better pillow. But what about it? If anyone dared to laugh at it, Ardis would send them a kick no matter who is it. Thank you, Rihanna. Philia too. Having handed it over to Ardis, Rihanna squirmed shyly. Well, the weather is nice. I guess a nap now would be good. The sun had only passed overhead a little, There was still much time before the sun sets. Ardis together with the twins moved to a shade under the tree in the garden, undone his traveling equipment and put down the pillow and laid on the ground. Philia takes the right, then Rihanna takes the left. The twins chose their spot beside Ardis and started sleeping, and there was Rona near his feet letting out a huge yawn. The wind brushed by his cheeks. The strong sunlight was blocked by the leaves and branches. The sound of shaking leaves became lullaby. "My master, won't you unequip your sword? It'll hit the winds if you turn around." Oh. That's right. Ardis, who was about to enter dreamland, raised himself. Taking off the sword that was tied to his waist, he felt something was pulling at his clothes. Manya, Ardis. It was Philia who was clutching Ardis's sleeves. On the other side, Rihanna was doing the same to his clothes. Sleep talking? The two were sleeping in peace. They had already journeyed into the dreamland in advance. While having his clothes tugged by two sides, Ardis brushed their head. Nfufu. Then a happy smile came. Seeing that, Ardis naturally smiled as well. The war between the kingdom and the empire had ended with no clear winner. The kingdom were beaten to tatters, but was spared from the fate of destruction. But with the empire thoroughly cleaning the remains of soldiers from the kingdom, they had a huge advantage in the next war. But for the two sides, the things they had lost were more than they had gained. Many who participated in the war lost many things too. Those that lost their limbs, those that lost their reputation, those that lost their comrades, and those that lost their lives. And what they gained was money and fame that could never compare to what was lost. Even Ardis himself, having gained the title of Countless Sword Sorcerer in exchange of many of the enemy's lives, but how much is that title worth actually? Leaving that aside, Ardis thought. In the end, Ardis's action had protected the kingdom. Ted, Norris, and Orphalia were all fine. His purpose for joining the war to protect Kyril was fulfilled as well. But what mattered most to Ardis were the sleeping face of the two creatures beside him. Ardis realized anew. How long has it been that he felt so protective to something? Things that he wanted to protect, things that he must protect, and things that he couldn't protect. Suppressing the emotions that almost flowed out, Ardis patted at the things that he should protect now. I won't fail this time. If it means to protect these children, a country or two, come at me. Ardis declared so to no one. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. A month had passed since the war. As the new year approaches, Ardis walks along the road of the royal capital with Rona at the request of a certain person. Since then, there was no signs of re-invasion from the empire. The kingdom saved its neck barely. It seems like the civil situation in empire has finally reached the ears of the kingdom's government. Calm has started to return to the capital. Hey Al, we aren't going to hunt today? After seeing no one around, Rona asked in a soft voice. Yeah, we're going to meet someone today. What? Boring. Didn't I said so when we went out? No need to follow me, that is. Ardis patted Rona's head, who had lost his interest while walking. Rona showed a strange expression at Ardis's face that seemed different than usual. What happened? What? You don't look like you want to go. Rona's worry peered into Ardis's face. I see. It was obvious, huh? Well, I won't deny that I would rather not go. Isn't it fine to not go then? I would have done so normally, but there's a reason I must. Phew. Ardis sighed and patted Rona's head again. Even Ardis looked a little sour. After all, he was heading to a noble's house. On top of that, it was no normal noble, a noble among nobles, the house of a duke with royal blood. I shouldn't have owed a favor. Ardis started regretting deeply over asking for a favor from a certain person without many thoughts. Winding the clock back to a few days prior, after selling a piece of information to Cesare, Ardis had a period without going out to hunt, nor accepting any request, but only spent days in idle enjoying his peaceful afternoon naps. It's about time he should visit the capital again. 10 days after he thought that, after stopping by his frequented inn Sesragian, Miller complained to Ardis. Ardis sound it was a trouble. Ardis, who had already been known as the three great demons subjugate, now had a new name after the war as Countless Sword Sorcerer, as the information of Ardis frequently staying at Sesragi in a common knowledge. There were many people that are interested or wish to have a tie with him, and so, many people tried to look for him there. Well, sorry for that. In any case, Sesragian's final weapon, Miller's special menu, had sold 10 times the volume, so it probably wasn't really bad. Though, it would be nothing but nightmares for those who ate it without any prior knowledge. Anyway, There were many messages and letters that people left for Ardis-san. Miller, who said so, went inside while Ardis sat on an empty sheet, and when she returned, it was with a mountain of notes and sealed letters dumped on him. Though Ardis was reluctant, he still had to glance through them a little. After slowly verifying the sender's identity one after another, he categorized them into ones that he would read, and ones that he would just discard. And among one, he found a message from someone he couldn't ignore. "I will need you to return the favor now." The sender's name is Moore. It was from the commander of the mercenary unit in the war. Those that wanted to hire him, form a party, or invitation to private army are all ignored. Finally, there were only a few that Ardis had to reply no matter what. And among those was Moore's matter. When Ardis left the front line in the war, he had owed a favor to the captain, Moore, who was understanding of his reasons. If he needed Ardis to return the favor, then Ardis couldn't ignore it. The favor that Ardis would come to know of after visiting Moore's mansion was something so troublesome that it made his face cringe. "Ooh, you're here. Sorry for the wait." Though I knew having a higher rank for the army can live a good life, I didn't think it is such a good mansion. I have my salary as the captain, and also I have my fair share of earnings during my mercenary days. Though it's stupid, it won't look good if I haven't hired many. "I see," Ardis understood. Many of the servants Ardis saw after entering the mansion had missing parts of their body or those that were limping. At the same time, from how their eyes shone, Ardis understood they were also once combatants. They're probably people that had been injured and can no longer fight. They might be Moore's past comrades when he was a mercenary. The reason why he has such a big mansion might have been because of them too. "I thought you will be here earlier though." "Sorry, I wasn't around in the capital recently. I just received the message yesterday." "I see. You're now a busy celebrity, right?" Moore was smirking while poking fun at Ardis. "Seriously, too many invitations left and right only cause me headache." "Is that so? Then what I have will be good." "Actually, something completely different from that." "What is it?" "The reason why I called you here. Although you might be happy about it, it might also be something really troublesome." Moore started talking about the reason why he called Ardis over with some prelude. "Someone that was taking care of me had a favor. It's something difficult for me. So, I need your help to take care of that favor for me." That's the premise. The story that had many turns made Ardis anxious. Even if one isn't a trained mercenary, a feeling like this are often right on the mark. "What kind of favor is it?" Ardis, who asked warily, was replied with something akin to a curse from Moore. "The role of instructing a duke's daughter." And few days after that, Ardis was moving his heavy feet heading for an upper-class mansion. "Instructing?" "Yeah, instructing." Rona tilted his head, not understanding. "Not as a home tutor?" "They probably have other home tutors. After all, they're a duke family. I bet they have enough money and connections to make them flock over." The request that Ardis received from Moore was to teach magic to the daughter of a duke family. It was a request that was for Moore originally, but he didn't have anyone to introduce as he didn't know any magicians. And if teaching a duke's daughter, it must be someone whose identity is good enough that the duke can acknowledge. But there aren't many people who has a good background and can teach magic well in the capital too, and those who fits those criteria are mostly already hired as an educator in the military or some other institution. There aren't any who still have time left over to conduct private lesson. Moore was troubled to no ends. It can be said that his connection to Ardis, who is a mercenary that can use magic, is his saving grace. Although Ardis is a mercenary, he's a famed magician who had subjugated the 3 great demons in the kingdom. And also, his contribution in the recent war with the Empire was something no one wouldn't know. Now the rumors of his feats as countless swords sorcerer are not lacking anywhere. Of course, he's still a mercenary despite being famous. It will be the end if the Duke or the daughter didn't want him as the instructor, but from how the fact that Moore knew the Duke, it seems like the Duke doesn't have prejudice towards mercenaries unlike normal nobles, as well as the daughter seems to be excited at the news of Ardis, who was known as the Countless Sword Sorcerer, instructing her too. Ardis would be really happy if they rejected him outright then. Ardis wanted to grumble about it the whole day. But if the Duke gave the approval, Ardis didn't have any reason to not accept it. Since it was a favor to be returned to Moore, he couldn't be like the usual him to who cares. So depressing. Ardis sighed along with a mutter. Ardis heard from Moore that the Duke's daughter wants to learn sword magic, but, of course, how hard is it to learn is something Ardis knows best. For the people of this world that has the common sense of requiring chanting to activate a magic, sword magic is probably, no, in the first place, they would find understanding the concept of magic hard. After all, even for Kyril, who is known as a rare prodigy in the academy, had troubles understanding it. Sword magic isn't something that's simple that can be learned with half-assed determination. How should I convince them about it? After his nth time of sigh, Ardis had started patting Rono again. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Are you the rumored sorcerer? You look quite younger than I expected. Their first sentence was that. After all, the name of 3 great demons subjugator and countless sword sorcerer gives an impression of someone tough and old. However, there are many who get shocked when seeing Ardis's real appearance. After all, they would never assume Ardis looks like a young man in his 15s. That's why Ardis is used to people commenting, "You're younger than I thought." On top of that, all of them are coming from people who are actually younger than him. He for sure didn't feel comfortable hearing that. "If you're not satisfied with hiring a young person, then I wouldn't mind if you let me off. Actually, please do that." As he said so, inside the guest room of the Duke's house, after a rude remark from the Duke's daughter when they met for the first time, Ardis's reply wasn't pretty as well. "No, pardon for my rudeness. If you are really as the rumors, then age doesn't matter. As for that, I've heard many things from Battalion Commander Greystar already, so I have no doubts regarding your capabilities." It seems like Ardis's wish for her to rather not hire him didn't reach. Battalion Commander Greystar is referring to more, saying unneeded things. In his heart silently, Ardis swore at the battalion commander who is not here. "I'm Ardis. I have come on the request of that battalion commander for the instructing role." When Ardis, who had given up, named himself, the daughter as well lightly lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed gracefully. "Daughter of Duke Lavist of Nyristria, Minerva." "It's a pleasure to meet with the famed countless sword sorcerer Dono." Her face that still had remnants of youngness smiled. He heard from more her age would be 12 this year. "She's the same age with Philia and Rihanna." A white fluttery one-piece with a tinge of blue along with the long iris-colored hair that was groomed thoroughly reflected light. Her thin cheeks gave off an impression of frailness, but she was definitely not sickly. Although her appearance would suggest nothing but a noble, it's no doubt she is the culprit requesting to be taught sword magic this time. "I will clarify first. Sword magic isn't something that is usable just by learning. Since I have accepted this job, I will teach the necessary, but whether you can use it depends on you." There was someone who interrupted Ardis, who said as he like. It was an elderly servant who had welcomed Ardis when he came and guided him to this room. "Sorcerer Dono Oju-sama is not just a daughter of the Duke, she is someone who will succeed the family's bloodline. Even if it meant being an instructor, please refrain from being rude." He perhaps was also tasked with monitoring him. A man with almost all white hair, although he was being courteous, he also sent reprimanding gazes to Ardis. "Sorry, unfortunately I'm just a mercenary who has no ties with being courteous. I don't know what is considered rude, so even if you told me to refrain, I'm not sure how." "Of course, it's a lie. If you don't like it, I don't mind you finding another person. I'm sure a Duke family would have enough connections to find a magician who can be courteous, right?" Even now, Ardis is still taking a disrespectful attitude. After all, he must keep Moore's face, so Ardis couldn't be the one to refuse, but if he can make the Duke family to not hire him, it would be the best. The servant's expression had blatant displeasure. "It's fine, Holger. It'll be hard for him to be reserved while teaching as well. Of course, it can't be the case in an official setting, but we are now in our residency. There's no need to mind any outside eyes." But if the person herself said she wouldn't mind, the servant had no choice but to back off. "Please call me Minerva without reservations. How should I refer to you?" "Ardis is fine." Ardis replied simply since it wasn't of his concern. "All right, Ardis-sama it is." "There's no need for honorifics. It isn't appropriate for a maiden to refer to a gentleman that is not her family nor a servant without adding on honorifics." If she is saying so, then what about learning how to fight and sword magic despite being a maiden? Ardis had doubts on her values. "Well then, Ardis-sama, I would like the lesson to start from today." "Will the first lesson be a lecture, or is it a practical lesson outside?" "I will have to change my outfit if it's outdoors." With the person in question weirdly excited, Ardis sighed and gave up. "There's no meaning to lecture. A wide place will be good." "Holger, please guide him." The servant replied understood after receiving Minerva's orders, before facing Ardis. "I shall guide you along." After she had left the room, The servant, whose name is Holger, turned around as a gesture for Ardis to follow along. Come to think of it, where's Rona now? As expected, they couldn't let a golden beast whose length is more than a meter into the mansion, and so they took Rona to another place. Of course, he didn't think that Rona would be treated badly considering Rona is Ardis's company, but Ardis was sure that hyperactive wouldn't stay patient for much longer. It'll be a trouble if Rona roamed around the residency by himself. After all, Ardis would be the one to take the blame. Your familiar is resting at where we are heading towards now. The servant's words reassured Ardis as they continued walking. It is a wide place a little far from the mansion where Ardis was guided to. The servant called it the training grounds. In the first place, the Duke's residency was large enough that it would fit a small village. The place called the training grounds is wide enough that 100 or 2 people using it at once wouldn't cause any trouble. Although the mansion is still in view, it's about the distance where swords clashing wouldn't be heard. Yo, sorry for the wait. Ardis called out to Rona, who was lying on the ground. Ardis, who was guided to the training grounds, waited for the Duke's daughter to finish changing and coming over. The servant that guided him here went off somewhere, and other servants seemed afraid of Rona and kept their distance. Since there aren't any people in the vicinity that can hear them, Ardis could spare the hesitation and talk with Rona. You're late, Al. It was so boring and really boring. I can't even run around even though it's so wide here. Rona looks just like a humongous predator for any onlookers. Although he was being treated carefully as he's with Ardis, even the servants wouldn't get near him without a reason. It seems like Rona understood that too. That's why he chose a spot right in the middle of the entire training grounds to not bother anyone. That's why I said you don't have to follow me, right? Mew. Approaching the pouting Rona, Ardis lied on the ground with Rona as the pillow. Is the talk over already? No, waiting for the mist to change. It will take long, I presume. Just as Ardis expected, it was about an hour later when Minerva arrived at the training grounds after changing. During that, without saying, Ardis was of course spending his time taking an afternoon nap. Al, she's here. Yeah, I know. Ardis, who raised himself from the golden all-natural pillow, saw a group that came from the mansion direction, and among them was Minerva covered in a robe for magician use. The robe that covered her, the staff in her hands were both obviously works of excellent craftsmanship. Just her appearance would qualify as a professional magician. But of course, rather than being useful in learning sword magic, Ardis thought it was plain hindrance. Ardis-sama, I have completed my preparation. Please instruct me well. Minerva, who came with many servants, directed a smile to him. Contrary to that, all the servants were looking at him without even hiding their ugly faces. Ardis, who endured sighing grandly, spoke. Let me be clear. You, no, Minerva Ju wants to learn about sword magic. That's why you wish me to instruct you? Yes, that is exactly right. I said so just now, but there's no guarantee Minerva Ju will learn sword magic just by me teaching. Even knowing that, you still want to proceed? Rather than for Minerva, Ardis was purposely asking again so that the other servants around can hear it. Yes, I don't mind. Just as he thought, few servants seem like they wanted to say something. But since the person herself said so, there's no way they can complain. Again, if I am going to instruct, then it will be with my way. If you can't stand it or think it's impossible, then the instructing stops there. Make it a pretense that your side fired me or something. Rather, that would be the best course. Ardis would get spared from the troubles and he would have excuses for more. Definitely, please do that. Ardis hoped so secretly. Of course it will be as per Ardis-sama's instructions. It was me who asked for it after all. Ardis, who took her commitment, nodded with satisfaction. May I ask a question? This time, it was Minerva who asked Ardis. What is it? I have been wondering for a while, but what is it that's curling up at Ardis's feet? She was referring to Rona. It was a four-legged golden beast with a length of more than a meter. It was strange to think that something like Rona could have entered a duke's residency. It's natural that Minerva is interested in it. This guy is Rona, my partner. I didn't see it just now though. Since he couldn't enter the mansion, he was waiting here. While hearing Ardis's response, Minerva had her eyes fixed on Rona. Her iris-colored pupils were shining with curiosity. Different than a duke's daughter expression that he saw till now, Ardis felt it was an expression that's appropriate for her age. A fox, is it? One. For Minerva, who was confused by Rona's appearance, Rona made his bad mimicry of a bark. A dog? As for the one who heard the unexpected cry, Minerva showed the expected reaction. That, Ardis-sama? Minerva asked Ardis with hesitation. If it's alright later, can I pat it? If Rona doesn't hate it. Thank you very much. Getting approval from Ardis, Minerva had a happy face. It was the only moment Ardis thought it was a natural smile. Why did you decide for me? Ardis heard a complaint from Rona. Well, leaving that aside, I will need to go through a few things. Ignoring Rona's voice, Ardis verified the situation. Minerva, can you use magic? No, this will be the first time I learn about it, I suppose. If you never used it, you haven't learned how to use it? It might be because his words felt a little reprimanding. The servants showed hostility to Ardis. Even Minerva herself seemed a little sorry about it. Is it bad? No, it's better actually. To understand what Ardis knew as magic, the common magic theory and experiences in this world would be a hindrance. Rather than teaching someone who firmly believes that even a single fireball can't be casted without chanting, Ardis thought that someone who doesn't have any foreknowledge about magic would be better. Next, Ardis focused his mana, condensed it and wrapped it on his right hand, and along with his normal left hand, he showed both hands. Look at my hands. Both my left and right hand. Do you feel anything different between them? Wrapping his hands in mana wouldn't change their appearance at all. A single glance wouldn't reveal anything, but not being able to tell them apart would mean that she isn't even fit for sword magic. Difference, is it? Not understanding the true meaning behind his question, Minerva stared at Ardis's both hands and compared them. Even the surrounding servants exchanged gazes between themselves, tilted their heads or shook their heads. That's natural. If it was so easy to tell the presence of mana, then no one would suffer. Even Kyril only came to feel the difference recently. If she can't tell them apart, sword magic would be a dream inside a dream. But Ardis, who didn't expect much in the first place, was shocked by what came out of Minerva's mouth next. The right hand ... is more heavy. No, it's harder to see. A distant feeling? While the servants were shrouded in confusion, only Ardis and Rona had surprised round eyes. If Minerva can really feel the presence of mana, then learning sword magic is not impossible. It was at this point when Ardis held the slightest interest for the girl, Minerva, for the first time. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Ha, ha, ha. A girl gasping for breath on the training grounds of the Nirastria residency. Her iris-colored hair was tied in a bun. It was the Duke's daughter, Minerva, running. Ardis's first comment on her journey to learn sword magic was her clothing was totally inappropriate. After all, the robe that would touch the ground would make even running a chore. Quickly go get some clothes that are easier to move around in, as Ardis said coldly. Finally, when Minerva, who got a change of clothes from the mansion, returned, Ardis's next order was to run. It was only that simple. Of course, the servants would be protesting, but Ardis wouldn't listen. I've said so from the start. If you want me to teach, you have to follow my instructions. If you don't like it, I don't mind getting fired. Though Ardis had a slight interest in Minerva, who can tell apart the presence of mana, it's not like he accepted this role willingly. If anything, he still hopes for an easy way out. If learning sword magic requires it, then I have no complaints. But a magic that requires running to learn, it is something unheard of. May I ask for the reason behind it? If Minerva asked so, Ardis, who promised to teach the necessities, had no choice but to answer. Sword magic is something born of the lineage of swordsmanship. The foundation is built on swordsmanship. It's not purely magic. It is not an art to manipulate swords with magic, but to support swordsmanship with mana. That is the essence of sword magic. If you're just making swords move around with mana, that's just a street performance. Rather than making swords fly in a straight line to the enemies, throwing it by hand would be the simpler and easier way. Though he said so bossily, Ardis can at most manipulate 20 swords without deficiency. Any more than that, the swords would show movements like a normal mercenary's swordsmanship. If it's more than 100, then the swords might as well move like a street performance. Sword magic is something like creating a clone that has the same strength as yourself. That's why if the user doesn't know anything about swordsmanship, there's no meaning. After all, nothing will change in a fight if there's just 2 or 3 more adequate swordsmen. In other words, I would have to learn swordsmanship. Minerva's eyes widened at the unexpected revelation. That's exactly what I mean though. Giving up? After all, being a duke's daughter and learning magic already sounds bad in the higher society. Swordsmanship would be even more so. After all, Being known as someone who swings sword around might make her lose her marriage chances. No, I will continue. Please teach me swordsmanship. Minerva, who closed her eyes for a while, thought and made her resolve and said so while looking straight into Ardis's eyes. I will run if needed to. I will wield a sword if needed. So please teach me sword magic. Ardis, who saw the unshaking resolution of Minerva, started his instructing days from here on. Almost 10 days had passed since then. It started with building stamina. Until then, the daughter, who had been carefully cultivated like a fragile flower, had no physical strength to swing a sword. She was to only run to get the minimum stamina needed to learn swordsmanship. Of course, all the aides and servants were not very affirmative of it. I shall report everything to master. It was the servant who guided Ardis the first time he came here, Holger, who said so. But is it Ardis's fortune or misfortune? The house owner? The Duke didn't pay any mind to it. Either he doesn't have any complaints to Ardis's method, or he was too busy with other things that he didn't have time for this, or he doesn't care about his daughter. Ardis didn't know. The training for Minerva is still progressing smoothly as usual, thanks to her still being in her growth period, although it was just once every 3 days. Her stamina grew better every day, and Ardis brought Rona to the training grounds every time as per Minerva's wish. It seems like she fell in love with the feeling of Rona's fur the first time she touched it. She would definitely enjoy it thoroughly with her whole body whenever the training finished. Although Ardis thought Rona would be reluctant to come, it seems like the Duke daughter had saw through Rona's weakness in the first day. With the sweets that the Duke Residency's chef made, the golden beast was easily entertained. Rona. Today are chocolate brownies. Here, N1. Rona had now completely devolved to being spoon-fed by Minerva. Such a pathetic partner was what Ardis thought. On the 15th day, when she actually had to swing a wooden sword, it seems like Minerva had some left-over energy after the training, and as soon as the training ended, she would rush into Rona and bury her face in Rona's golden fur to enjoy. Though the servant, Holger, was warning that it's unladylike, his smile showed otherwise. It was an expression much better than when Ardis first met him, and he showed displeasure. Although Rona seemed uncomfortable for a moment, it seems like his patience to eat sweets still held up. Well then, Rona, I will be going somewhere for a while, so stay put here. One? Meaning? With that face directed to Ardis, Ardis answered, the Duke seems to have something to talk to me. Fu-N is probably what he wanted to say. Till then, the Duke that had remained a bystander suddenly summoned Ardis. Even Ardis felt only now. After all, the servants had already reported his daughter's matter, and if he had any complaints, there's no meaning to have waited this long. That's the case, so wait a while for me. If so, I shall look after Rona. Rona, the chef made many sweets today. Let's eat it together. Fortunately, there was Minerva doting on Rona. Please don't feed him so much sweets. Those words are meant for Rona, as Ardis smiled bitterly seeing Minerva hugging Rona with a smile. Then, later, saying so, Ardis followed behind a servant and headed for the mansion. The training grounds where Ardis left, Rona and Minerva took a place with shade to rest. Rona was stuffing his cheeks full of sweets that the servants prepared happily, while Minerva was sitting beside Rona with a slightly gloomy expression. Minerva's fingers brushed the golden fur while she sighed a little. At the cry that seemed to ask what's the matter, Minerva had a troubled face as she started talking. What is father going to say, I wonder? The aide and servants surrounding were afraid of Rona and never approached. Since her soft voice probably wouldn't reach elsewhere, Minerva started speaking to Rona in a way that would make her ethics tutor's brows to tremble. Is he going to call off the lessons? I mean, it would sound bad for his daughter to swing a sword brutishly, but he didn't say anything till now. Even Ardis-sama doesn't look like he's really willing to do this. I wonder if he thinks that it's just a child's selfishness or playfulness. While patting Rona's back, the Duke daughter continued her monologue without expecting any answers. But, I want to become strong. I don't want it to hurt anyone. I just don't want to be a baggage. If I were not a powerless girl that can't protect herself, Trent and Layla might have not died. The iris-colored pupils shook. As if to hide it, Minerva hugged Rona's neck and buried her face. What everyone said. They had done well. As my escorts, as aides, they had magnificently fulfilled their roles. Anona. Everyone in my house praised them. Slowly, Minerva's tone that had suppressed her emotions was overwhelmed with sadness. but I don't want that. While her face still buried at Rona's neck, the girl let her suppressed sadness out. They don't have to be magnificent. They don't have to take it as an honor. I didn't want them both to die at my side. Just that would be enough. With hiccups, Minerva threw up everything in her heart, though those that look from afar could only see her hugging Rona as usual. But only Minerva herself and Rona knew what she felt at the moment. An unknown time later, Minerva, who had finally calmed down, loosened her arm around Rona. I don't want anyone dying for me. That's why I want to be strong, at the very least not dragging anyone down. Even if it's unladylike, even if it's unsightly. I will definitely learn sword magic. Even though it was a declaration meant for no one, only the triangular-shaped tears with fluffy golden fur heard it. What fun! Rona licked away the tears left on Minerva's cheeks. It was Rona's way of consoling her. Foo-foo. Thank you. Rona really seems to understand what people say. Glad on Rona's reply, Minerva continued speaking, now with a refreshed tone. Then will you pass a message to Ardis-sama? I will try hard, so please don't give up on me. Rona's loud cry was as if telling Minerva to leave it to him. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Nagra's Kingdom. The House of Duke Nyristria. The origin of their house is a royal prince. Although a lower peerage, they are still the noble among nobles that has the right to succeed the throne. Although their history isn't long, their financial and political power in the kingdom aren't to be underestimated. When compared to territorial lords like Sir Thoria, their peerage is far superior. The third-generation head, the grandchild of the founder of such family, 5 years after having succeeded the title of duke from his father, being able to manage his territory without any issues, it is said that he is trusted by the current king. From what Ardis heard from Cesare, praised by his citizens, he's a loyal person and one of the few most prestigious figures in the royal faction. Although being a noble, he hadn't looked down on commoners. He's even known as an honest person among soldiers and mercenaries of common birth. Of course, but being a noble, it's impossible to be a clean slate anyways. Cesare said so. After all, there's no way a noble house can stand with just clean business. No one knows what those with political power do behind the scenes. But at the very least, he wasn't as bad as Sir Thoria, who would impose impossible challenges with his power. Of course, it's not like everyone is out there to get Ardis. Although he wouldn't spare mercy against those that comes at him with malicious intents or those that is overbearing with their power, Ardis knows to treat someone respectfully when he should. It seems like you've been making her work quite to the bones. Was it not to your likings? If that's so, I don't mind getting relieved of this position now. Although his words are still being courteous, Ardis's meaning that are obviously not beautiful was directed to the man who seemed to be in his 40s. After instructing Minerva as usual, Ardis was now in an office-like place in the mansion. As for who was waiting him inside, even Ardis, who doesn't do well with the high society, could tell. It was obvious that he is born in a prestigious family, albeit a simple design. The clothing that wrapped him must be of finest grade. Holding others' livelihood in his hands, Ardis could see that the pressure and responsibilities his back carried. His name is Lavist, the current head of Nyristria family. It's what my daughter desired. Since she asked for it, I won't bother about it. In any case, she is still an unmarried maiden. Please refrain from any lasting wounds on her face or body. Ardis thought the Duke is totally against the training procedure that he had put on Minerva, and was pleasantly surprised. Ardis expected he would get reprimanded, or fired from his job. But all of that didn't happen. Unexpected, your face spells. Ardis's face probably told everything. The Duke caught Ardis's expression and pointed out, well, it's natural, a noble's daughter, on top of that, someone who has the right to succeed the throne. Working her hands until they become coarse from swinging swords is something unheard of. It's unladylike for a noble like her to learn how to fight, many would definitely say. There are other magicians that we reached out for the same task before you came, but of course, none of them took it seriously. That's why you resorted to hire a mercenary like me? I don't like how you say it. A noble has a noble's, and a mercenary has a mercenary's role that each should fulfill, only their standing is different. Ardis, who had purposely lowered his esteem, caused displeasure to the Duke. No matter a knight or a soldier, or even a mercenary, it's natural to value those with abilities, and of course, reward them appropriately to their achievements, right? The talk somehow shifted to the war 2 months ago. There was a discussion whether you should be rewarded or not. Of course, They couldn't grant rewards just based on a few rumors as it wasn't officially recorded. It's already strange to think that he can deal with 1,000 cavalries by himself. On top of that, only one messenger soldier and students were the witness. I'm sure it was over-exaggerated, is what many thinks. Though the Duke himself didn't seem to suspect Ardis. He probably had done prior investigations regarding Ardis's background and the rumors way before requesting Ardis to become an instructor for his daughter. It's not like I joined the war for a reward or anything, so please spare me from that kind of talk. Ardis didn't participate the war looking for fame or rewards. Isn't it fine that you take what you should? The Duke spoke something unlike what a noble would towards Ardis, who easily refused the reward. I'm not troubled with money, and though it's a little rude saying this to your excellency, my honest wish is to not mingle with any nobles or royalties and live a peaceful life. So do you mean that it is a trouble for you this time? He meant teaching Minerva. Although it wasn't something Ardis thought wonderful, any other mercenary would have probably replied differently. After all, it's a simple teaching job that has more than enough rewards and isn't life-threatening. On top of that, a connection with the Duke's house is very valuable. If it was not for a favor I owed to the battalion commander, I would have probably never set foot in this residency, is all I would say. But for Ardis, he thought then rather than the rewards or his life safety, getting mingled with the higher society are much more dangerous. After all, Ardis, who is sheltering the twins, thinks that those related with power and religion are more likely to be his enemies. But it seems like the Duke isn't going to fire him just because he's a mercenary. Leaving that aside, Ardis returned the topic back on track. May I have a question? What is it? As Ardis couldn't make the Duke relieve him of his duty, he had no choice but to continue the classes even if Minerva's effort is possibly fruitless. Honestly, I thought Minerva would have said something within a week. Although I was being a little loose considering her standing, it's still quite intense. Ardis spoke his perspective and asked, why is she so fixated on sword magic? No. Sword magic probably isn't her focus here. She wants to learn how to fight. But as to why she wants to learn, I have no idea. Does your excellency have any idea? As a duke's daughter, she would naturally have her own escorts, and there were servants and followers that would protect her if the situation needs it. If she feels danger to her life, she can just increase her escorts. Just hiring more experts will do. Ardis can understand if they want to hire him as an escort, but there's no need that she needs to learn how to fight herself. Why is she so fixated in getting strong? Ardis didn't get it. She couldn't let it go, I suppose. As for the answer, the Duke replied shortly without any additional explanation. A time of silence flowed for a while. It was the Duke who spoke first. 8 person? Ardis asked for the true meaning as he didn't understand it. The number of people died protecting me. The Duke that had looked away from Ardis was looking outside the window towards the direction of the training grounds. 3 by the time I became an adult, 4 by the time I succeeded the family, and 1 after I succeeded the family. They are all escorts or servants died protecting me from those wanting me dead. There were those that took a blade for me, and those that took poison for me. The Duke narrated his story calmly. But Ardis understood that it was only the surface of what the Duke managed to hold down in his heart over the course of many years. I don't quite understand, but isn't it what it meant to be a noble? Ardis couldn't understand his anguish. One side having born as someone whose life is targeted, a noble that lives through with someone else's sacrifice. Another side having lived their life along with death, a mercenary who can only survive by depriving someone else's life. The Duke affirmed Ardis' speculation. That's right. It's just how it is. A noble can't be a noble if he can't let them go. And you're saying Minerva can't do it? My daughter has the right to succeed the throne, albeit a lower rank. She's also seen as a strong successor substitute, being similar of age to the first son of the crown prince, Prince Caste. There's no shortage of reasons to assassinate her. 2 escorts had lost their lives for her till now, one of them having died not longer than half a year ago. Assassins were sent because she has the right to succeed the throne or because she can become a crown princess. Either way, it's a fact that her life was targeted, and because of that, there were people who were sacrificed for her to live. Even nobles are human. It's natural to feel sadness when someone who is as close as sisters to her took the blade for her. That's why she wants to be stronger herself? The Duke nodded, while still looking outside the window with his back facing Ardis. It's just a repeating cycle. I understand well how she feels. After all, I felt the same way when I was young. Staring into the distance as if looking for something, as if tasting the same regrets in his daughter's heart. Ardis, who now understands Minerva's thoughts, spoke. There's no need for others to lose their lives if she gets stronger. Minerva is probably thinking about it. It's meaningless. Of course Ardis couldn't say that. Even if she gets strong enough, it's still not a reason why there won't be any escorts around her, and also wouldn't mean there's no need for anyone to protect her. In the end, it will still become a case that someone else loses their life before Minerva herself can fight. The Duke could let them go probably because he understood that, and it's probably something Minerva will come to understand in the future as well. The Duke sent a gaze through the reflection of the window towards Ardis, who now had his questions answered. She's still only 12. Even if she will have to face the reality eventually, I will let her do as she wish now. Just that. The Duke turned only his head around and smiled bitterly. I didn't think she had that much perseverance. It was a face with complicated emotion, perhaps with the joy of finding a new side of his daughter, and also surprise at the unexpected new side. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Half a year of time had passed since Ardis started teaching Minerva about sword magic. Minerva is now immensely different than when she had troubles holding a sword for the first time because of the weight. Her swordsmanship only grew sharper as the day progressed. The sound of the two wooden swords crashing into each other reverberated in the training grounds. It was Minerva continuously trying to slash at Ardis from left and right. It's too simple. Put more mind into your attacks. While deflecting away Minerva's sword without even moving, Ardis pointed out loudly. Yes, Minerva replied shortly along with a slash with her whole body. And Ardis just continued redirecting the force behind her wooden sword. Minerva would have been out of breath in just a few minutes when she first started, can now continue at the same pace even after 5 minutes of intense slashing. Of course, it's still lacking somewhat compared to an ordinary swordsman's standard. Nonetheless, she is exceptional considering that she is a noble. It's about time I switch on the attack. Ardis, who had defended against her attacks so far, had switched into attack, seeing a gap. Of course, it's not his serious sword at all. He had tuned the speed of his sword to just be barely perceptible by Minerva's reflex, and a force that can be barely redirected. If Ardis was teaching any normal person, he would have made them taste pain without any hesitation. But since it's a young noble lady that he's teaching now, Ardis's method had to change too. To not even graze her skin, Ardis had a higher concentration than he would when he fights against demonic beings. Minerva, who had failed to receive Ardis's attack smoothly, was now being pushed back. Don't receive it head on. Keep it in mind that you will lose if it's a battle of strength. Yes, Minerva answered while taking a step back and readjusting her posture. It was an action that could cause nothing but make the opponent increase their onslaught and start pushing herself back more. But since Ardis was fighting while standing still, Minerva probably chose so on that premise. Don't back off. Of course, Ardis won't let that slide. The iris-colored pupils that never expected Ardis to move was dyed in a color of surprise. Her natural reflex was to retreat another step, but, of course, she couldn't escape from Ardis with his heavy steps. With a heavy blow swung, the wooden sword that was in Minerva's hands blew off and drew an arc behind her. That's cheating, Shizu, Minerva was complaining. You wouldn't move. Wasn't that what you said before? I wouldn't move normally, but you will catch a bad habit if I let that slide. After all, it isn't a good choice to continue retreating when the opponent has the initiative. I won't say that it's entirely wrong to step back. It'll be right if it was to bait the opponent, or to link attacks with people you're fighting with. But retreating when you're being pushed back is a no. You'll be cornered in no time if you keep doing that. It was a demand that would be thought cruel originally for someone of noble birth like her. If it's to just learn self-defense, then withstanding a few strikes would suffice. After all, being a duke's daughter would mean that she wouldn't be by herself in the first place. Even if an enemy went past her escorts and came at her, if she can fend off a few strikes on her own, her survivability would increase exponentially. But what Minerva wanted to learn is sword magic. If she was to be satisfied with just self-defense, then she can stop here. Minerva is now only standing at the starting line. Minerva asked weakly while her shoulders were down. Can I really become strong? She probably felt anxious every time she swung a sword for the past half a year. After all, her opponent was Ardis. Although it's plainly just a bad matchup, the fact that she was treated like a child cannot be denied. Ardis replied with a little joke. You will, at the very least, I don't think any noble lady in the kingdom can match you right now. How about just holding a swordsmanship performance banquet for all the ladies in the Duke House? I don't think anyone would participate though. In the first place, it's likely only Minerva among all the young noble ladies is learning swordsmanship, although there are sure to be some among the nobles who likes stuff like that. But as expected, young ladies that would actually practice it can be counted with one hand, and probably none of them tell others they have. If there was, Minerva would need to actively seek them out. Well, that's true. Ardis shrugged at Minerva that had a condemning gaze at him. When will lesson about sword magic actually start? Perhaps questioning the teaching capability of his, Minerva's brows were raised as she asked Ardis. I said so in the beginning, right? Sword magic lies on the long path of swordsmanship. Did you properly do your homework? Yes. Just as you said. Every night before sleep. Her voice became softer rapidly. It wasn't Ardis's bad intention to only teach swordsmanship to Minerva so far. Sword magic is something that can't be learned no matter what if one cannot manipulate mana. And that concept is radically different from what is generally recognized as magic in this world, since it wasn't magic that appears along with a chant, but arts built with the laws of mana. It's natural that the basic acquiring requirements is to properly tell apart the presence of mana. The homework that Ardis gave to Minerva was to properly perceive mana. If there's no result from that, then there's no meaning for me to teach. Rather, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Then shouldn't we focus on that topic first rather than practicing swords? It's not something that can be learned with just time. Rather than training, it needs perception. Whether you can perceive that or not, it'll be something plain if you can perceive it. It's just that simple. It's important to concentrate even for a short period and repeat that every day. The biggest hurdle in learning sword magic is to perceive mana. If she manages to perceive mana properly, then learning sword magic from there on is nothing special. For someone who learns quickly, they probably wouldn't need more than half a year. On the other hand, skills such as how to adjust swords, how to assemble an attack, how to exchange blows and perform feints are not something that can be learned in half a year. The route of sword magic lies within swordsmanship. If so, learning swordsmanship earlier would mean learning sword magic will be quicker overall. Above all, if she learned nothing even after many months of training, then it'll be just too pitiful for Minerva. Even if Minerva couldn't learn sword magic in the end, it won't be a waste of time as she would have something more concrete that is swordsmanship. No need to rush it. You might not notice it, but you're certainly becoming stronger. I'm not saying this to console you. This I can guarantee. That night, Minerva was in her room making an attempt at the homework Ardis gave. Today I will. It was a small piece of pebble that Ardis gave her 3 months ago. It's about 3 centimeters in diameter, though it's a little rounded. It's a very ordinary pebble that anyone can find on roadside. It wasn't shining like any jewel, not particularly heavy nor light. Touching it would reveal it's nothing but an ordinary piece of pebble. Placing that on a table, Minerva, who sat on the chair, focused her consciousness. Fixing her gaze on the small pebble, she stared intently to not let anything pass by her sight. It was a small pebble that is nothing special, but Ardis said, it should be really different than its surroundings. What is the small pebble? What is the meaning behind this homework? What she needs to achieve? Ardis hadn't revealed any of them. 5 minutes is fine, just look at it every day. Believing in such words from Ardis, Minerva had continued this unknown action every night. It still looks like an ordinary pebble no matter what. Minerva, who felt her eyes getting blurry from staring too much at the pebble, massaged her eyes with her fingers. Since her concentration broke, she thought it would be up to here for today, and held the small pebble up, looking at it with the light shining through. She thought something would change if it is illuminated with a magical light, but it seems like it was irrelevant after all. There wasn't any change. She felt the center of her vision was being hazy. The fatigue on her eyes probably didn't wear off. It was a pebble that looked nothing more than a pebble. Minerva had no idea what role it would serve for her to learn sword magic. Every month, Ardis would take a look at the small pebble, but, in the end, he would poke at it lightly every time and nothing changed especially. If this goes on, I will become a swordsman rather than a magician. Minerva sighed grandly without hiding. It is really an unladylike action, but, luckily, it's her own room, and no one was around because it was just before she would sleep. Her own time. Even a duke's daughter has the right to relax then. Minerva put away the small pebble in her glove drawer, and entered the bed after extinguishing the light. Although she would suffer from muscle pain when she first started learning swordsmanship, now that half a year had passed, only fatigue was left. It wasn't anything painful. While wrapped in a light feeling of fatigue, Minerva's consciousness easily submerged. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. The back alleys of Capital Gran, a dark area where people who barely get by working in the day, or people who lost their family's breadwinner and can barely survive with what they measly gather. It wasn't shrouded enough to call it darkness, and not really depressing enough to call it a slum either. The citizens of the capital named it the Shadow District. The people living in this district hates interference from outsiders. Wishing for help, reaching their hand for help wasn't something bad, but here isn't where honest people like them gather. Getting help from someone else makes yourself miserable. Getting help from someone else reveals your weakness. It is where people who think so gathers. That is the Shadow District. That's why they wouldn't care who the one beside them are, or what kind of person they are, as long as they wouldn't harm themselves. That is a common consensus among those that lives in this area. Even if someone is planning something in an open house where people can see, there aren't many who would realize it. Even if they realize it, they would pretend not see it. It is such place. Old houses filled the area. In one room where all windows are shut, there were people. About 10 people with mixed gender were in the room. A man sat in the middle, and the others sat in a circle surrounding him. All of them wore get-ups that were very common in the capital. Although they were all apparels that are very common, there's an awkward feeling with all of them sitting together. There was a young girl in waitress uniform sitting beside a merchant-looking man, and beside her was an ordinary middle-aged man, and beside him was a young man in a mercenary get-up. From a third-person perspective, they would surely be confused by the ununiform appearances of all the people. It's just one young lady. Do we have to be so uptight? A young man declared without reading the atmosphere in one corner of the circle. Quiet, dive swallow. He is still explaining. An elderly man glared at the person referred as Dive Swallow. Dissatisfied, the man in the center asked the Dive Swallow. It was only a single word, but the surrounding F rose. The man sitting in the center of the circle was wearing clothes like a street stall vendor. Only his appearance was common. The pressure coming from him was not normal at all. I didn't say I'm dissatisfied, right? Though I think it's over-exaggerating. Panically he sought affirmation from the person beside himself. Don't you think so too? I don't really care, as long as it's an order. A female citizen. No, she's more like a young girl before adult, answering in a voice void of emotions. Then just shut your mouth. No one asked for your opinion. Although your mouth is like this, manage it well or only troubles will find you. Understood. With the stall vendor man glaring at him, the Dive Swallow can only shrink back. Seeing that, the man started his explanation again. He's right, it might be too many people here just for the sake of making one young lady disappear. Even if she's a duke's daughter that can be the next empress, she's not living in the royal castle. At that explanation, Dive Swallow nodded repeatedly. Few people watched him stupefied. Even if he never interrupted, the man would have spoken about this part naturally. Doing unnecessary things that caused troubles to all of them. Only cold gazes that condemned the Dive Swallow for interrupting the talk remained. But this time, the target has the Countless Sword Sorcerer with her. He's definitely not an easy opponent. That's why I had gathered this many people today. The moment when the name of Countless Sword Sorcerer appeared, it felt like the atmosphere in the room shook. Of course, their mouth is still shut, but it's certain that that name had caused some influence on them. May I speak? It was the elderly man that seemed like a party leader that raised his hand to ask. Go. From the rumors, the Countless Sword Sorcerer had repelled 1,000 cavalries by himself. How credible is that rumor? What did the upper say? At the stall vendor man's approval, the party leader-like person asked. It's probably what everyone there wanted to know. The rumor is probably correct. The conclusion is the same after gathering information from the Empire's side. The reason behind why we should charge when that kind of monster is around? That's not something you lots need to know. The question that was asked by the party leader was shot down coldly by the stall vendor. But the ones up there aren't looking down on him. Exactly because that our opponent is a monster, that we have all of you here. Just like what the stall vendor said. The ones gathered here today are all elites among the organization. Of course, due to time constraint, they only had whoever near the kingdom. But all of them had the stealth capability to sneak into the royal castle. and even the power to stand against 10 or more soldiers and win. Stabbing into the gap when the war hero is drowned in praises, it's something that happens often. In the first place, our target is not the countless sword sorcerer. Finishing the target doesn't take long, we will just have to make sure he can't move freely till then. After that, the vendor man had delegated each of their task, and after explaining the details of the plan, he looked around the members and declared, 3 days later, the operation commences. Yo, come with me for a while. There's a small street north of the Shadow District. The girl in a commoner clothing stopped in her tracks after hearing a familiar voice. The girl that was heading to her own living quarters after finishing the secret meeting with her comrades realized the owner of the voice, ignored it and started walking again. Hey, Crimson Osprey, don't ignore me here. What is it? Crimson Osprey, the girl replied with displeasure. It was the man that sat beside her during the meeting just now. It is the person whose name is Dive Swallow. That man who is in a merchant appearance is as usual, talking to Crimson Osprey in a strangely friendly way. How about it? I thought to become closer with my comrade. No need. The girl's response was short. Crimson Osprey and Dive Swallow are only operators of the organization. At the same time, he's an annoying bug that would always make a move on Crimson Osprey. Although she will listen if it's needed for the mission, but she thought there is nothing to talk since the operation day was decided to be 3 days later. No, I mean we're a team this time, right? Isn't it important to have teamwork? The order I received this time was to spectate. No teamwork is needed. Isn't communication important for us to understand each other even without the orders? Only communication to understand orders is needed. I don't recall any orders of deepening relationship. Seriously, thanks for the model answer. Ignoring the Dive Swallow who was making an appreciation towards the sky, Crimson Osprey tried to get through. Later then. Wait up, I will tell you some real secret useful information. Even so, she didn't stop because of his words. The required information was already given just now. No, what I have here is what Jan Crank didn't say. Jan Crank? Jan Crank was referring to the stall vendor man sat in the middle of the circle just now. He seems to be one of the higher-ups in the organization. He was tasked with gathering 9 of them in the mission this time. Even though a peaceful outwards, the pressure and bloodlust hidden behind it is something even professionals like Crimson Osprey would be afraid of. Yeah, that part about something you lots don't have to know. That is exactly as it sounds. It's not something we have to know. Doesn't that make you interested? Rather, I think that we should know everything about the target no matter how irrelevant it might be. After all, we might be in a disadvantage if something happened and we're lacking in information. Crimson Osprey looked over the surroundings casually. Although it is a street not many passes through, there's no knowing when information is leaked. Crimson Osprey was already alert about leaking information to outsiders before. But since the content is this, she had to be even more alert. Are you interested now? Let me hear what you have to say. That must be the case. Dive Swallow walked beside Crimson Osprey while offering his left arm, and Crimson Osprey grabbed that arm in a natural fashion. It was to make sure they look no different than a young merchant walking together with a commoner girl in the streets. So, what is it about what Jan Crank had just now? In a distance befitting lovers, Dive Swallow answered in a soft voice. Why we had to go at the timing when a monster like Countless Sword Sorcerer is around. About that. Why? On the other hand, Crimson Osprey's expression didn't change. Unlike Dive Swallow who is used to interact with others as a merchant, Crimson Osprey wasn't as proficient in communicating and negotiation. Rather, she is much better in tailing targets or infiltrating areas. As for acting a talk between lovers, it is an industry outside of her professionalism. It seems like it was what the requester wanted strongly, and I heard the sum for it was quite huge. That's all? No. The problem is why the requester was that impatient. Without minding Crimson Osprey's bad acting, Dive Swallow smiled and talked about what he had learned. It seems like there's a royal-sponsored banquet in half a month later. And, it isn't the same banquet that children that haven't had their society debut can't attend. This time, even ladies from 10 to 14 are allowed. On top of that, the son of the Crown Prince, Prince Gast is predicted to attend. What about that? Do you still not get it? A banquet where undebuted young ladies can even attend, is almost certain to choose a candidate for Empress for Prince Gast, or to let them meet the prince, right? Is that so? Yeah, of course. The Duke daughter this time is the same as well. In other words, the requester doesn't want her to attend this banquet. Dead is the best, but if not, a grave wound will do the trick too, isn't it like that? If the target is in fear and decided to rest out the banquet, it will probably be enough for the requester too. If so, the requester being who is easy to imagine. Another duke, or a viscount. It's a story unrelated to me after all. Dive Swallow, who was narrating so far with a smile, suddenly had a sad expression. Why so cold? Do you not think about it? Ladies about your age with no worries wearing makeup and going kaya over the prince. And you, having to follow orders killing people. Doesn't it make you feel irritated somehow? Hatred or jealousy? It's useless to have such emotions towards a target. Even if I do, I'm not an amateur to have it cloud my blade. That's not what I meant though. Dive Swallow covered his eyes with his right hand, and looked up at the sky. For Crimson Osprey, it seemed like he was trying his best to sigh really. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. 3 days after that, Crimson Osprey and the others had infiltrated the residency of Duke Nyristria. In one corner of the residency that is wide enough to house a small village, Crimson Osprey recalled the mission while looking from afar at the training grounds. It would be much easier to sneak in during the night rather than doing a bold assassination during the day. In the day, there would be many more escorts, and also their figures will be seen. Just that much would make the difficulty skyrocket. But it's different since the requester wished for it especially. Who knows how much money was put on the table? The plan was formulated knowing the danger even with this many experts member of the organization. Maybe the requester only wished the world to know there was an assassination attempt on the Duke's daughter. Though, as one of the members of the operation team, Crimson Osprey didn't have the position nor method to know what the reason is. She only has to do what she was ordered to. The role of Crimson Osprey was to report. No matter the success of the operation, her utmost priority is to record down every detail of the operation and report to the organization. That's why Crimson Osprey is not participating in the operation directly. Her job is to overlook the operation from afar from start to finish, and bring back the report without interacting with friendlies nor enemies. It's almost time. Just like what was planned prior, her comrades were in position to surround the training grounds. Crimson Osprey looked at the center of the training grounds. Her gaze found two people. One of them is a young girl with iris-colored hair. It is the target, the Duke's daughter. Opposite of him is a black-haired young man. He's suspected to be the mercenary with the second name, Countless Sword Sorcerer. And then there's a golden beast over a meter long beside him. What is that? It's too big to be a pet. Crimson Ospreys frowned at the uncertain element. There's only 2 person and 1 beast in the center of the training grounds. The servants and aides are probably in a resting spot a little far away from them. There are a few escorts put around the training grounds, but, in other words, if they can break through them, there's only one mercenary beside the noble lady. Originally, there's no need to purposely aim for the time when the Countless Sword Sorcerer mercenary is right beside the target. But still, that just means that if they can hold down him, it'll be easy to take down the single defenseless young lady. As the other escorts are dispersed, they will take time to get to the target. Even if it's only a few seconds, it's enough time to stick a blade in the target's throat. It's not something difficult for the experts of the organization. After all, infiltrating into the Duke residency is already a hard task. But in this occasion, they had a few insiders and were easily let inside. No matter how loyal they are to the Duke family, they can't say anything when their family is taken hostage. It wasn't cruel, having important people that they would be troubled if taken hostage. That much is already happiness in Crimson Osprey's opinion. It's time. The time that had been decided beforehand arrived. Even Crimson Osprey that hadn't approached anywhere near so far creeped up closer while hiding her presence in order to see everything. The scenery bathed with sunshine. Her comrades started moving in its wake. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared from a corner of the training grounds. Knocking down the escort that questioned their identity, the 9 assassins started dashing for the target along with the Countless Sword Sorcerer. Without even looking aside, the escorts nearby immediately took up the irregularity, but the escorts that were opposite of the wide training grounds didn't seem to realize the situation yet. As for the 2 in the middle of the training grounds, they noticed. The Countless Sword Sorcerer directed a gaze towards the direction of the assassins. Did the target get warned by him? She seemed to have taken up a stance with her wooden sword. But the assassins didn't stop running. Having hesitation this late into the operation wouldn't benefit them at all. The escorts that had noticed the presences of the assassins running towards the target are already too late. The assassins that had now closed the distance in just a mere 50 meters took out some kind of stone from their pocket and threw. The next moment, an intense red flaming ball was shot out. Without waiting, new flaming spheres appeared one after another. The training grounds is already covered in intense windstorm and dust clouds. The flames were created using a relic, scorching magic stone. The magic stones are able to draw out phenomenon like casting a magic spell, but the method to manufacture them are said to be even older than the age of ancients and God. There's no way to make more. It is the reason magic stones are valuable items. The magic stones that can have the power of matching upper grade spells are priceless for any normal person, and the scorching magic stone that can produce an effect matching flames of purgatory can easily feed a family of 4 in the capital for 2 years. To have them used up in just a moment was too much of a waste. On top of that, there were 30. The number of magic stones that were thrown towards the target by the comrades of Crimson Osprey. That is the reason why they can even attempt to take down the target in broad daylight despite a strong mercenary known as the Countless Swords Sorcerer is around. Although the cost of using the magic stones should be absurd, the requester must have really been intent of harming the Duke's daughter. With that many magic stones and each wielding powerful might, even Countless Swords Sorcerer can't be all fine, and without saying, a defenseless noble lady, Jan Crank had judged so. Of course, they can't entirely rely on uncertain methods. Even if it's really like what Dive Swallow hypothesized about not letting her attend the banquet in a few days, the organization's order was to kill her. Verifying the burnt corpse of the target, and taking a proof of that from some accessories on her would be the only way for them to say its mission accomplished. The flames subsided, and the dust clouds calmed. And then, the 9 shadows moved quickly into it. As arranged prior, 2 shadows headed towards the target. It's to verify her death, and to stab her if she still has any breath. The remaining 7 members are to deal with the Countless Swords Sorcerer. If he is still alive, they must keep his hands full. But in the next moment, what Crimson Osprey witnessed was unbelievable. The figures of her comrades being blown away. Surround them, an order shouted by Ian Crank. Then, the comrades that were blown away in an arc. Next, the figure of a black-haired young man without wounds in the center of the aftermath. Impossible. Crimson Osprey almost shouted out. The scorching magic stone that has almost the power of upper-grade spells aren't normal, and taking on 30 of them at once and living unscathed is even more abnormal. Then there was the figure of the target still holding a wooden sword without any injuries. He must have protected not just himself and the target as well. A cold sweat trickled down Crimson Osprey's back. It's probably what her comrades feel while facing him too. But they aren't just going to have a staring showdown. In this situation, time is their enemy. Oju-sama. The escorts spread around the training grounds was already in a dash to the target. In other words, the assassins are getting cornered. Get on it. Jan Crank's short order made all the assassins leap. Even if a strong sorcerer, he can't possibly handle that many opponents at once. Although it's said that the sword magic the black-haired young man uses is lethal even in close combat, what he has in his hands is just a wooden sword. Since a normal mercenary aren't allowed to hold a sword in the Duke residency, it is made sure by all the servants that his swords are put in custody before he can enter. A magician with a wooden sword can't possibly handle assassins. That's also another reason why they had assaulted them in broad daylight despite there being a famed mercenary. Even though that was the case, why can a wooden sword cut people? Crimson Osprey's eyes widened. The same time when Countless Swords Sorcerer swung his wooden sword, one assassin fell on the ground. The assassin that was cut down had fresh blood spewing out. Even Crimson Osprey could feel the surprise and unrest of the assassins that surrounded him. Even though the assassins came at him, the sorcerer easily incapacitated them one after another with swordplay. The swordsmanship that showed no gaps isn't something of a sorcerer's self-defense measures. But the assassins are all experts. Just as planned prior, 2 of them moved in accordance to kill the target. As long as the Countless Swords Sorcerer can be held down for a moment, they can finish off the target and the mission will be accomplished. There's no reason to take down the hardest opponent at all. But another unbelievable thing happened in front of Crimson Osprey's eyes. At the arm of the assassin that tried to stab with a dagger, the golden beast that had been curling up beside the target bit at it. At the same moment, The target that's supposed to be a young noble lady dished out a sharp slash with her wooden sword. It's difficult. Crimson Osprey, who was looking at the happenings from afar, knew the mission has failed. 9 assassins and 4 had been done in by the sorcerer, and 1 had been done in by the golden beast and the target herself. And when the sorcerer brought down the leader, that is Ankh, the remaining 3 assassins had decided to retreat. Hitting the scorching magic stone for retreating use left on the assassin incapacitated by the Duke daughter, flames spewed out in all directions. Although it's likely that the escorts that come their way will obstruct them, the assassins aren't that weak to not break through. Failing even with that 9. The moment when the remaining 3 decided to retreat was when Crimson Osprey turned around and escaped the Duke residency as well. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. What the heck? One corner of the Shadow District, a different building than when they had the operation briefing 3 days ago. A bald man yelled. His voice was heard by 3 people. It was the remaining that had made it out alive from the attempt of assassinating the Duke daughter, including Crimson Osprey, who didn't participate but only spectate, and Dive Swallow, who had participated as one of the assaulters. Only a total of 4 had made it alive. Don't be noisy, a tall man said, so annoyed towards the bald's anger. It was certainly unexpected. The tall man, who was also one of the assassins that had survived going against the countless swords sorcerer side at the opponent's absurd power. It's not even unexpected. 10 of us like this now. We even threatened insiders to help us infiltrate, even aimed for a timing when there were no escorts nearby, and even 30 of those stupidly expensive stones. How can someone who wasn't even holding a proper weapon can make us like this? What the heck is that sorcerer? Why the hell can a wooden sword cut someone? The shouts of the bald demanding for answers were exactly what everyone felt, but of course, no one here can answer any of those. What they only know is the mercenary known as Countless Swords Sorcerer is a monster far exceeding their common sense. No use yelling over what had been done. That's right. Not like anyone can resurrect with a complaint or 2. Crimson Osprey and the tall man were trying to reprimand the bald's violent words, but of course, that was met with displeasure. Then are you telling me to jump into death? You all are fine with that? Hey you, Dive Swallow. You say something too. I'm so loud. When the bald was asking for Dive Swallow's opinion, there was another 5th person who entered the room. Though probably no patrols will be around here, there's a limit to being careless. It was a short man dressed up like a laborer who entered the room. Closing the door behind him, while being looked at by the others, he moved to an empty space and declared one-sidedly, "Now then, let me hear your report." A carrier pigeon dare to be so self-important. Beside the bald that had taken a bad attitude, Crimson Osprey reported what happened to the short man. The short man confirmed with the other 3, and when he heard all he wanted, he left the room without saying anything. Just before he left, "Stand by until the next members arrive," they said. That just made the bald even more displeased. Crapload. Are you telling us to go against that kind of monster again? It's natural. Even if the attempt failed this time, it's not like that will make the requester or the organization give up. But of course, knowing the sorcerer is stronger than expected, even the organization won't be so stupid to send everyone expecting to face him the next attempt. They're not stupid as well. They will avoid that next time. HMPH, as if we have a choice. Damn it. The Countless Sword Sorcerer is an instructor of the Duke daughter and not an escort. That means that they just have to aim when the sorcerer isn't around. Of course, the escorts around the Duke daughter would be many folds now that the first attempt failed. But the next attempt will surely be done by many more members and power. Following after the tall man that exited the room without saying anything, the bald exited as well while expelling his anger everywhere. Crimson Osprey, who was about to follow them, was held back with an arm on her shoulder. What? It was Dive Swallow who stopped her. It was a mission where only 6 returned among 10. Even Dive Swallow's words were few. His usual spirit was gone. It felt like his emotions were absorbed by the furious bald Crimson Osprey. What he said just now, what's your thinking? Such Dive Swallow asked Crimson Osprey. Without saying, it's clear that Dive Swallow is feeling the same anger as the bald. Just as he said, no use talking over what is done. His usual casual atmosphere had gone somewhere. Dive Swallow's expression was serious. Being used like a tool. Survive if we're lucky, and it's another mission immediately after. Will it continue until we die? That's right. That's our role. I'm done. I'm fed up with this life of getting exploited and thrown away. Is that so? Crimson Osprey just answered blankly to Dive Swallow's question. Hey, Crimson Osprey, don't you think this is a chance? For what? The chance to leave the organization and escape. It was a simple thinking, Crimson Osprey thought after hearing. The event this time should be a handful for them too. After all, 6 elites in the capital had died. With the mission still uncompleted, the organization will surely put everything in the next attempt. There should be less pursuers if we go in the dark now. Just leave if you want. Crimson Osprey thought nothing of it. She wasn't going to stop him, nor is she reporting him to the organization. Is that all? She wordlessly swiped off Dive Swallow's hands, and tried to leave, but she was once again stopped. Wait, what? Crimson Osprey turned around once again emotionlessly, but unexpected words were thrown at her. Won't you join me? Huh? Unusually, Crimson Osprey's face distorted. You understand it too, right? There's no knowing how long you will live with this going on. If so, then together. Don't decide for me. I never said I will help you. Not that. I'm not asking you to help. Emotions more than words. Dive Swallow shook his head. For you too, rather than this organization. And I too. No, together we. Not needed. I'm not unsatisfied with the current situation. Faced towards Dive Swallow, who was looking for words, Crimson Osprey refused clearly. That's because you don't know the outside world. You have only lived inside the cage of the organization. If you just glanced outside for once, you must understand how senseless our treatment is. It's true that Crimson Osprey's worldview is small. Unlike Dive Swallow, who disguises as a normal merchant and has many contact with other people and had even activities outside the capital, Crimson Osprey, who had never set foot outside the capital, only had few people she normally contacts with. It was because every mission that Crimson Osprey was assigned only needed that much. I'm planning to head west of the capital tonight. If you change your mind, come to the inn, Anemone Sprouting Winds at 25 hours. I'm waiting at the furthest room on the 2nd floor. I won't. With Crimson Osprey still refusing, Dive Swallow said his last petition before he left the room. Think about it. Don't look away from your questions. There's not much time. If you want to leave your cage, then you must come tonight. I will take you outside that cage. That's Dive Swallow's last words exchanged with Crimson Osprey. The next morning, a garden near the capital's west gate, there was a male corpse floating in the fountain. You didn't get affected, huh? A short man's first words as he came to Crimson Osprey's living quarters. What do you mean? Facing Crimson Osprey, who decided to play the fool, the short man in a laborer outfit was smiling, staring at her. It was the same carrier pigeon that came to receive the report from the 4 people regarding the assassination attempt yesterday. Well, no one thought you will follow Dive Swallow in the first place. In other words, Dive Swallow's actions were seen through by the organization from the beginning. The corpse found in the morning is Dive Swallow. It was something she understood without the short man elaborating. Even Crimson Osprey didn't know how the information leaked. But as expected, the eyes and ears of the organization is formidable. Even though they screwed up badly with the assassination attempt, it seems like they had no problem dealing with one of their members that showed suspicious behavior. I mean, he was a fool too. He could have quickly left the capital in the night. But he was lurking around the west gate till almost dawn. It's like he was looking to die. The cold smile caused Crimson Osprey's eyes to shake a little. What? Something you want to say? Nothing. Though Crimson Osprey was being rude, the short man took out a small charm from his pocket and threw it at her. What is this? Receiving it with one hand, Crimson Osprey was looking at the short man with a suspicious gaze. Dive Swallow's memento. You must have seen it dangling down from his waist with a chain before, right? Memento. Crimson Osprey looked at the charm on her palm. It was a small pill-shaped charm about 3 centimeters wide, made from carved wood and a leather wrapping over it. It wasn't shining like a metal, nor was it glittering like a jewel. It was a plain accessory made of only brown shades. It didn't look like something a fashionable person like Dive Swallow would use. But certainly, it is the same thing she had seen before dangling from Dive Swallow's waist. The short man saying it's a memento, it's certain that it's Dive Swallow's property. Why give it to me? Are you pretending, or you really don't know? The short man was appraising Crimson Osprey with a sharp gaze, but he quickly changed his expression and turned around, and raised his hands lightly. Well, either way, sell it or throw it. Do whatever you like with it. That's all I have to say. The The short man said so before disappearing from Crimson Osprey's place. A short period after the short man had left the scene, Crimson Osprey was staring at the small charm on her hands with emotionless eyes. Chapter 150. 2 days had passed since the assassination attempt on Minerva in the training grounds of the Duke Residency. Ardis was called by the Duke, and he was told the culprit of the attempt. It was as expected, a noble, a marquis that has a daughter similar of age with the Crown Prince's first son. Although it's a name Ardis hadn't heard before, Ardis had made sure to remember it as an enemy that had endangered his precious pupil. From what the Duke said, since Ardis was there to foil the assassination plan, Ardis himself had garnered quite some hate. With your ability, I suppose you won't be taken so easily, but be careful in any case. Ardis, who received the unneeded warning from the Duke, cringed. He wasn't here as an escort, but an instructor. The Duke didn't have to tell Ardis who the culprit behind the assassination attempt was at all. The Duke probably knew that as well, but still told him anyways. It was obvious that the Duke was trying to relate Ardis in this matter as well. Of course, Minerva is not a stranger to Ardis now. Though it's only once every 3 days, she's his student that had been training for half a year. It's natural he feels anger at the culprit. Well, nobles have their ways to take revenge in this kind of situation. The Duke said so with a chilly smile. It was obvious he was intending on doing something to the Marquis. If so, Ardis only has to deal with the attackers. Ardis, who had left the Duke's office, got together with Rona and told him, "Can you stay by Minerva's side for now?" "I don't mind. But what about Al?" "Me?" Ardis laughed as if Rona was asking the obvious. "It's just that I'm doing the attacking now." "It sounds like that's more fun though." "I can't exactly be beside a Minerva for the entire day, right? And, isn't there going to be sweets and food for you for the entire day if you tagged along her?" Mew. Rona put some thought into it, then looked like he gave up. "Yeah, I got it. I will let Al have the fun this time. Leave Minerva to me." "Yeah, I can rest easy while cleaning them up then." The next day, Ardis had visited Minerva and told her the training will be on hold temporarily. I'm totally fine. I'm not injured, and we had a 3-day rest already. I'm fully recovered." It's not like that," Ardis explained to Minerva, who seemed to misunderstand. "I just couldn't get some free time. It's not Minerva's fault. Since it's my matter, I'm sorry, but you will be self-studying for the time being, and also make sure you keep trying that homework as well." "Shizu's matter? Then there's no helping it. I will definitely clear the homework." Seeing Minerva looking forward positively, Ardis nodded satisfactorily. "That's the spirit. Also, since I'm busy for the time being, I will leave Rona here. Can I trouble you with him?" "Rona? I have gotten the permission from the Duke already, so no worries there. Just the servants might be afraid of Rona, so I have no others to ask but Minerva." "Yes, please leave Rona to me. I will take good care of Rona until Shizu returns." Minerva had leaned out and took the job enthusiastically. "It seems like she really liked Rona." "I see, thanks." "And this, a thanks for it." Ardis, who had managed to arrange Rona beside Minerva just as planned, handed over a sword about 70 centimeters to his pupil. "What is it?" "A short sword. Use it for self-defense. It has my mana in it, so it'll be better than anything you can find on store shelves." Although Ardis omitted it, the one that forged that sword is Shmur's, which is known as one of the best blacksmiths in the kingdom. On top of that, it has Ardis's mana imbued in it, making it a magic sword. Its value would probably reach 100 gold coins in the market. "Thank you very much." Minerva, who didn't know all about that, were genuinely overjoyed with the gift from her teacher. Though Ardis thought it was a little strange to find a young lady being so happy over a sword as a gift, he decided to not think too much of it. If Rona is around her, Ardis can rest easy even if there are more assassination attempts. After all, there aren't many that can best his partner. After Ardis whispered to Rona, "I'll leave her to you," he left the residency. He was troubled by the other escorts 3 days ago, and so some of the assassins managed to escape. During then, Ardis couldn't had left the scene, but, honestly, Ardis wanted to chase after them. "Well then, laying your hands on someone's pupil, I hope you're not thinking getting away is so easy." Saying so on the street where no one is around, Ardis put the 3 swords on his waist while walking down the street. Finding his way to a familiar tavern, Ardis smiled when he found the person he was looking for. Though, the person on the receiving end of that smile was having a disgusted face and desperately trying to avoid his gaze. "Yo, Cheza, hi." Of course, he couldn't possibly escape from Ardis. For the information broker, Sorcerer, Ardis is a customer both he wants and don't want. What's your occasion here? It's likely Sorcerer already knew Ardis was looking for information. Sorcerer asked despite so. I need to know something. What is it? Sorcerer gave up and started the business talk. Do you know about the incident in the Duke residency 3 days ago? Well, I'm still an information broker after all. There was a gag order on the assassination attempt at the Duke residency. After all, a noble of highest peerage in the capital was hit in broad daylight. It wasn't anything pretty to hear. Not just for the Duke himself, it's shameful even for the royalty, the entire kingdom and the army for having such a loose security in the capital. In any case, leaving aside if it was an attempt in the night, it was a large-scale attack with many explosions from magic stones. Even if the related parties had a gag order, the ruckus would have traveled earlier than that. Any information broker would have known about it. As he verified so, Ardis went straight to the point. I want to know about the assassins. I can sell it to you if you want, but what are you going to do? Hearing it, Sorcerer felt it would be a troublesome outcome no matter what. Sorcerer had a really unwilling face. Normally, an information broker wouldn't be stepping into his customers' matters, but it seems like it had intrigued Sorcerer, so he wanted to know Ardis's reason. Nothing really. Just that I thought their prank is too much. I think I might need to teach them to not play pranks that can be irreversible. It's not like you were the one they targeted though. I have been going around the Duke house for quite a while now. I can't go in the details, but I have a paid job there. I know at least that much. Then I don't have to explain, right? They put a hand on my precious pupil. I have to retaliate at least this much. Sorcerer sighed grandly. From his looks, Sorcerer probably knew that Ardis was teaching swordsmanship to Minerva. Though many rough moments, Ardis and Sorcerer had known each other for quite some time. It might not be what Sorcerer wished. He had crossed enough words with Ardis to know that Ardis wouldn't stay quiet in this kind of situation. I will say this much first, it's a large organization. Even if you have the Duke house behind you, they still might remain even if you touched them. It's different from dealing with beasts or demonic beings. Even though Sorcerer warned him, Ardis just waved it away simply. It's fine, fine. What is fine? Sorcerer once again sighed and signaled the price to Ardis. Ardis had gotten the information he wanted from Sorcerer along with what he heard from the Duke. Despite Sorcerer's attitude, the information is coming from an information broker even Ardis recognizes. As for the organization behind the assassination, Ardis knew their bases and roughly how many people are there. It seems like they are quite well known in the darker part of the world, having influences that stretches to the coalition and the empire. They accept requests like assassination, spying, sabotaging, human trafficking, contraband trading, and they even have bandits among their league it seems. So I don't really have to look out who I'm hitting. Ardis said so, and Sorcerer had an even more disgusted face. Since an organization that would accept assassination request wouldn't ever be anything good, Ardis decided to just hit them really hard. After heading out from the tavern, Ardis walked along on the main street and thought of his plans. I can go for their main base first, but it's hard to deal with them if they spread out after that. Somewhere far, I guess the Empire will be the first. Then the next will be the coalition. Ardis confirmed the order of which base he should target first. There's one at Thoria too. Troublesome. Ardis' face showed displeasure at the name of the place that had ill fate with him. Well, not like anyone can find me if I went in the night. Then 2 days after that, the organization's base that located in a corner of the poor street of the Empire was annihilated. Few that escaped from the spot that was hit went to the headquarters that is in the capital of Nagra's kingdom, Gran. Though of course, they had no way of knowing they would be attacked once again few days later. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. A slightly dirty area near the outer walls of the capital. Not terrible enough to call it a slum, however, it's a place where no fortunate people will choose to live in. The people around here divided into the exploited that has soulless eyes, exploiters that has bloodshot eyes, and intelligent ones that are between the two. During the night when it's most active, Ardis, who was in a hood, hid his face and walked into a certain tavern. Everyone in the tavern had bloodshot eyes. They are not drunkards. There are only evildoers that benefits from misfortune of others lurking in this venue. Though benefiting from others' misfortune might look the same to the society as what mercenaries do, at the very least, Ardis isn't as rotten in the core that he would spread around misfortune purposely. It is a low-end tavern that has little to no decoration. It's a place specifically for those that are only looking to be drunk cheaply, and not to save a good quality liquor. But of course, that is all but a facade, Ardis knew. Just as Ardis entered the tavern, he was showered with gazes from all directions without reservation. It wasn't a gaze that regulars of a store would direct to an unfamiliar figure. For them, this is not just a tavern. Only the appearance of the tavern is well kept, but everyone here knew that it isn't a place that it would welcome anyone. That's why anyone who lives near here knew to never enter. Though there were some people that wanders inside by mistake, unless they're really dense and imperceptive, they would turn around immediately at those gazes. There wasn't many like Ardis who walked to the counter while showered with the intense gazes and atmosphere. Eventually, a bald man, supposedly a staff, came near Ardis and said, "We do not serve unfamiliar faces here. Go home." Ardis didn't know if that was the greatest benevolence of the man, or was he trying to avoid troublesome matters. No matter how straightforward he was, it isn't how an employee should treat a customer in a tavern. The bald man seemed irritated at Ardis, who snorted, "Oi! Did you not hear? I'm telling you to get out." Ardis felt few people had stood up behind him. Ardis thought they were all people with short temper, and said, "I have something with the manager here." And the man, who seemed surprised for a moment, asked back, "What?" "I'm saying I have some business with the manager here." Ardis, who repeated himself, was met with an angry yell by the bald man. "Ha! Who the hell cares what matter you have?" "Sorry, but we don't have any business with you. Get out already." "The one I'm looking for is the manager, not you." "I'm the owner of this tavern. The manager of this place is me." Though the man was yelling, Ardis only responded calmly. More people stood up behind him. "I'm saying, the manager of this place, not some lackeys like you all. The one that can order you all to go die." Ardis sighed purposely, and emphasized this place. Ardis already knew that this is a base used by the organization that took part in the assassination attempt of Minerva, Elmania Empire, Coalition of City-States, and Thoria. Ardis, who had gone around thrashing their bases in those areas, finished 3 other bases in the capital in just under an hour, and came here lastly as the ending ceremony. "You bastard!" The bald man, who had understood what Ardis meant by manager, became alert. At the same time, sounds of swords being unsheathed can be heard. Few people moved to the entrance to block Ardis's escape route. "I thought I would take a look at his face first. After all, it'll hurt to have him escape on me." Ardis, who seemed to have a good graces moment, took off his hood and revealed his face. "Wow, that face." So I'm really known here. I guess I was right to have hidden my face." The bald man's words stopped when he saw Ardis's face. "Thank you for the greetings that day, but I thought it would be rude of me to not return a greeting. So today I'm here for that. TCH." The man's reaction was quick. Taking a knife painted in black from below the counter, he swung it at Ardis's neck without any hesitation. Slow. But the blade never reached Ardis. It was because way before the knife were even being swung, Ardis's skies of myriad colors had already severed his head. The blood spewing out from the disconnected neck painted the counter in red. "Why you?" Everyone in the tavern stood up as Ardis is clearly recognized as an enemy. Ardis, who turned around, were met with bottomless hostility. Everyone stood up, and had weapons in their hands while they approached Ardis. About 30 men. There were young people in their tens and even some that looked like middle-aged men. And among them are 4 girls. Since every one of them are clearly directing killing intent towards Ardis, Ardis easily knew that every member here is obviously from the organization. But that doesn't mean Ardis is in a life-threatening situation. In Ardis's words, it would be glad that it's easy to differentiate. No friendlies nor any civilians. There's no need to take care who he should cut. In a sense it was refreshing. Ardis, who turned around, made several enemies shake. "That guy, he's the Countless Sword Sorcerer. He dared to come in." It seems like they had investigated possible threats, and after all, Ardis is the ultimate culprit that had foiled their assassination. The people in the tavern had changed face colors. "Surround him. Don't let him chant. Just keep attacking." Orders came from everywhere, and immediately there were people that came at Ardis trying to chop him. Of course, they had misunderstood Ardis's fighting style. If a sorcerer is advantageous in a long-distance battle, then keep pressuring in a close combat would be effective. Though, that's if the sorcerer in question isn't Ardis. "Coming this close to me." Ardis swung skies of myriad colors refreshingly, and took down 2 as the opening act. For Ardis, he would rather them come at him at once than them escaping the tavern. Having springtime mist and moon's blizzard already deployed at the entrance and back door, Ardis had cut off the enemy's escape route as he himself stepped into them. Ardis slid his sword against the enemies and dissected them in a stroke. With a single stroke, opponents' heads flew, and at the same time, 2 flying swords closed the distance. Eventually, when more than 20 had collapsed in pool of blood, the ones remaining had realized their mistake in judgment, tried to escape. But of course, the 2 flying swords had blocked their attempt. Yuak, help! The blade of Moon's blizzard cut off his throat as if silencing his cry for help. The enemies fell one after another with the only route outside blocked by the 2 swords. In the first place, Ardis didn't intend even one of them to escape, though he couldn't do anything to those that aren't here now. He isn't so kind to spare his enemies in front of his eyes. Towards Ardis himself, and above all his pupil Minerva, the moment they decided to lay a hand is the time their fate was sealed. Just 3 minutes. That was the time needed for everyone in the tavern to be on the floor. Reinforcements didn't come. The tavern is 2-story, though he couldn't see from outside. The organization's head is probably on the floor above. The organization's base, whether in the kingdom or outside, had already been leveled. Since there are members that aren't always there, Ardis thought that some will inevitably get away. His purpose wasn't to fully uproot everyone of the organization, but to make sure they would think twice before laying a hand on Ardis and anyone near him. But of course, Ardis isn't benevolent enough to let any enemy in front of his eyes to escape. They're still well up the 30, about 40 since no one came down even though there was such a ruckus. They probably already knew they were getting attacked, and is waiting upstairs. They must have known about the attack already. Though Ardis had crushed the organization's bases in a short time, the opponent has a wide information network. Even if the news of the bases outside of the kingdom might have not reached yet, the ones in the capital that he had dealt with an hour ago might have reached. They must have prepared for the attack on the 2nd floor, and threw down any useless ones on the 1st floor. It's evident that the head of the organization is someone shrewd enough to have planned something like this. Was it my mistake? Ardis wondered if he should have hit the head and the commanding party first, since he might have already escaped this building in advance. But the others will just scatter then. If the organization just crumbled, the members might cause him more trouble. He will have to worry about hitting the ones appearing once in a while. Though in the first place, Ardis only wanted to crush the organization to remind them not to lay a hand on him. But of course, in a sense, it's a warning to other similar organizations as well. From that perspective, he might have already accomplished his purpose already. Crushing the important bases inside and outside of the country. The opponent will have tasted a crushing blow. As an organization, even if the head escaped, it's hard to rebuild it. It would be hard for them to reach anywhere near Ardis. Well, no need to ask for the perfect. Ardis said so to himself, and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. Ardis, who climbed the stairs at the back of the tavern, reacted to the killing intent from above. Quicker than his thoughts, he stabbed the unsheathed skies of myriad colors towards the sky. The sword stabbed into the abdomen of a man with a dagger in his hand. There was a hidden space at the ceiling, probably to ambush anyone going up or down the stairs. The dagger held by the man was smeared in some kind of liquid, and reflected the moonlight shining through the window. Without even having the chance to avert his face from the dripping blood from the blade, there were 2 spears that came from each side of the walls beside him. Unlike the present he could feel coming from the ceiling, Ardis's reaction was a beat slower, but a spear that isn't fortified with mana couldn't possibly break through even his impromptu physical barrier. Like the sound of a blade striking a hard stone, the spear broke in half and deflected back. A trap, Seeing the 4 spears that came at him without any user, Ardis commented. After finishing off the man that came from the ceiling and throwing him to the 1st floor, Ardis advanced. Going up the stairs, Ardis, who had arrived at the 2nd floor corridor, saw 2 women on the side of a majestic door. The women were wearing servant outfits, and bowed towards Ardis. Different from the filthy tavern from outside, their pretty appearance beside the majestic double doors was strange in a sense. Welcome. The head is waiting inside. They have of course seen what happened to the person at the stairs just now, but they greeted and welcomed Ardis as if it never happened. Opening the doors on both sides, They bowed again and held the two doors open. There were many human silhouettes behind the open door. Ardis, who was about to enter the room without doing anything, was suddenly stabbed at by the two women. There were short daggers that were on their hands that came from somewhere aimed at Ardis's head and abdomen accurately. Of course, Ardis didn't let his guard down in the first place. As a natural reaction, he cut off the arm of the woman coming from the right, and with his other hand, he grabbed the wrist of the woman on the left. Even so, the women tried to take out weapons again, but Ardis just sliced their head off with blades of magic. With the two women without their heads falling on the ground, Ardis stepped into the room calmly. "Welcome, Mr. Guest." The door was at a corner of the room, the wall stretched on the left, while empty space stretched on the right. Following the voice that came from the right, Ardis saw a middle-aged man on his desk with his arms on the table. The man, who looked like in his mid-40s, didn't have eyebrows. Was it his birth trait or did he shave it off? He has a thin layer of purple hair, so it isn't like he has no hair at all. The man smiled shrewdly as he was gazing at Ardis. He was the one that called out to Ardis just now. With armored men standing on both his sides, there were many people lined up around the room looking at Ardis. It's likely the browless man is the one with the highest position here. "Now, don't just stand there and come on in." The browless man acted like the scene where Ardis killed the two women in front of his eyes as nothing. The people surrounding him is still silent. Even though he felt creeped by their actions, he didn't show it on his face and continued walking. If he's planning on playing some mental tricks on Ardis just have to act like it never bothered him. There's nothing good for Ardis if he is dragged in with their atmosphere. After all, from what he can detect with his mana, everyone in this building is in this room it seems. No matter the procedure, he's Ardis's target. Ardis was glad that he was able to save time finding the person. Ardis walking to the middle of the room was like making all the people around surround him willingly. Although it isn't a small room, because of the number of people around, there's only at most 3 meters separating him at the middle and someone else. It's a distance that can be easily reached with a single breath if they wish to cut Ardis. But that's the same for Ardis as well. He has the confidence to get rid of everyone in the room in a moment if he wanted to. "I welcome you here. I'm deeply sorry for what my subordinates had treated you downstairs." Without a single sliver of reflection in his tone, the man said words of apologies like reading it from a book. "It's nothing, after all. You caused me some troubles too." "Rather, there's no need to apologize for people that are already in the afterlife." That's scary." The browless man acted he was afraid, and leaned back onto his seat, and continued his talk. "Either way, it wasn't our intention to go against countless swords, Sorcerer. Since it was a business that day, it's inevitable that it had to take up the shape of violence, but it would be good if you didn't come and disturb us though." "What selfish thinking." "Whatever you think of my actions, we were attacked out of nowhere in the day." "Did you expect me to say, 'Oh, is that so,' and leave it alone? But didn't you take quite the drastic actions to my precious subordinates too?" "It's same for both of us, right? Even those that welcomed you below, and the girls too. They're all our irreplaceable members." "You were the one that tried to do something first, but now you're acting the victim." "To say they're your precious subordinates despite helping them at all, it hurts my ears to hear." "Of course they're precious. Our loss is big because they're important. It's a loss hard to endure." And, with a disgusting smile, the browless man had his chin rested on both his arms. "If we didn't suffer any loss, you wouldn't be satisfied, right?" Yeah, I see." Ardis felt truly disgusted in his stomach. The people below at the tavern was intentionally there for Ardis. They didn't know anything, but only offered to Ardis as a way to appease his anger. But since they're all members of the organization in the first place, they're targets that Ardis intended to beat. But even so, what the browless man did with the organization was something that made Ardis want to spit. "Your kind of people is what I hate the most." Ardis said it without a single decoration. "That's troubling. Since I can't tolerate any more, I don't need your toleration. The only thing I want is for you to get lost." Ardis completely kicked away his negotiation. "That's not peaceful at all." "Get lost? Do you mean that you will kill everyone here?" "That's what I came here for. Do you still not understand?" As if troubled, the browless man sighed. "There's something called necessary evil in this world. There's a necessary role that we fulfill in this world. There are many customers that need us. Well, depending if they have the money or not." "Are you saying that you have the value to exist?" "Is it wrong?" "Well, I'm not claiming that we are justice, but it's not like everything revolves around that. Do you not allow at least that much? I know people like you are necessary evil in the world, but that is that. There are many similar organizations out there. Even if you cease to exist, the other organization will just fill your role. While Ardis was going around crushing their bases in the capital, Ardis had realized many surveilling eyes on him. They're probably another competing organization, trying to find out the reason behind Ardis's drastic action towards the Browless Man's organization. Since Ardis didn't feel any hostility from them, Ardis had left them for the time being without doing anything. Rather, they will properly report the demise of the organization that laid a hand on Ardis. They will become the deterrent for the other organizations. Even if I really did crush every single organization like yours, there will just be more created. That's why even if you lots don't exist anymore, the world doesn't change. Then it's the same conversely. Nothing will change even if we cease to exist. It'll be meaningless for us to get lost then. I said it. That is that. I'm not here trying to be a hero of justice. My reason here is simple. You are my enemy. It's a simple reason. The reason why the Browless Man and his organization is in this predicament isn't because they are evil. It was a simple reason of them targeting Ardis's pupil that he had taken care of for the past half year, and even while dragging in Ardis himself. That's troubling. Our talk is not going anywhere. But do you really think that you can win against this many people? I suppose you don't think we only have this many people here? Are you intending to face against all of us? It's not much against all of you here. And your other members had already been cleaned up. Here is what your organization left. The Browless Man's expression crumbled at Ardis, who said so composedly, "Foo, foo fa foo. Ha ha ha." What was funny? The impression of a calm and calculative man the Browless Man had was totally blown away. Oops, pardon me. Since it was such an unrealistic story, it was quite a laugh. As expected from the great countless sword sorcerer, your ambition is quite large. But I wouldn't recommend saying such unrealistic things. It will trouble everyone. 3 bases in Elmania Empire, 5 in the Coalition, 3 in Thoria, and 4 including here in the capital. A total of 15 places. Ardis said so, covering the Browless Man's words. Just by counting how many were there, the Browless Man had a clear change in expression. The 2 armored man beside the Browless Man showed some shaking in their expressions, and even the others in the room seemed unrest. They have understood what Ardis said, except here, the others are no longer there. No. There was a report of one in the capital getting attacked, but, other than that, it's natural why he couldn't believe what Ardis said. After all, even from what Ches knew, there were only 2 bases in Elmania Empire, 4 in the Coalition, 1 in Thoria, and the 4 in the capital. The rest is what Ardis found out by himself, either by investigation or interrogation on who he captured. Ardis thought there might have been leftovers, but, from how the Browless Man reacted, it didn't seem so. Wouldn't the report from the Empire arrive tomorrow? But that is if there are still people left to send a report, and any to receive it. It's a bluff. While shaving at the Browless Man's face of calm, Ardis started counting with his fingers again. The duelist in the Empire, one that used a thin sword in calves of the Coalition, and there was another that used some stealth weapons in Thoria. Those that acted arrogantly were already a step ahead, waiting for you guys. The Browless Man, who is now speechless, couldn't even form his fake smile. Finally understanding their own situation, Ardis had the 2 flying swords at his sides and announced, "Well, that's all the greetings for now. It's time for you all to depart." Chapter 153. Chapter 153. Well, that's all the greetings for now. It's time for you all to depart. Ardis declared that there no longer any room to talk. I see. It's unfortunate that our talk was useless. The Browless Man acknowledged the failure in interaction after recovering from his shock. In the first place, Ardis hadn't had any intentions to talk with them, so his intention was useless. Taking a stance with his sword silently, the flying swords on his sides held back the other members around the room. "However, we've no intentions to fight with you like this." As if together with the timing when the Browless Man said so, there was a change inside the room. It's something invisible to the eye. It's something most people wouldn't even realize. But, only for a small portion, people who can sense mana will be unable to ignore it. Though, its influence is something that even someone who doesn't have the ability to sense mana can see. The two flying swords that were at Ardis's sides dropped on the ground as if the invisible persons holding them disappeared. Mana disappeared. The atmosphere that is normally filled with mana is now almost void of any. No, they were forcefully ejected. Though the amount of mana in a human's body differ from person to person, the mana that leaked out of Ardis were dispersed from the room in just a few moments. It is obviously an irregular phenomenon. Something is definitely interfering with the natural mana flow. As expected. But what can you do even if you know? A sorcerer is just a plain human without mana. With a sorcerer like you as our opponent, of course we would have suitable plans. Although you might be able to wield a sword, won't the people around here overpower you? The browless man who had regained his calm said so with an expression of looking at his prey. It's a declaration that they had planned for this outcome from the beginning. In this situation, it's still possible for Ardis to perform arts with the mana remaining in his body, but they will probably be dispersed before they reach the target. With how much mana Ardis possesses, it might be possible for him to forcefully push it through. But mana inside a person's body is limited, unlike the atmosphere. There's no way for him to fight with his normal power. After all, the flying swords that were not at Ardis's hands had their mana sources cut and could no longer serve a purpose. It's too late to talk again even if you want to now. Seeing the flying swords on the ground, it seems like that was enough to give the browless man enough confidence. Having dropped his act from a moment ago, he is now speaking as if he has the rights to Ardis's survival. You might have been able to get by ambushing with your sword magic till now, but now that you can't use any magic, even you can't possibly have any hands left. What a wrong choice to have turned on us. Our work was thoroughly disrupted by you, and also that matter with crushing our bases. I will make sure you have some lasting experiences before you die. As the browless man's words finished, the surrounding members all took out weapons and came at Ardis at once. I don't know if that's a tool or your ability, but you have some interesting things. Holding skies of myriad colors in his hands, Ardis prepared for the opponents. Well, not like it matters at all. Leaping in a straight line low to the ground, Ardis dodged an enemy that came from the front and laid him on the ground, spinning around with the force to cut the others beside him. Then, he severed an arm that came from behind. Kicking away the one screaming in pain, Ardis changed his position swiftly and aimed at another with his sword. Never stopping at one place, Ardis steadily decreased the number of enemies while causing injuries to the enemies and slowing them down. What are you all doing? He's just a sorcerer without his magic. Pathetic. Though the browless man was yelling, it isn't like he understood the sorcerer without his magic is in fact a fully fledged swordsman. Of course, the ones in this room aren't the lackeys at the floor below. Ardis felt their strength as he approached them, but their opponent is just too bad. After all, their opponent is a monster that even an entire army didn't dare to go against and could easily overwhelm any demonic beings. Even if they had many people, there's only a few that can swing their weapon at a given time. Even if his sword magic is sealed, Ardis still had much room to get by with just his swordsmanship. To take down Ardis in this state, they must have at least needed everyone here to be on a level like Ted from Bright Stars of White Knight or Nicole, who is the bodyguard of the merchant, Marietta in Reighton. The attacks that the enemies dealt missed before they could reach Ardis. On the other hand, more blood is spilt whenever Ardis's sword swung. Eventually, the window that connected to the outside world were covered in blood, losing its transparency. And no way. Because of that, the browless man had a green face again. By then, half of the browless man's subordinates are already in a miserable state. The browless man must have realized his second failure, underestimating a sorcerer without his magic. Even while that happened, Ardis's sword continued making blood splatter. Eventually, when only 2 persons are left in the room alive, Ardis walked on the ground that is filled with redness towards the sole survivor. Every step Ardis took, there was an unsettling sound of liquid splashing. No. Please wait. Begging for your life? Here's a line from you a while ago. It's too late. Q. Did he give up seeing that Ardis would never spare a chance? The browless man's face turned into a wry smile. It's up to here, huh? What a pity, the moment of my end. As he threw himself back to the chair, he relaxed his shoulders and sighed. Well, it's fine. It's a pity to not see your suffering face in the end. What do you mean? Ardis asked the meaning behind the browless man's fruitless last words. It's our job that we accepted. Did you think we will back off just because of one failure? I bet that the lady is now already somewhere unknown and can never return. I won't let you go when you're ahead. Did his mood improve because Ardis didn't say anything? The browless man turned around while licking his lips. Ha ha, what a wonderful feeling. What do they call this? Serves you right. But his words never ended. Ardis, who had stopped listening, cut off the browless man's head. With the silent room now in a bloody stench, Ardis whispered to himself while the sound of a head fell on the ground was heard. Rona is beside her, so it should be fine, but I should hurry back. Ardis had expected for another attack on Minerva. That's why Ardis had left his most trusted partner, Rona, back as a measure. Though Ardis didn't think that Rona would be beaten by enemies at this level, there's no reason to hesitate rushing back since his business is now over. At the same time, he wanted to find out what had dispersed the mana in the room just now. Since everyone in the room had already ceased breathing, Ardis guessed that the phenomenon is caused by a tool and not someone. Then there's no other chances he can find it other than now. If he left now, there's no guarantee no one will come before Ardis returned. A few moments when Ardis hesitated. It was not a long period. But the situation suddenly changed to something as if laughing at Ardis. Ardis realized that something was attacking himself. What is this? Ardis experienced a strange sensation. It was as if something was sucked out from his body into somewhere. It was such a strange feeling. Pulling me. It was an unpleasant feeling, as if something had reached somewhere deeper than inside his body. Ardis, who couldn't stand now, had his knees on the ground. Though there are many types of magic that can interfere one's spirit, Ardis couldn't recall any magic that exists that can cause such a sensation. As the surrounding scenery seemed to distort, Ardis heard something like metal ringing inside a pot. Don't mess with me. Is it the last-ditch prank that the organization and the browless man left, or is it an attack by a third party unrelated to them? Ardis didn't have the time to verify that now. Only the feeling of his existence being thinned was felt, and while feeling somewhat of a nostalgic feeling around him, Ardis's reins on his consciousness released. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. The time when Ardis was attacking the headquarters. In one corner of the noble's residency area, Minerva was just before heading to sleep in the Nyrestia residency. Here, Rona, it's cold though, right? Let's sleep together. Wafu. Minerva reached her hands out on the luxurious-looking bed with a canopy, though the golden beast only replied her and didn't move. Although Rona was entrusted to Minerva by Ardis, he really didn't look anything other than a ferocious beast. Because all the other servants of the Duke residency were afraid of him and never approached, in the end, Minerva had to take care of him alone. Though of course, Minerva herself was more than happy to. After all, she wasn't afraid of Rona. Rather, Rona is more like a fluffy stuffed animal that is also her teacher's companion. She had been arranging meals and sweets for him, and even brushed his fur gently. It was a top-notch treatment, and for the few nights, Minerva had brought Rona into the room, and slept in the same room. Minerva would want to feel his fur in the bed to sleep, but the golden beast would never reply to her invitation. Rona would curl up beside the bed every night. He was like a knight that protected Minerva as he kept looking at the entrance and the window. That made her recall the attack few days ago. A group of masked individuals that appeared during the training with Ardis. Though it was obvious that Ardis had fended them off, it didn't mean that she is completely safe now. Regarding that, her father, Duke Nyrestria, didn't reveal anything about it, which only made Minerva more anxious. I was kept out even though I'm the one they targeted. It's the usual. But it really doesn't feel well. One? Minerva sighed, and Rona raised his head and looked at her in worry. It's nothing, Rona. The reason why she would say something that she wouldn't normally, is probably because Rona was there to listen. Though it's a beast that wouldn't speak. Even if Rona is a smart beast that can understand what people say, it's not like he had the answers to a noble lady's problems. She would feel better even if she just speaks of her anxiety anyways. Since there was someone there to listen, Minerva talked more than usual that day. Commander Greystar had arranged escorts, so it should be reassuring. But if I said I'm still anxious, it would mean insulting him. Several escorts were injured or died on that day. On top of that, having escorts that needed to accompany the Duke on official matters and the Duchess, there's a serious lack of manpower. It's not easy to fill the vacancy, and so the numbers of guards in the residency had no choice but decreased momentarily. To fill the hole, the army's battalion commander, More Greystar that had known the Duke personally agreed to guard the residency with some of his subordinates. Though it's obvious they're mixing up official and personal matters, it is also the power of a Duke to make that possible. Of course, it was for the safety for his daughter, and Minerva, who was on the receiving end of that parental care, had no reason to complain. Don't worry about it, it's a good experience for my guys to experience guarding as well. And I've owed some favors to His Excellency after all. There's nothing Oju-sama have to worry about. Though she was sorry to make Moore and his subordinates take on this job even though they're busy, she couldn't say anything if the person himself dismissed her concerns with a laugh. From what she heard, it seems like they're going to receive extra vacation time after this too. In other words, guarding the Duke residency is taken as an official task of some sorts. On top of that, there were compensation from the Duke House too, so it seems like there were many that volunteered as well. As such, there were about 10 soldiers that had been added into the guard's rank in the Duke residency. Of course, it's not like everything is solved even if they have enough manpower now. The defenders are always forced to be passive while the one attacking has the initiative. As Minerva dived into her bed, the room shrouded in silence. Was it a minute, or 10? As her consciousness wasn't clear, the short or long period of time passed. Just before Minerva's consciousness got sucked into the dreamland, Rona stood up without a sound. Minerva, who felt that, was roused. What is it, Rona? With the starlight from outside the window, Minerva looked at Rona. Rona's ears peaked. In a moment, an angry growl broke the silence. What is it? Then, a ruckus that Minerva could hear. Heavy footsteps were heard running around the mansion. Just when she thought she was hearing swords clashing from the floor below, there was a woman's scream coming from the floor above. We're under attack. Many of them. Be careful of their diversion. Guard the stairs. Don't let them pass. Even the servants. The silence a moment ago disappeared like it was a lie. There were cries of battle surrounding the residency. Attack. Minerva, who was hugging Rona unintentionally, suddenly thought of something and went to the closet and took out a sword. It was the short sword that Ardis gifted her a few days ago for self-defense. Since she was receiving guidance from a strong mercenary, if she would be afraid of the enemies, it would be too pathetic. The reason why she wished to be strong herself was because that she wanted less people to be sacrificed for her. Cut them down. Quack. The ruckus had become closer than before. The sound of swords clashing behind the door, the sound of flesh being cut, and blood being splattered could be heard. Me too. Minerva, who had made her resolve, pulled her sword and had her hands on the door. While feeling that Rona is at her feet, she opened the door slowly. Just as she opened the door, the stench of blood flooded. Minerva, who narrowed her eyes due to the sudden bright light coming from the corridor, became speechless the next moment as she saw the scenery. It was supposed to be a familiar corridor. A scenery of many people collapsed on the ground that would never happen. 1, 2, 3 persons. The floor and the wall where they died died with a vibrant vermilion. Oju-sama. It's dangerous, so don't come out. It was like an angry yell at her. Commander, Greystar. As she found out the owner of the voice, Minerva called his name with an expression on the verge of crying. We're under attack. There are many of them, but they aren't powerful. Stay put in the room and rest easy. It will be settled immediately. I too. Minerva's hands were shaking as she grasped the short sword. Don't be stupid. It's disgraceful for us to make someone we should guard holding a sword. I understand. Minerva turned around and hid her face. While feeling hatred at her own hands for only shaking, she understood what Moore was saying as well, and so her eyes were filled with tears. There, return to your room. Moore said so gently. As expected, he couldn't reach his bloody hands towards the young noble lady in sleepwear. While hesitating with his hands, he chased Minerva back into her room. The sounds that she heard died down, and it felt like the ruckus was settling. Yes. Nodding without energy, Minerva returned back into her room. That time, Rona, who had been quiet around Minerva's feet, suddenly leapt out. Rona? At the same time when Rona barked, the window glass broke, and 2 shadows intruded the room. The shadows glanced at the bed, and then, without hesitation, they attacked Minerva with a dagger. Back down. Saying so, Moore stepped in front to protect Minerva. At the same time, Rona went in from the side and bared his fangs towards the attackers. That action was probably unexpected for the attackers. Without even the time to react, one of the attackers had his throat gouged out by Rona, and then ended just like that. The other attacker was still aiming for Minerva, but, of course, Moore was standing in his way. Moore himself, who is the battalion commander in the army, is a strong person. Even if the attacker is skillful, he wouldn't be outwitted in a one-on-one situation. After about 3 exchanges, the attacker fell without causing any damage. Their purpose was this, but too bad their timing wasn't good that I'm here. No, I guess it would have been fine even if I'm not here. Moore looked at Rona, who had easily taken one of the attackers by himself. As expected from the partner of Countless Swords Sorcerer. You're not just a normal beast, One. Of course, Rona barked so. As the sounds of battle slowly died down in the silent night, the presence of the attackers eventually went away. Well then, I guess that's all of them. I will have to look for the injured now. What about me? Oju-sama should stay here. No, we should move somewhere else since the window is broken. There's this dependable escort here too. I will call for someone, so wait first. What's the matter? Moore, who was talking about their next plan, realized the abnormality with Rona. Rona, who had easily killed one of the attackers, were looking around the place seemingly in unrest. What is it, Rona? Minerva noticed Rona's behavior too. Then, a strange feeling coming from the surroundings assaulted her. What is this? What happened? There's no one who could answer Minerva's question. As for Moore, who couldn't understand what was happening, it was because he couldn't notice the change. There was a heavy atmosphere wrapping around her entire body, making her senses scream. The next moment, her consciousness became afar, holding the short sword in one hand. Her other hand were hugging Rona. While only that sensation remained as she desperately tried to hang on her spirit, her limit came eventually. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. While feeling slightly choking, Minerva woke up. Are you awake, Oju-sama? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the figure of Moore sideways. Of course, it wasn't Moore that was standing sideways, but Minerva, who is lying on the ground. Here is. She raised her heavy body and looked around. The thin and tall grass that stretched without ends, the strong sunlight from the sky, and then the dry grains of sands on her palm. With the smell of grass filling the area, it's obvious that they are outdoors. Where is this? There wasn't a single building around. At the very least, they aren't in the capital. Minerva, who thought so, asked. But Moore's reply wasn't what she was looking. I was on the ground here when I noticed. 30 minutes had passed since then, and the sun is like that. So, she looked up at the sky. Minerva, who looked up, saw the sun lighting up the blue sky. It's the day, and the time is just a little past high noon. How long? Minerva was about to ask how much time had passed, but she stopped. After all, Moore said he just woke up about 30 minutes ago, so he probably wouldn't know much either. Who knows? I'm not sure, but I don't think much time had passed. How can you know? I mean, I'm a former mercenary, and a soldier now. I can at least gauge about how much time had passed since I passed out. And speaking from that experience, it shouldn't be long since then. Longest would be 10 minutes. It definitely wasn't half a day though. But there. Moore, who answered Minerva's question, seemed to doubt himself too. After all, it was in the night when they were being attacked in the Duke residency. Now that they had woken up, the sun had passed overhead and is leaning towards the west. It's normal to think that half a day had passed since then, but Moore's senses told him it wasn't like that. Well, there's nothing to be done about the time now. The problem is, where are we? At the very least, it doesn't look very safe here. We should look for some village or town, and then think about returning to the capital then. Moore suggested such. Minerva answered yes, but then recalled another presence. Come to think of it, where is Rona? Ardis's partner? He's there. Where Moore pointed, there was Rona's figure standing gallantly on 4 feet on top of a slightly elevated boulder. Minerva's face loosened seeing that. Rona, who had noticed Minerva's yell, came down from the rock. I'm glad you're with us too. Welcoming Rona, who is running here, Minerva bent down and hugged the golden beast. Well then, we should be looking for a highway now. Since this is a remote place, that should be easier. That's right. Everyone is worrying. Hushed by Moore's words, Minerva raised her short sword in her hands. An hour after that, Minerva and the other two were walking due south on the grasslands. If they're around the kingdom's territory, then south will be where the seacoast is at. If they were transported north of the capital, then heading south will get them closer back. If not, seeing the sea will tell them their general location to some degree. Of course, Finding a highway or a town before that happens is much more plausible. And, that was what I thought, but was I underestimating our predicament? Moore stopped walking with a frown on his forehead. They had been walking for quite a while now already, but not even a settlement, a highway can't even be seen. And of course, there wasn't any people they could see either. With Moore's one hand on his face looking into the distance with some impatience, he was about to groan to think that there's not even a highway, when his face hardened. What is it? There are people being attacked by beasts. Eh? Minerva, who followed Moore's gaze, found several silhouettes moving in the distance. With them moving around like jumping and running around, it certainly looked like people being attacked by beasts. We need to help them. But Oju-sama's safety is. It's not a time to worry about that now. I can look after myself somewhat. And Rona is here as well. They needed information to return to the capital right now the most. If they help those people, they might be able to get a hold on their location, and find a way to return. In this place where even a highway can't be found, people are an important source of information. All right. It's true that we need information after all. Don't get too far away from me. Moore agreed to Minerva after some thoughts, and started running with his sword unsheathed. Rona, we should hurry too. Holding the short sword in her hands, Minerva chased after Moore. As they went closer, the silhouettes became clearer. There were two people who were equipped that is being attacked, and there were six-legged beasts with dark blue fur surrounding them. A total of 4 beasts. The beasts that looked like large-sized cat bears its fangs and bit down on one of the human's legs and arms, and immediately retreated before the counterattack came. The wounds are definitely not critical. It was as if they're toying with their prey and slowly hurting them. We won't make it in time. They're late by a few moments. The 2 people who showed resistance so far collapsed on the ground, and the 4 beasts surrounded them. Shit, at this time. Moore cursed the timing. He could have probably helped them if he was earlier by 3 minutes. On the other hand, if he was late by 3 minutes, he would have chosen to abandon them to prioritize Minerva's safety. But now he's stuck between the 2 choices. The beasts probably realized their presence here as well. The beasts weren't satisfied by the 2, and started looking at them like prey. The 4 beasts directed their gazes here. It seems like they're fully intent to attack them. Oju-sama, don't stray. Yes. Moore, who had a sword in his hand, stood in front of Minerva. Minerva as well at the back drew her short sword. Even if she couldn't take down the beast, she could at least buy some time. Even I can. What Minerva hoped now is just to not be a baggage. Of course, she is fully well aware she is being a baggage no matter what. At the very least, she didn't want to cause any more trouble to Moore. The dark blue beast leapt at Moore. Don't look down on me. Moore had climbed up the ranks in the army with his swordsmanship. There's no way he would be troubled by just 4 beasts. The moment he thought he can easily sever the head of the coming beast, Minerva along with Moore both opened their eyes wide in surprise. What? It turned around in midair, and as if there was an invisible wall, the beast kicked against it and landed backwards. Leaving aside if they're on the ground, it was an absurd movement that was performed in midair. Commander, on the right, Minerva warned. At the same time the front beast retreated. This time, another beast came from the right. Fast? Their speed was faster and sharper than normal beasts. The beast's fangs were nearing Moore's right arm. Shit. It was because he judged that it wouldn't be in time even if he tried withdrawing his sword. With a half-turned body, Moore tried his best and swung with the handle against the beast's head. But that didn't reach. As if a glass plate was broken, Moore's arm was blocked by something. What the actual? While confused by the sudden discomfort, Moore put his all in his knee kick towards the beast that had stopped moving for a moment. But the beast swiftly turned around and tried to evade. However, the blade reached earlier. The moment he thought the sword would cut through the beast. Wow! Moore is once again surprised. It was just like his sword slashed against a full metal armor. Moore's sword was deflected away without dealing a single scratch on the beast. What is that toughness? While cursing, Moore followed with attacks, yet his second missed. The third that landed somehow didn't deal any damage as expected. While exchanging blows like that, Moore's breath started to become ragged. Minerva couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Moore Greystar is one of the top 10 swordsmen that could be counted within the Royal Army, and that Moore was struggling so much against beasts was unbelievable. But since Moore was struggling that much already, it just meant that Minerva is in more danger. Oju-sama. One beast slipped past Moore's guard. Minerva's ears heard the warning, but her body didn't move. The short sword in her hand felt like it was distant, and it felt like her body wasn't her own and just froze in place. Just at the moment when the beast was approaching at a fast speed and her head was all blank, she saw a golden shadow leaping out from the end of her vision. Rona. Realizing the shadow, Minerva shouted his name. Rona, who suddenly leapt ahead from the side, bit into the beast's throat. Fka. Suddenly, a death cry came out of the beast. Then, without waiting, Rona ripped apart its windpipe and cast aside the beast, then moved on to his next target, ripping apart one of them with his claws, and then kicking one away. The last one was hit into the ground. It was a short period. Moore lost his words at that overwhelming strength. Amazing. Rona, you're so strong. On the other hand, Minerva was genuinely amazed by Rona's display of strength. So, the partner of Ardis isn't just for show, huh? Good grace, what am I even here for? Moore, who stood back from the shock, was praising Rona in his own way. He might be happy that he has such a strong companion, but, since he was supposed to be Minerva's escort, he felt painful at his own powerlessness. But with the current situation like this, it's not a place where bothering over his face will help. In fact, if Rona wasn't around, something would have happened to Minerva. Even if Minerva wasn't around, Moore himself probably wouldn't have been able to handle 4 of them. Anyways, how about the people? Moore, who had regained himself, walked towards the 2 that had collapsed because of the beasts just now. There might have been too late, but, if they're still breathing, they couldn't possibly let them die like that. But it's not like they knew how to use healing magic, and having no treatment tools, there's no chance they could help the 2 people. But he thought that he can at least mourn for them, and as a reward, he could take their food or water on their body. Moore thought so. Moore's legs stopped, and his voice was swallowed. What happened? Minerva, who caught up to Moore from behind, took a peek at what had concerned Moore, and swallowed her breath. A pair of man and woman in armor were on the ground. Both of them wore similar get-up as Moore, and Minerva noticed a familiar insignia on part of their armor. While Minerva was stuck for words, Moore, who was looking at the collapsed people in stun, spoke. My men. Chapter 156. Chapter 156. They're my subordinates, on the same guard team in the Duke Residency. Seeing the 2's breathless state, Moore said so in a painful voice to Minerva. Minerva recognized the insignia carved in their equipment. It was the emblem of the Royal Army. Moore also recognized their faces. They're undoubtedly soldiers of the kingdom. They both had already ceased breathing. The reason why they're being attacked by beasts here isn't known, but they might have suffered the same fate as the 2. It's probable that the others in the Duke Residency might be near too. Mourning is the least I can do. Moore muttered without energy towards no one, offered a prayer and lit the corpses on fire. Without time for a proper burial nor digging a hole, they had no choice but to perform a cremation. Oju-sama, please use this. The stench of blood might be intense, but please endure it. It will be better than what you are wearing. Moore tossed the jacket of the deceased female soldier to Minerva. As someone who is here with an appearance of a sleepwear, Minerva, who is a noble lady, or rather, it is a problematic appearance even if she wasn't a noble. Although she felt sorry for the original owner, she wasn't disgusted. Minerva covered her thin clothing with the jacket. Now we're back to square one. In the end, they obtained a jacket for Minerva, and the prospect of other soldiers could be in a similar situation. They were still same in the regards that they didn't know the way back to the capital, and having no supplies. Hey Rona, won't you know a place with water? Though Minerva asked simply, with an expression of good graces, Rona turned around silently. Oi, don't tell me that guy really knows. Moore was surprised seeing Rona's gesture of indicating follow him. They say beasts has better smell than human. Rona might know something we don't know either. Well, there's no clue to go on anyways. Let's follow him. Moore and Minerva decided so, and followed after Rona, walking westwards. With a slow pace, 30 minutes of walking, Minerva and the party arrived at a small river that passes through the plains. Ah, it's a river, Commander Greystar. That's great. Finally, something else other than grass. The width of the small river was about 3 meters. Though the volume of water flowing through isn't immense, it's more than enough for the 2 people. The 2 recalled their thirst after walking so far without a drop of water. It seems all right. Moore called Minerva over as there didn't seem to be any beasts around. Phew. It's refreshing. Using 2 hands to scoop the water to drink, Minerva had a smile. "Is there any kind of container?" Moore, who was similarly rehydrating, muttered. "Let's take a rest first. Since we were just walking till now, Oju-sama is tired too, right? I suppose it's better we don't push." "What's the matter, Rona?" Minerva, who was answering Moore, noticed Rona's change. Rona, who was drinking water from the river, suddenly looked around as if looking for something. The ears covered in golden fur peaked and moved according to the sound of the grass waving in the wind. The look of being anxious while looking around was as if danger was approaching quickly. "Is there some beasts nearby?" Moore, who noticed Rona's behavior, became alert. "The beasts like before?" "Don't know. But we're not the only one that needs water. If there were no other water sources nearby, then it's not strange to have beasts come." Although they aren't fully aware of their surroundings, they didn't see any human settlement, rivers nor pond on the way here. This small river is likely a precious water source for the surrounding living beings, and of course, there were many aggressive beasts among them. "Let's get away quickly." "Yes, that's a good idea." Minerva, who agreed to Moore, immediately stood up, and then from somewhere a voice of an old man was heard. "Oi, there's no need to be so hurry on your way." Their body jumped at the sudden voice. "Who?" Moore quickly drew out his sword and took a stance and hid Minerva behind. "Ho ho ho, coming to my territory and ask who? How laughable. Do you think my guard is down because the rainy season is not close? Did you think I wasn't awake?" The voice continued reverberating. There wasn't any creature that is in sight. Minerva found Rona glaring at a single point. As she followed Rona's gaze, there was something strange that she saw. A slow-flowing small river. Something is moving in the middle of it. A part of the water is evidently increasing in viscosity, and then slowly becoming dark blue. The dark blue water expanded gradually, and then eventually filled the entire width of the small river. After expanding about 5 meters upstream and downstream, it finally stopped, and then it stretched upwards. It was like the water coming out from a fountain spout aiming upwards. Of course, there wasn't any fountain, nor was there any spouts. The strange mass was about 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall when it stopped growing. "What the heck is this guy?" Moore was questioning the strange creature in front of him. "I see. This is what it means to be oblivious, huh?" The dark blue mass of water trembled as if laughing. Minerva heard a voice akin to an old man along with the movement of the water. A demonic beast speaking human language. It was obviously outrageous. Something that looks like this and can speak human language couldn't possibly be a beast, nor a human. There were no other possibilities but a demonic's being. But not knowing shall not be your excuse. A punishment befitting your lacking knowledge. A suitable punishment for being rude. Present yourself as my food and be grateful. Becoming a part of me, let there be meaning to your foolish life. The dark blue mass of demonic being declared from a superior way. "The four-legged there. I shall let you away apart from those two-legged. I believe you have the intelligence to avoid a pointless fight." There wasn't a mouth or anything alike on the mass. But if the demonic being had eyes, it is definitely looking at Rona right now. After all, the only four-legged here was Rona. A silence, or a cry that was supposed to answer the demonic's being's question, came out in a form that Minerva didn't expect. "Sorry, but I will refuse respectfully." Well, leaving aside the man, I won't have any face to meet if something happened to Minerva. The clear words that came out of Rona shocked Moore and Minerva. It talked. "Rona, you." On the other hand, the demonic being didn't seem surprised at the fact Rona spoke, but only treated it normally. "Who?" "Standing your ground, four-legged." "Though your thinly body couldn't possibly stand against the great me," Rona answered calmly at the demonic being that spoke with an overwhelming atmosphere. "If that's really the case, you wouldn't offer me to get away by myself, right? It's obvious you didn't want to face me, isn't it right? Acting like a sage Suage-san?" Rona's answer was only full of provocation. The dark mass of water that was shrouded in silence suddenly trembled. It was a display of anger that it hadn't showed before. "You said it. You dare speak of the forbidden, insulting my pure and prestigious body. What a hateful four-legged furball. I won't even leave you the chance to beg for your life. I will make sure not a single drop of blood, not a single strand of fur remains." It's easy to say. Well, no matter how you try to cover it up with pretty words, you're nothing more than polluted water that is only getting more polluted. Don't you think you might have a chance of getting purified if 100 years passes? You, Rona further provoked the demonic being. The shaking body already manifested multiple sharp ends like needles. The needles that stabbed into the ground in front of Rona lost its shape and soaked the ground quickly. You, Stop dodging. You two, get away quickly. Giving instructions to Minerva and more, Rona easily dodged the needles that came his way constantly. Annoying bug. Then the demonic being changed its shape. A portion became mist-like, and as soon as it covered Rona, they condensed and formed needles again. Rona! Minerva yelled, seeing Rona surrounded by needles. Countless needles came from all directions towards Rona. Of course, it's impossible to avoid. I'm bothered if you think that much is enough. Just as Rona's right paw hit the ground, there was a strong gale manifested with him as the center. The needles were caught up in the rampaging tornado, and were torn into pieces, vanishing into nothingness and blown away. The shockwave had even reached the two people a distance away. That's absurd. Moore was impressed. Minerva was the same in that regards. Minerva didn't understand magic or arts yet, but the phenomenon that just happened was something that couldn't be performed just by normal physical laws. The winds that Rona released couldn't be natural. It was obvious it originated from arts. Rona. Minerva had never in the slightest thought that Rona, who would happily eat sweets from her feeding hand, could actually understand and speak human language, and is smart enough to control and cast arts. Ahead of the confused Minerva, Rona's battle with the demonic being continued. Rona, who repelled the needles surrounding him, went on the offense. With a force that seemed to split the ground, Rona leapt and closed the distance. While avoiding the needles that came from two sides, Rona quickly closed the distance towards the root of the demonic being. Then the triangular ears peaked again. Just before the demonic being could take a defensive measure, his right paw covered in flames hit into the dark mass of water. A little brat dares to. The demonic being had a hateful yell. Even though nothing would happen if you slept soundly, this is your punishment for waking up early without any reasons. Rona, who dealt a blow, immediately retreated and took a distance. I will not hand it over. My dwelling of high mana purity, I will never hand it over. Although they couldn't see its expression, from what they've heard, it's obvious the demonic being is enraged. On the other hand, Rona is calm. In the midst of that, Rona's eyes that didn't show any mercy while facing the demonic being without taking a step back narrowed at what the demonic being said. The demonic being's attack increased in power. The lump of water became like thin whips, and swung at Rona's sides. Though, even Rona, who had a calm face, couldn't dodge all of them. With the onslaught of countless needles and whips, it's inevitable Rona will be hit. Commander, Rona is ... I know. Moore, who stepped out one step with a serious face, seeing Rona's difficult fight, was immediately stopped by Rona's yell. What are you two still doing? Didn't I told you to quickly get away? I can't leave Rona here alone. Minerva, who didn't back off, was met with Rona's merciless stab. You two are being a bother here. No way. Minerva became speechless at the cold rejection. Moore placed his hands on the shoulders that were facing down. Oju-sama. He's right, we're being a bother right now. It's vexing to say, but we can't do anything with the speed of their fight. Moore was in pain, understanding his own powerlessness, but deciding that he should prioritize Minerva's safety, he convinced Minerva. As for Minerva, she could do nothing but listen. They had no roles in this fight. Even so, Minerva didn't feel right to leave Rona alone to fight the dangerous demonic being, and the hesitation became a question for Rona. Will you really be fine alone? As I said, you're really not understanding. It'll be less dangerous for me too if you two quickly get away already. Rona complained as if he had enough, all while the needles and whips scattered more fur. I understand. Rona, please don't push yourself. Affirming to Rona's words sadly, Minerva left those words behind and turned around. Don't leave my side, Oju-sama. Yes. Leaving Rona, who was fighting behind, Moore led the way and fled together with Minerva. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. While keeping in mind Minerva is still behind him, Moore was running with a feeling like dirt was shoved in his heart. Young yet talented. It was about 5 years ago when Moore, who was already a prominent figure as a mercenary, joined the Royal Army. The reason why he was able to shut the fussy soldiers that had a better background than him up was because of his abilities, and he managed to climb to a battalion commander with just that. It's an amazing feat considering his common birth. Being one of the top 10 strongest swordsmen in the army, Moore had shut anyone that had problems with him with just his achievements. And someone like him is. Am I afraid? He was confused at the tremors inside the core of his body. There were only few that can best him in a one-on-one situation. Even if his opponent is a despair, He was confident enough he had room to get by dealing with it. But the demonic being a while ago wasn't like what he had ever seen before. Just following their movements is all I could do. So depressing. Moore could barely follow the exchanges mixed with magic and arts between Rona and the demonic's being. He thought he needed to assist Rona, but, even if he had done so, it wasn't clear whether he could make any difference. Moore bit his lips in frustration. Even so, he could only recognize it. The golden beast, Ardis's partner, is stronger than himself by multiple magnitude. In any case, where the hell is this? Moore changed his negative thinking and tried to re-establish their current situation. At the very least, there was no such demonic being in his memories. Of course, Moore isn't all that knowing about demonic beings as well, but given its strength just now, there would be at least rumors of some sort. Not just the demonic being from before, the six-legged beast as well. Though there were still many things he didn't grasp as he didn't fight them for long. From the short period he did exchange with them, Moore judged they are stronger than the despairs of grasslands outside Nagra's kingdom. Unfamiliar beasts and demonic beings. It's likely they're somewhere far away from Nagra's kingdom. But at the same time, Moore's senses told him that only a short period of time had passed when they were passed out. It would have needed substantial time for them to be transported by someone outside the country. Whatever, no point thinking about it now. Finding a safe place first. Shit. What's the matter? Minerva was concerned at Moore, who suddenly swore. When she saw what Moore was looking at, her question immediately disappeared. There was a six-legged beast covered in dark blue fur. It's a familiar look. That's again. It was the same large-sized cat-like beast that was finished off by Rona just a while back. But Rona isn't around this time. Moore had no choice but to settle it somehow just by using his own powers. But if it's just one? Moore knew that the six-legged beasts aren't normal opponents from the fight previously. But there was only one of them right now. Although it isn't an easy opponent, Moore decided to gamble on it since it's going to be a one-on-one battle. Oju-sama, don't stray too far. Tell me if there are more of them coming. Yes. Please be careful. Minerva was left behind a few steps, and Moore himself slowly closed the distance with the beast. Of course, the beast had already noticed them. It seemed like it was about to leap forward with its low stance at any time. Now then, I was taken aback just now, but it's my chance to redeem myself. As if Moore's words were the signal, the six-legged beast started sprinting. I had seen that speed already. Although it was agile enough that Moore was taken by surprise the first time, Moore wouldn't be troubled so much at the second time. Moore swung with his all at the spot where he predicted the beast will arrive. There, the intense slash ripped apart the air and came at the beast. But of course, the beast wouldn't be beaten quietly. Just before the blade reached the beast's abdomen, it kicked against the air. Seeing the beast jumped sideways with a strange movement, Moore's sword slashed thin air. I thought so. Moore had seen that trick before, and he already prepared to follow up with attacks. He didn't draw his sword back, but turned the blade around, and drew even closer. A little more. As expected, it couldn't do the impossible jump twice in a row. The next attack will surely land on the beast's side. What toughness! Moore felt the hardness that came through his sword. The dark blue fur that is stronger than its looks didn't receive much damage with blade made of heavy iron. The response was cutting against a piece of chain. It was the proof that Moore's attack didn't do much at all to the beast. Moore, who tried to dismiss his thoughts and move on to his next attack, was met with claws at his face. A combination attack with its front and middle feet. It was an attack that can only be done because it has 6 legs. The reason why Moore could dodge the first 2 legs was because of his rich experience as a former mercenary. But even so, Moore couldn't dodge all of them. The middle claw scratched Moore's cheek. Of course, it was just a graze. It was not a wound that would impair anything in a battle. But that was what bound Moore. My body. Moore's movement became dull suddenly. Fast-acting paralyzing poison. With his body that suddenly didn't move well to his instructions, his conclusion from his experience told him so. The claw that reached only a tiny bit didn't only have the sharpness to easily slice his flesh. My legs. His legs felt numb as he stepped. Commander? Minerva raised her voice, realizing Moore's irregularity. I'm not done yet. Moore yelled with spirit and moved his body with just his will. It seems like the paralyzing poison isn't very potent. Although it slowed down his movements, it's not like he couldn't move at all. But even so, he couldn't move as agile as before. What's wrong? Six-legged. Come at me. The reason why Moore was provoking the beast was to make it come inside his attacking range somehow. Because the beast might turn its fangs on Minerva, Moore had to muster his strength and lure it. But as if seeing through his intentions, the beast didn't move closer to Moore at all. Their distance was about 5 meters apart. It is a distance that Moore can easily close normally. But the beast that only looked at him from a distance pissed him off. It was not a long period of silence. It was the beast that ended the silence. With its mouth half open, a ball of flame shook and came to life in it. What? The red color that made Moore doubt his eyes seemed to drip out of the beast's mouth. Impossible. You're saying that it can even spout flames? The beast's cheek that inflated gradually. It looked like it was inhaling deeply. It was obviously a movement to prepare an attack. Something like that. Now, cold sweat was felt behind Moore. The beast was doing an over-exaggerated preparation. Moore normally would have easily dodged it, but the paralyzing poison in his body that dulled his movement made his senses ring. The beast stopped inhaling. Moore, who was barely standing on his 2 feet, stared at it. The short period that felt long passed, and the beast opened its mouth big. Not good. The shaking red flame was released towards Moore, but at the same time, an intense gale blew and something large covered his sight. What? Of course, there's no one to answer Moore's question. Replacing that, there was a dull blow sounding, then a cry from the beast. Vjaya! The beast that was about to spew flames on Moore was held down by something that came from somewhere. As he saw what it was, it is a similar shaped 6-legged beast holding it down. But the one holding it down had numerous wounds carved on it. 2 legs from its 6 had already gone missing. The beast that crashed into the one Moore was fighting was already on death's door. It didn't seem like the beast could hold on to it any longer. It is a matter of time before the beast below could break free. Saved. Moore, who felt he was saved, suddenly saw another 6-legged beast jump into his sight. No, it's more correct to refer it as something that used to be a beast. Some had their heads missing, some had ruptured abdomen, some were totally charred black. Numerous corpses were thrown and landed near Moore. From where? Commander, they came from that side. Minerva, that came behind here, unnoticeably pointed out in a direction on the grasslands. On the far horizon, there was a small shadow running around. If it wasn't a scenery far away, it would have looked like a bunch of flies flying around. It seems to be approaching. The small shadows would sometimes scatter, and then become one and move. The size of the shadow slowly grew in size. In other words, the group of shadows were slowly approaching their location. Someone is fighting with those beasts. Eventually, when the figures become as large as a pinky nail, they could tell a single person silhouette is fighting against many 6-legged beasts. Though, its movement isn't how a human move, Moore thought. It was as if invisible footholds were set up, and the fist moved in all directions without stopping. It's more correct to say that the silhouette is flying. What the heck? The number of 6-legged beasts continued to diminish. As for Moore, who almost nearly lost his life just going against one of them, their difference in strength can't even be measured. The person would scatter or blow away the beasts around to the ground every time he stepped. And for the 2 that was entranced by the unrealistic and strange scenery, they didn't realize the presence approaching from behind. Sorry for the wait. What's happening over here? It's quite noisy. Kaya Yuuak. The 2 people's shoulders jumped up at the sudden voice, and there was Rona, who fought off the demonic being from before. Rona, I see you're fine. Since when? Please don't scare me like that. My lifespan is shortened. Isn't it your fault for spacing out here? NN. Someone is fighting with a bunch of Nebulos there. Easily pushing away their complaints, Rona immediately understood the situation. There was a figure of a human fighting alone against the 6-legged beasts, as Rona narrated. Nebulo. Do you mean the 6-legged beasts? That's right. They aren't strong, but they're all over the place, famous for being troublesome as they multiply everywhere. Aren't strong. Moore was depressed at Rona's words. Since he was struggling and almost lost his life against just one of that aren't strong beast, it seems like they're approaching. Just like Rona said, the man's shadow that seemed to scatter the bugs around him slowly approached. Shouldn't we run? I think it should be fine. Though since they're dumb enough to rush at anyone once they're enraged, it'll be smart to get away just in case. But Rona, who was answering Minerva's question, noticed a strange point. What is it, Rona? Could it be that's... Rona's gaze was chasing after the shadow of the man fighting against the beasts. The distance had closed enough that the faces can be made out. Moore saw a black-haired man with worn-out equipment. His age seems to be in the 30s. The balance of muscles that showed as he fought was what Moore thought to be the ideal shape. The six-legged beasts that surrounded him were as if insignificant beings, being cast away as corpses every moment. Although he was stupefied, he also felt his fighting style was emitting a depressing feeling and sadness. What? His face, where did I see it before? Moore was strangely familiar with the face. It should be something he's able to recall, but he wasn't able in the end. With his thoughts fully occupied, Moore didn't catch what Rona was muttering. Al. Why is he here? Chapter 158. Chapter 158. It was Minerva who responded to Rona's mumble. Do you know that person, Rona? Rona simply answered, guess so. Towards Minerva's question, at the very least, Rona knew that no one on the other side called Ardis by Al. And if Rona called Ardis with that nickname, then not many people will know he was referring to Ardis. In the first place, Rona hadn't talked in public face to Ardis. The only exception to that was Near, but, of course, Minerva and Moore weren't there when that happened. That's why Al that Rona mumbled wasn't anyone that Minerva knew. Rona thought that he should explain it to the two people, but immediately dismissed that thought. After all, so cumbersome. In the first place, Rona himself wasn't clear on what happened either. He didn't think he could explain well to the two, and he felt that he had no obligation to do so either. I will be going ahead for a while. You two should stay here. Yell loudly if it's dangerous, then quickly run away. Rona, who had quickly given up explaining anything, started walking in a pace slowly towards Ardis, who is fighting against numerous Negilos. Moving closer, Ardis's figure is now clear. There were injuries all over his body, the broken equipment, and the sword that had lost its edge and became a blunt weapon, and a sooty face. His face was full of impatience and hatred. It was as if he is a totally different person than the Ardis who were smiling peacefully at the twins. Above all, the difference is that Ardis is not in his younger form. It was a body before 30s that had several scars. It was the appearance and age that Rona was familiar with. What happened? Rona had last saw this Ardis 2 days before when he went to the other world and found the younger Ardis, and stayed for about 5 years. They had determined the flow of time between two worlds is not the same, and if Rona's calculation is correct, here would have passed 7 days for the 5 years there. Is he really Al? If Rona is looking at Ardis now, then who is the Ardis on the other side? A fake, though that can't be the case. Even if he rejuvenated, Rona knew well Ardis's fighting style even when he had half his power. If Rona had really failed to discern the real for 5 years, then he might as well be blind. Well, whatever. Let's think. After talking to this Al, only 2 of the Negilos which were crowding him remained, serving as a cooling down session for Ardis. The black pupils that was hitting down the Negilos turned to Rona, and then returned to his battle as if nothing happened. He's Al all right, at the very least, from the fact that he didn't have animosity towards Rona and wasn't surprised. After Rona made about 10 steps around, Ardis had landed after finishing all of the Negilos off on the ground with not exactly the greatest expression. Rona. Ardis's words were short when he spoke. In this short distance, Rona's conviction wasn't shaken. The person ahead of him is undoubtedly his partner, Ardis. But on the other hand, Rona was thoroughly confused as he tilted his head. Rona didn't have the basis, but for some reason Ardis, who he should be really familiar with, is having a strangely thin presence even though Rona is right beside him. What are you doing here, Al? Rona, with a mountain load of questions inside him, asked an abstract question. But regarding that, Ardis's response was very much unexpected and intense. The expression of seemingly enduring something broke down, and was replaced with intense anger. And that stabbing glare was right on Rona, as he yelled angrily, "What am I doing?" Hi! Rona's fur stood, with the killing intent that seemingly had a blade rushing at him. His instincts deployed a barrier immediately. Of course it's because we lost. I by myself, in this forsaken land, and fighting in this kind of appearance. Do you think I look like someone that had won against that woman? Do I look like I'm celebrating right now? With Ardis yelling angrily and exuding an intense pressure, Rona's tail was between his legs, and his ears fell flat as he shrunk. Our plan was known. That woman, she had laid her traps and waited. Everyone was just playing on her hand. Joan too, DeWatt too, Lexi too, they were all killed. Even Grace with that wound can't, at the very least. That woman must. But I can't. I couldn't do it. Elian and Sark, They even sacrificed themselves for me, and they're now just wandering in this place. Ardis's eyes were bloodshot. If anger could be changed into destructive force, then it would have turned into blades and had already destroyed everything and anything around. There was a person there that gave off a dangerous feeling that one would get cut up into pieces if touched accidentally. Ardis's mana that were filled with intense emotions had leaked and interfered with the atmospheric mana, causing an unsettling air. It definitely wasn't an illusion that the surrounding looked like it was hazy in a mirage. The short period that felt long. It was about 3 breaths out later that Rona was released from the intense pressure. Sorry. It's no use lashing out on you. As if a changed person, Ardis had a weak voice as he apologized, putting a stop on the seeping mana from himself. He is starting to calm down as he regained his breath. But for Rona, it only felt like Ardis had put a lid forcefully on his overflowing emotions. Rona, do you know what's this place? Don't know. I'm also looking away to return. What about Al? With Ardis's intense pressure gone, Rona could finally answer, albeit still a little fearful. No. I've been walking 7 days already. Elian was the one that blew me here, but that bastard, if he had that kind of trump card from the start, he could have just sent me to that woman. While seeing Ardis, whose face was distorted, Rona had turned his head in full speed in order to grasp what happened. This is probably right after challenging that crazy woman. And lost. After hearing what the Ardis from the other world said and seeing the Ardis now, Rona inferred 7 days from that time, then there would be 7 years. The calculation matches up. But that means there were 2 Al at the same time? This doesn't make sense. For the time being, Rona brought up a name that the other Ardis would definitely know. Hey Al, do you know the name Nia? Who's that? Philia, Rihanna, or Kyril? Do you remember them? Name of the recruits? Sorry, but I don't know well about the recruits. There was no time to do so, neither were they allowed on the mission this time. Ardis reacted as if he really didn't know who they were, and of course, there's no reason at all for Ardis to be lying to Rona right now. In other words, the other Al is someone else? No, that can't be the case. There's no way Rona would mistake Al. No matter how different their races are, or how different they are as creatures, the bond between them is not so shallow. They are both Al. Both are the same person, but different. As Rona realized that both are the real Ardis, he was also forced to acknowledge that the Ardis in front of him isn't the same existence as the one in the other world. From the conversation, Rona was able to find out that this Ardis had last saw Rona 7 days ago, and had no knowledge about the other world at all. Rona thought about revealing everything to this Ardis, but he immediately dismissed it. There's a high chance that he would be taken as making a bad joke if he tried to explain it now. If that happens, then Rona wouldn't leave unscathed. Ardis, who looks like he is still in a state of despair and filled with anger, might do something out of his rage. It was honestly scary. Was the last time Al met me 7 days ago. Right? While peeking glances at Ardis, Rona carefully chose his words. Yeah, we went straight to the subjugation after that. If that's so, Rona inquired. How about until we find a settlement or a highway? I suggest we tag along. We? The 2 over there and me. Rona turned around and faced Minerva and Moore. Who are those 2? Ardis showed a strange expression after seeing the 2 people. Of course Ardis knew they were there, but being unable to use even a single spell, they are truly an existence unavailable for him. If Rona didn't bring it up, Ardis probably would have ignored them to the end. It's difficult for me to explain everything, but there was someone who wanted me to look after the girl, so I can't leave her here. Though the man isn't included, Rona added on. Rona was a little taken aback as it felt like he was making use of Ardis, but even after explaining it, Ardis might still refuse. Leaving aside the other world, Rona knew that taking 2 persons that is totally a baggage, and venturing in the wilderness against demonic beings and beasts here is being reckless. But since it was technically Ardis himself who asked Rona to take care of Minerva, it could probably work. Though they're still quite different. Ardis, who didn't know what Rona was thinking, said so. If they can follow, then so be it. I don't have the intention to match my speed to some kid's stride. I know. Well, the Ardis here would totally say that. While Rona agreed on that, he was thinking of a way for the 2 to not be left behind. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. When Rona brought Ardis over and introduced the 2, Minerva and Moore's face became brighter as they thought there was hope. Someone alive and not from the Duke residency, then he might know something. But immediately after that, when they found out Ardis was the same in the regards of being thrown in this place without knowing where, their faces clouded over quickly. Their hope that was found at last was immediately extinguished. Of course their face would look depressing. There's no use to be depressed. The day is almost over too. Let's find some suitable place and set up for the night. No one went against Rona's suggestion, deciding a place surrounded by several tens of trees as their resting place. They started working to prepare for the night. Because of Ardis's unfriendly behavior of not even introducing himself to the two, the atmosphere around certainly wasn't pretty. 3 persons and 1 beast were shrouded in an awkward atmosphere. Tough that we didn't bring any water. While roasting the Negulo meat that will be their emergency meal, Moore muttered and sighed. Although their stomach can be somehow filled thanks to the Negulo meat, their thirst wasn't sated. Ah, that's right. Oops, here, some water. As if recalling something forgotten, Rona said so before manifesting a ball of water in front of them. Minerva's eyes became round seeing the round ball of water floating in air. Here, put out your hand. The two had their hand become a makeshift cup, and the ball fell as if waited for that. Just as their hand touched the ball of water, the shape collapsed, and it was truly just water. This is water? Moore was looking at the liquid filling his both hand and verified with Rona. What does it look like other than water? Ask whenever you need more. I can make more. It'll be more convenient if we have a container, but no choice but to bear with it now. The two put their mouth to it seemingly anxious, but after realizing it was safe, they quickly drank it all. But rather than gratitude, Moore was complaining. If you can do this, then why not doing it in the beginning? It wasn't a choice then. I wasn't clear about the situation earlier as well, and let me ask you, if I had just made water that time, would you have drank it without questions? And could you have guaranteed that you wouldn't treat me differently after that? That apostrophe s. Certainly, the truth. Rona didn't want to reveal himself if possible. Though Rona knew that the two persons aren't Ardis's enemies, there's no knowing where information is leaked. If Rona isn't just a beast, but one that can manipulate and cast hearts, he wouldn't be able to walk in the capital. And there would surely be bad plotters who would be interested, and in the worst case, he would be designated a demonic being and be subjugated. That wasn't what Rona and Ardis wanted to happen. Sorry. But why are you fine now? There's no point hiding it now, right? That's true. After all, Rona had showed that he could use magic during the battle at the small river, and also the ability to converse. There's no point to hide the fact now. At least make your own water. Don't treat Rona like a servant. Ardis, who was at the side seeing that, interrupted. He probably wasn't keen on letting his partner treated like a gopher. What? It seems that Moore wasn't happy because of Ardis's blunt attitude. That's why he wasn't friendly with him too. Don't blame them, Al. They can't use mana after all. Can't use mana? Ardis had a face of not comprehending at all. Why were people who can't use mana lurking outside the town? I'm a swordsman. I can fight with my sword even if I can't use magic. Probably feeling humiliation, Moore was glowering at Ardis as he boasted. If you're a swordsman, then it's more so. How can you even fight without being able to make a foothold? Ardis, who was stupefied for round 2, rebuked. Foothold? What the heck is that? Rona offered a saving boat for Moore, who asked back without a clue. This is what a foothold is. Saying so, Rona jumped upwards. After jumping up about a meter in the air and drawing a parabola, Rona stopped before he hit the ground. Floating. Minerva's eyes saw that Rona was floating about 15 centimeters above the ground. This is a foothold. One that you create with mana. As if letting Moore, who had round eyes to see clearly, Rona jumped in the air multiple times. Rona, who was jumping against invisible footholds in the air, looked like he was running through the air. Is that possibly the skill the Negulos used? It's not any skill, since even a Negulo can use it after all. Rona replied as if it was common sense. Don't name yourself as a swordsman if you can't even do that much. Leave your sword and live in the safe town if you don't want to die. As if pouring oil over fire, Ardis looked down on him and said the harsh truth. Let me tell you. Wait. Although it wasn't pretty, Al is right. It's dangerous here with your abilities. Rona was trying to stop Moore from being violent, but it seems like he wouldn't back down either. Even I have my pride for becoming a battalion commander with just a sword. Do you expect I can keep quiet being ridiculed like this? Moore probably understood what Ardis and Rona said as well. After all, He had clearly saw Rona and Ardis easily trampling on the Nebulos that he couldn't even bust. Even so, he had his own pride as a swordsman. He wasn't a person to keep quiet being ridiculed. A man who can't even use a single art? What kind of countryside battalion is that to have you as its commander? Hey, Al, you too. Ignoring Rona's effort to keep the situation, Ardis had poured in even more fuel. If you're so hungry for a fight, then I will be your opponent. I will let you taste plenty of the sword you want. Just as Moore was getting up and grabbing his sword, Rona's patience had reached bottom. Enough is enough. Putting up 5 sharp icicles in front of Moore, Rona made a strong gale to stop him from approaching. Moore, whose momentum was halted by the arts, stumbled and took 2 steps backward, then sat back down. It was so annoying, so I didn't bother to say it. But if you're not going to acknowledge the reality, then I will say it clearly. Facing Moore, who had a displeased face, Rona gave up and stated the reality. You are certainly the battalion commander of the Nagra's kingdom army, and one of its top swordsmen. But all of that is only inside the kingdom. It doesn't hold a candle here at the very least. Even you. Be quiet and listen. Rona yelled to shut Moore up. This guy, a Nebulo, do you remember? Yeah. The one that we fought earlier. Rona pointed at the piece of meat that was once a Nebulo with his paw, and Moore answered in a bitter expression. Do you think you can win? If I'm being careful. Moore managed to squeeze out words on the verge of his pride being crushed. Your realization is still shallow. If the 4 weren't playing with you at the beginning, you would have already been in 8 pieces now. If they were not playing? What do you mean? Nebulo, you see. They like to play with their prey when they can. It seems like they enjoy hurting the prey and seeing them getting weaker. Well, they are stupid and can't distinguish if someone is stronger than them though, so there were more occasions that they would get hit back. Moore was dumbfounded at Rona's words. He thought he was putting up a good fight, but, in reality, he was only being treated as a plaything. Only one can consider themselves a warrior once they can win against a Nebulo by themselves. If not, no one would ever take you seriously. After all, even the Nebulos can use footholds and barriers. That's what Al is trying to say. He had probably already understood what Ardis was saying. Moore became silent as he bit his lips. Where are we? Rona, you sound like you know where we are. It was Minerva who was being silent for the entire time who spoke instead of Moore. Phew. Rona sighed greatly. So cumbersome. After grumbling inside his mind, he gave up and thought to properly explain. Laying on the ground, he looked upwards to prompt Minerva. Let's see. It's quite complicated to explain, but look at the sky. Sky? The two looked up at the sky prompted by Rona. What about the sky? It was Minerva that noticed first. What is it, Oju-sama? There's no twilight. The sky with the setting sun is dark. It is an obvious phenomenon in this world, but it's different in Minerva and Moore's world. In that world, even when the sun was setting, the sky would still glow dully, and the sky full of small light speckles would slowly encroach on the dark sky from the east. It is a scenery not visible in this world. It is what people called as twilight. Note, I couldn't find any name for this kind of sky, so I'm going with twilight. It was a scenery that is supposed to be a daily occurrence for them. That's why they are surprised at the sky totally shrouded in darkness. Now that you said it. But why? On one hand, there is the world that would be dyed in a vivid red color, and on the other, there is the world that seemed like it was being sucked into darkness. For them who are used to the world that has a twilight, it would be a surprise to see something abnormal like this. There's no such thing as twilight in this world. Rona continued his explanation towards the two surprised human being. After all, it is a different world that the one you two are born on. A different world? As if not understanding Rona's words, Minerva's reaction was only lukewarm. This is the world where I was raised in, and also the world Ardis is raised in. It wasn't Minerva nor Moore that had a reaction, but Ardis. Why would my name come out there? After all, his name was just blurted out in a tropic that he thought unrelated at all to him. Of course he would be concerned. Ardis asked a question while holding his temple in one hand. Shizu, this guy is Ardis? It wasn't what bothered Minerva and Moore the most. After all, they are still in utmost confusion. For the time being, I will explain to these two people first. Since it's too complicated to explain to both sides now, I will explain it later to Al. While feeling the silent pressure from Ardis and cold sweat forming, Rona turned back to the two people. While still receiving stabbing gaze from Ardis at the side, It was obvious why his voice was a little unsettling. Where were we again? Oh right, this world is different than the world you two are used to. Ignoring Ardis's gaze, who looked like he wanted to say something, Rona acted calm and continued. Something happened and Al was transported into that world. The reason for that isn't clear, and also, he became younger for some reason, and also became terribly weaker, but Al was looking for a way back, going around that world as a mercenary. I myself can cross the two worlds easily, but it seems to be difficult for Al. The absurd story that was layered in more absurdness made the two people speechless. By the way, the Al here is the person himself. That's what I think. It's something like another Ardis that has a different set of memories than the Ardis you two know. Please want for a moment. I don't understand. This person is the same person as Shizu. They're not exactly the same person, but I think their origin is the same person. This guy is Ardis? The age clearly doesn't match up though. This is what Al looks like originally. The Al over there became smaller for some reason. Then, who is the Shizu? No, a fake? Both are Al. Both are undoubtedly the real Al. Although the two were throwing questions in quick succession, Rona was able to answer them immediately. Of course, Rona wasn't totally clear on what happened either, but he's probably the most knowledgeable about it here now. So, this world here. The biggest difference here than the world you two were in is the presence of twilight. Rather, Al and I felt having a twilight is abnormal. That's why we were convinced that it is a totally different world in the first place. Minerva and Moore looked up at the sky again. In a similar way, the missing presence of twilight had become an undeniable truth for them. The fact that they're in another world than they are used to. Also, I think it's clear by now, but the beasts here normally can talk and also use magic. And there are more wars here than the other world. Everything is in chaos. But it feels like the mana here is thicker than your world. It's easier to activate arts here. I guess that's all the big difference. The two probably couldn't comprehend all the new facts that were thrusted in their face. They had both already lost their words long by now, and only their ears could hear what Rona was saying. There were many other small differences, but also many similar parts. There were strong and weak people here, good and bad human trash. Unfortunately, a human trash. Suddenly Rona recalled a red-haired woman. Rage quietly rose inside of him. Rona couldn't ever forgive the crazy woman that had not only played with, humiliated, and even tainted the person that is his important friend, and also Ardis's love. Even during that time, if Rona wasn't injured gravely, he would have participated together with Ardis. Rona after 7 years is the same. It's painful to imagine what Ardis here is experiencing now, as the event only happened 7 days ago for him. While hoping that his emotions wouldn't turn into rage, Rona desperately pondered how to explain what happened to Ardis. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Minerva's confusion wasn't resolved. Entering her own usual bed, and welcoming the next day as usual wasn't an event far in the past. But then the Duke residency was getting attacked, and she was in an unfamiliar grassland by the time she regained her consciousness. Being attacked by unfamiliar beasts, and even encountering a river that was actually a demonic being that can speak. Though she was surprised at Rona, who she thought was only a beast talking fluently, even more than that, she remembered Rona's proficiency with arts. With not a single mystery solved, only more and more obstacles stood in her way back to the capital. Even when she was told that they were now in a world different from the one she was raised in, it only added more to her confusion. Commander Greystar, it's embarrassing to say, but I haven't understood a single thing about what happened. The fire between the people swayed while it consumed the twigs on the ground. On the edge of the twigs are skewers of Negulo meat cut into suitable sizes. After all, without proper tool, all they could have is some simple roasted meat. Don't worry, Oju-sama. It's the same for me. Picking one skewer up in his empty hand, Moore held the meat on the fire as he answered. Rona said it's a different world. But what did he mean by that? A different continent? I wonder. If we're not on Rover's continent, then there's no need to say it's a different world. It's a different continent, would be the correct expression. In the first place, even in other continents, there should be twilight. The fact that there wasn't a twilight here is not what I can understand. If only there was someone who knew everything. There's no use pondering over something they didn't know, Moore sighed as he muttered. Minerva looked ahead. Rona was explaining frantically towards a man who had his arms crossed sitting on a tree stump. According to what Rona said, that man would be her Shizu. Ardis. It's unbelievable. That's what Minerva felt. She only knew the young Ardis. No matter what, the age couldn't match with this man who had an unshaven face. Certainly, his hair and eyes are black like Ardis's, and even their faces look similar. If Ardis would have aged more, then it's possible for him to grow into someone like the man there. But Minerva shook her head inwardly. There's no way that man is Ardis. Rona said they weren't exactly the same person, but their origin is the same. But that man didn't look like he knew Minerva nor more at all. Above all, it was the difference in their eyes. Shizu's eyes is not that chilling. The man's gaze towards Minerva was icy. It was a gaze treating her like an enemy. It seemed like he was fine with Rona, but at the same time, he didn't care a single thing about anyone other than Rona. The time when they were talking, the evaluating eyes towards Minerva and Moore were very uncomfortable. Hiroju-sama. It's done. Moore, who was silently roasting the Negiolo meat, had finished cooking one and offered to Minerva. The roasted meat had a nice color on the skewer. Rona responded to Moore's voice. Let's eat first and continue the talk later. Though it wasn't a brilliant time to stop, Rona stopped the explanation with Ardis and then moved on to eating first. Rona cleverly used his front two paws to grab onto the skewer, then just ate it from the front. While being impressed by Rona's technique, Minerva moved her gaze to the skewer that was handed over to her. How should I? That's right. We have a young lady here. Moore was troubled as well, seeing Minerva concerning over how she should proceed. Since we don't have a knife or a fork, not even a plate, it's just as simple as biting it off with your mouth, right? Moore showed an example as he bit into the meat. It is an act that would normally not be allowed for any noble lady, but it was an emergency situation, and there wasn't any nobles nor servants around. Minerva decided to challenge. One of the first times of her life. Though it was cut into smaller pieces, they were still too big for Minerva. As she bit into the meat that was tougher than expected, the remaining heat can be felt through her teeth. While frowning at that toughness, since the Negiolo meat had a firmness similar to beef, she wasn't really caught on anything at first. Minerva thought it would just be tasteless because there wasn't any seasoning. That was apparently a big mistake. As she chewed, there was an unbelievable raw smell from the tough meat, along with the sticky feeling that comes from the meat. The meat that was being chewed was like a piece of tanned leather resisting against their teeth. Despite it should have been cooked already, the raw and gamey smell still filled their mouth. Of course, Minerva, who was born a noble, could have never experienced eating raw meat. But the unappetizing taste and the resistance that would only grow stronger as they chewed, Minerva, who couldn't bear it, threw it out. What the heck, this is so bad. Similarly, Moore, who was beside Minerva, who had similarly tasted his first Negiolo meat, coughed it up. It seems like it wasn't just a special characteristic of a noble lady's palate. Even if Moore is a military man now, he was once a mercenary that had crossed multiple battlefields. If someone like him had threw up what he had in his mouth, it must be the meat at fault. What the heck is this? Is this something you can eat? Following his gaze, Minerva as well looked towards Rona and Ardis. And there was the man who easily ate the pieces of meat off the skewer, and then there was Rona, who had a frowning face even while devouring the second piece. Don't eat it if you don't want to. No one forced you to eat anyways. The man said so while having one hand on his temple for some reason. Following him, there was Rona, who said, still, eat some. I know how you feel. However, there's nothing but Negiolo meat around here. Maybe in the later seasons, there would be tree sprouts. That is better. Either way, they can only fill little of your stomach. Nothing but this. Minerva was looking at the piece of Negiolo meat with a grim face. Although her hunger wasn't too extreme that she can't endure it yet, it's still half a day or longer since she had a meal. Even if she retired now, her limit would come soon. If you choose to starve, then so be it. If you have something else, then just eat that. There's no one stopping you. Though Minerva was muttering to herself, the black-haired man responded for some reason. His voice seemed to have some elements of irritation. There should be something better if we can find a human settlement, but there's nothing else here, Minerva. It might be difficult, but at least eat a little. Pinch your nose and it'll be a little better. A little. In a world where their bearings aren't even clear, of course they can't find anything that is befitting for a noble lady to eat. Following Rona's encouragement, Minerva pinched her nose tight and made her move again. Certainly, the raw smell is less intense, but even if the smell dulled, the uncomfortable and disgusting texture didn't change. Minerva, who was about to vomit out, forcefully swallowed the piece. Just as she felt it going down, The gastric fluid inside her stomach, as if resisting it, almost threw up everything, but she managed to hold it in. Looking beside her while having tears on her eyes, Moore was in a similar fashion, wrestling with the meat. As expected from a former mercenary, his tolerance is much greater than Minerva's noble palate. It'll be better not chewing it, that is. Not able to contain his rage, his frustration and anger was directed to the disgusting meat. It seems like he tore off bit by bit from the skewer, and then, without chewing, swallowed it down. It was something Minerva didn't think she could imitate at all. In the end, Minerva, who couldn't bring herself to have a second bite, filled herself with water from Rona. After finishing the dinner that was shrouded in a strange tense mood, the sky had totally become dark. "Since we had our meal already, let's sleep already," Rona said so while curling up beside Minerva. As for Ardis, he took off his sword belt, and then laid on the ground to sleep. "Oi, are we not going to have night watches?" Though Moore was asking in a panic, seeing Rona and the others heading to sleep already, Ardis didn't seem bothered enough to even spare him a glance as he said, "Night watch? Why bother about something like that? Just handle them if they come your way. It's just in case. In the first place, isn't that too cruel to ask from Mojo-sama? Can't even sense an attack beforehand, huh?" Ardis had a tired face as he said. Minerva bit her lips unintentionally. From what he said, Ardis and Rona probably can detect any danger even when they're asleep and can counter it. It might be the same for Moore, who had been a mercenary for a long time, but Minerva is a noble lady without any experience of even camping outside. Leaving aside detecting any danger in her sleep, she probably doesn't even have the ability to protect herself even if she could. "It's fine. Minerva will be safe beside me. No problem even if you slept soundly till morning." Rona's assurance only helped to add more clouds to Minerva's mind. While already feeling powerlessness, she couldn't do anything other than to acknowledge that fact. Minerva as well, laid on the ground beside Rona, while feeling the body warmth from the golden fur. She closed her eyes. Fatigue immediately caught up. Although she had trained quite a bunch recently by Ardis, it was the first time she had to walk for an extended period. There wasn't a long time before Minerva let go of her consciousness and fell asleep. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Oi, wait. Suddenly, a noise woke Minerva. The panic voice was from Moore. When the link between her consciousness and her body finally caught up, Minerva was able to open her eyes slowly. The first thing her eyes saw was the figure of the man who Rona called Al flying towards her. Before she had a chance to be agitated by the distance between her and the sword in his hands was swung, passing through the airspace above Minerva while ripping through the air. Kaya! There was a sound of something dropping onto the ground behind Minerva, who was surprised. Minerva reflexively turned around. It was a creature about 40 centimeters long. The pure white body was shaped like something made out of 3 spiraling ropes entwined together. The tail portion became one in a complicated entwinement, but the head portion was split into 3, and with the middle where the mouth should be as a gaping hole, with multiple sharp ends lining up as teeth. It was a single color of white without any fur. It looked soft to the touch, and looked more like a sleeping fetal of a beast. And such creature was split into halves by Ardis's sword and stopped breathing. The liquid leaking out of the jiggling body was rousing an instinctual disgust. Minerva immediately averted her gaze but instantly hardened her expression and drew the short sword from the sheath beside her. It's not guaranteed that only one came. There might be more attacking if she wasn't being careful. Fewer. Sorry, Al. Also thanks. Munya. Rona was yawning and speaking sleepily, before curling up and returning into his sleep. Ardis as well sheathed his sword, indicating the danger had passed. "To think that you can't handle this much." Ardis sighed with an exhausted face. Don't ask that from a child that had only started taking up a sword half a year ago. Although Moore defended Minerva, Ardis had an expression of "so what? Since you left the city, that kind of excuse is meaningless. No matter who, a weaker opponent is much preferred. If you can't even defend yourself from these things, forget about it all." Minerva painfully knew well how lacking her abilities are. Not being able to learn a single magic yet, even if she managed to swing a sword with her feeble arm, it can't even be of help. But now that she had made her resolve to become stronger, she wouldn't be a crybaby, nor giving up on the future possibilities. "Not now but I will definitely be stronger." Without sparing a thought to Minerva's feeling after desperately managing to rebuke him, Ardis's words easily overwhelmed her. There's no meaning if it's not now. Realize that it is now that your life is in danger. Unable to use magic, not able to sense presence, it's impossible to live outside the city. My advice doesn't mean harm, just return to a town and live peacefully without taking a sword. I can't do it. Of course, Minerva didn't wish to become a mercenary nor an explorer. It was out of her control this time. She didn't step into this dangerous place as her wish. She wasn't frustrated on the part of not getting out of a city. After all, her occasions of actually venturing out of the capital in the first place as a duke's daughter was countable with one hand. But she wouldn't ever give up taking a sword. For Minerva, the swordsmanship that Ardis taught was the only path for her to become strong. Even if she did manage to acquire sword magic in the future, the time where she would not take up a sword would probably never come. Telling Minerva to give up on the sword now, is just telling her to give up becoming stronger. That's why, she couldn't accept it at all. Do you want to die that much? It's not that I want to die. I just want to protect myself and those that are important to me. Is it wrong for me to wish for such strength? Not that it's wrong. There's a saying of knowing your limits. Someone who doesn't know their limits will die in no time. Even if you had that sword. Ardis's eyes were looking at Minerva's sword. That's something too much for you. I don't know what kind of family you are from, but, without the appropriate skills, even a treasure is set to rot. I know that much, that this sword doesn't suit me. But even so, it's a treasure my Shizu had given. Even if I'm not a suitable user now, eventually. Shizu, a Shizu you say? Did he have a headache? After putting a hand on his head, Ardis continued. I heard from Rona your Shizu has the same name as me. An exhausted face that was seen many times on Ardis came about again. To give some girl like you this kind of sword, what an overprotective Shizu that is. He must be living a soft life. Please don't insult my Shizu. Having her Shizu judged, Minerva unintentionally became angry. I'm not insulting him. I'm just saying that he's too soft. Shut up. I won't allow any more scorn. Even if they are with the same name, even if Rona said they were both the real Ardis, there is a limit to what he can say. Above all, she wouldn't forgive a person that didn't understand anything for insulting her respected person. Allow or not, what are you going to do? This. Please stop, Oju-sama. Not able to endure provoking Ardis, Minerva had swung the short sword disregarding Moore's restraining attempt. The sharp slash that was unimaginable from someone with a slender body like her was aimed at the opponent's sword handle under his waist. Ardis didn't bother avoiding it. He only stared and chased after the trajectory of the sword. The sword that can be said swung with Minerva's full force was deflected by an invisible wall before reaching Ardis. The numbing vibration that came through the sword as if hit a giant boulder almost made her drop it before she managed to grasp it again. And then a bulky hand overlapped hers. Ardis' right hand that invaded within a blink of an eye were holding Minerva's hand along with the sword. What a laughing matter. Not being able to do anything towards someone who is unarmed in this distance. Of course, Minerva had knew Ardis's strength wasn't normal. The fact that he could easily take out the demonic being known as Negilos that Moore couldn't even cut with his big sword was something she acknowledged despite it being surreal. Of course, she didn't expect her amateur sword could reach someone like that. But at least by showing the trajectory, she wanted to prove the teachings she had received wasn't useless. Oi, leave it at that. You're being childish. Moore at the side showed disagreement. Something like this must be said before she gets hurt. What? Ardis, who was sending a cold gaze towards Moore, suddenly turned back towards the sword in Minerva's hand in surprise. What? Minerva's own sword robbed her sight with confusion. The sword was shining in white. That wasn't a normal light at all. It was enough to render the redness from the dying campfire into nothingness, and blind the entire surrounding in whiteness. What happened? Moore shouted in confusion. Rona, who was sleeping beside Minerva, stood up in silence. What is this? My head, dream. Now, Ardis, while his left hand supported his head, collapsed on his knees. Minerva, who saw that figure, swallowed her breath. Of all things, Ardis's body had the same light as the sword. The light encompassing Ardis was increasing in strength gradually. On the other hand, Minerva's sword was losing its radiance. It was as if the light radiated by the sword was absorbed into Ardis's body. Even Minerva, who was watching it happen stupefied, couldn't stay a spectator any longer. Suddenly, a great amount of emotions flowed into Minerva. Even though she tried to resist against getting swallowed by something that is not hers, the great amount of information pinned her down, and her thoughts were starting to be imbued by someone else's emotion. That was someone's memories. That was someone's emotions. That was someone's way of living. Many people, many places, a great amount of battles unfolded inside Minerva's mind. It was like a dream of warm memories, and at the same time, a nightmare full of despairs. Why worry? It's just 2 more kids I have to feed. I still think I'm resourceful enough for that. A big grin on a middle-aged man whose figure was like a veteran soldier on a battlefield. A warm feeling swelled up. You had already chosen to take up a sword alongside us. You're one of us. Don't behave like someone else and say you're leaving us simply. A person with one eye looked the other side, seemingly embarrassed. It felt like something precious was handed over. Don't think you can protect me forever. Even I have something I want to protect. A girl with black hair was staring with an honest gaze. He desperately held down the urge to embrace her. You've become strong. You were just a little brat that can swing a sword wildly before. But now you're a magnificent swordsman. A middle-aged man said so happily. A sense of accomplishment and joy filled his chest. Someone like that is our employer. I can't bear it too, but since we have the contract now, we can't exactly do anything about it. The middle-aged man was suppressing his killing intent and faked his calmness. The regret that filled him made him grind his teeth. Ha! Finally that stupid woman general got a taste of it. Serves her right. A huge number of comrades were cheering with a mug in their hand. It was a soothing feeling in his mind. Shit, what happened? Oi, who was it? One of the comrades were yelling in panic. The feeling of losing an important comrade remained in his mind. It was certainly a pleasure seeing wild dogs suffering in the end. It was a good sample of data as well. I appreciate it. A woman with crimson hair said despicable things with an elegant tone. Rage had filled his eyes. His head was heating up in pain. We tried to stop her too. But even so, she said she must go no matter what. The twins' answers were strange and mysterious. A sudden overflow of fear and regrets that had never been felt before poured in. Are you going? I see, I understand. Don't forget, you must return, whenever it might be. The middle-aged man saw him off with an expression of understanding and enduring something. Together with a sorry feeling, he was filled with regrets of not being able to pay back anything to him. Cruel, so cruel. She's not dead, but not alive at all. The voice coming from his feet felt like it was distant from another world. Even though he didn't want to acknowledge it, his gaze couldn't leave her figure. Taking a step closer, a dry sound of a bone cracking on the sole of his feet was heard. Sorrow, 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 grief, sorrow, 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 grief, regrets, sorrow, sorrow, grief, regrets, pain, sorrow, grief, regrets, pain, self-blaming, sorrow, grief, regrets, pain, self-blaming, anger, sorrow, grief, regrets, pain, self-blaming, anger, hatred, 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 Are we leaving her like that? She's too pitiful like that. The voice from his feet asked for his judgment. He wanted to save her, but couldn't. He didn't want to lose her, but neither did he want to keep her in a living hell. Intense emotions and reasoning entangled. His hands were trembling. Tears weren't stopping. He wanted to run away, but before that, he must make a decision. Asking for salvation in an unheard voice. Exactly because he knew that it is an empty wish, he must, with his own hands, ending the life of his loved. Painful. It was painful. His chest hurt. His heart hurt. His soul hurt. Who was it? Who was it that made him suffer in this pain? He knew, without asking anyone. It was. Everything was because of that woman. Kill her. He will kill her. He vowed so. He will kill her after making her taste the same suffering. No matter what kind of hand he must use, he will chase after her in the entire world to kill her. But even so, his loved will not return. The sin of ending his loved with his own hands will not disappear. Even so, He must kill. Even if it meant losing his own life, betting his entire life, he vowed to kill her. Scraps. Don't try to be smart with me. Blown away by the woman and slammed into a wall. No matter how fast he swung his sword, no matter how much mana he used, no matter what kind of attacks he formulated, his sword couldn't reach that woman. Even as his hatred would overwhelm his feeling of being helpless and make him stand up again, his feelings could not affect the reality. It was unreachable. He was short of a step. Even if he was true to his hatred, that wasn't capable of overturning the difference in their abilities. I've tried it out many times already, but the detailed parts aren't figured out yet. You might be sent to some strange place, so I apologize first. Don't die out there, Ardis. The younger twin started needing mana, while the elder stood against the woman. Confusion, doubt, agitation. That's why, Ardis. For us too. He couldn't hear all of their words. The younger twin's figure faded along with a smile, before everything was covered in whiteness. Was it a dream, or an illusion? Minerva was churned and pulled along with the intense emotions that reached her. As everything passed, the only thing left in Minerva without being washed away was regret, regrets, self-blaming, impatient, and sorrow. And then a strong burning hatred that would never cool. "Oh Jusama, are you alright?" Moore's voice that was just at her ear woke her up. What was that just now? There was the figure of Moore beside her, holding her up by her shoulders. It seems like he supported her before she fell, as she thanked him shortly. "Thank you very much." The hazy thoughts calmed down, and she surveyed the surroundings. Rona was looking at someone. It was Ardis who was confronted by Minerva just now on his knees. "The light just now." A mutter was heard from Minerva. Realizing anew that the light just now wasn't an illusion, the surreal event took her words away. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Ardis saw a dream. But that was too realistic to be a dream. It was a replay of painful memories. It should have been a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, then what was it? Only the intense emotions that emerged from his heart made Ardis stood up. You dare. Wait, Ardis. He ignored the voices from his side. Ardis launched himself towards his nemesis with a force that shattered the ground. The innermost room of a fortress that took 140 elites of the mercenary band to break through. The room that is likely the widest one in the fortress. Ardis's yell reverberated in the hall that stretched more than 50 meters. Opposite of him is a woman general with a crimson hair and eyes. The person who had welcomed Ardis and the others as the chief of the fortress said with a smile, "It's up to my own accord to dispose of my toys, right? It's not something scraps like you should be bothered with." While dodging the heavy onslaught with a calm face, she glanced at the black-haired mercenary. The crimson jacket on her body swayed a little. Inside that is a set of metal armor that was crafted while preserving the body lines, and a short sword in a gorgeous sheath hung below her waist. It is the proof that she isn't a girl that is protected but someone who stands on the battlefield. "Even though I prepared something special just for her, she was crying so much that I lost my interest." With a scorning laugh, if only Ardis can rip that despicable mouth open, he wouldn't regret selling his soul to a devil, even though he would never forgive her even if she had her knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Only his hatred for her only increased. How much hatred can a person hold against another? There wasn't a limit he can see yet. "Don't fuck with me." While crying out angrily with killing intent, Ardis only continued swinging his sword. At the same time, he tried to take a distance, and sent flying swords from behind the woman general. "This much? Poor SM." With an uninterested expression, the woman general threw countless spherical objects towards the flying swords. The small silver spheres spanning 3 centimeters each arranged themselves in the air into a wall, stopping the slash. Though there were spheres blown away because of the heavy slash, there would immediately be more spheres filling up the space they left. Not enough. Ardis realized his disadvantage while his face distorted. At most 16 flying swords can be manipulated satisfactorily at Ardis's current level. If just moving more, he can easily add a few more. But flying swords that could only do simple move means nothing and won't work on any experienced fighter. On top of that, his opponent is the woman general who is a country's best sword. Even if she is a rotten person down to the core, her abilities are real. Flying swords that could not perform skillful swordsmanship are just as well as nothing. On the other hand, the woman general had manipulated countless spherical objects to deflect Ardis's flying swords. Needless to say, the spheres that the woman general can manipulate is much more than Ardis's flying swords. Even now, The 16 flying swords could serve nothing more than accessories around the woman general. Then from the front, Ardis took a sword in his hand and rushed in by himself. But the woman general did not even try to dodge him. An invisible shield that defended against Ardis's sword. A physical barrier made from mana. It's so sleep-inducing. Well, it's better than the toys just now though. Ardis's eyes filled with more rage at the woman general's provocation. You bastard. Ardis left himself to his emotions and swung his sword. A single stroke took down 2 barriers, then another took down 3 barriers. But even so, only more barriers would be deployed as they are destroyed. Ardis's sword could never reach the woman general. Even as he yelled and slashed, the barriers only stood in his way without faltering. You, only you. Never. Even so, Ardis's hand didn't stop. If he could bring forth judgment to the woman general in crimson hair who is laughing with scorn, he would need nothing else. With a soul died only in rage as he swung his sword, he only continued slashing with all his entirety. But why? Even if he yelled with his all, his sword couldn't reach the woman general. The swords that he swung countless times were blocked by barriers. The woman general had blocked all the flying swords coming from different directions with the spheres, and stood against Ardis from the front easily. In the first place, she isn't someone suited to the sword. Easily blocking against all the slashes that came her way, the woman general swung her hand as if repelling an annoying bug. Then suddenly, countless blades glimmering in red came at Ardis. Ardis, who had detected danger, immediately stopped attacking, and switched into defending with his all. A thick barrier that would rival a 5-fold barrier. However, the blades easily encroached and melted the barrier. Ardis. The voice that was heard from behind, Ardis quickly let go of his foothold and escaped upwards. Right after that, a beam of light that carried a tinge of green shot through. The light that was fired from behind covered the woman general's body, evaporating the surrounding floors and pillars, creating a large sunken floor in the hall that had become a battlefield. Suck. Do it. The person that released that beam of light yelled, then another person released an additional attack. What was shot was pure space that is compressed to its limits. 10 points of distortion in space collapsed and shot straight towards where the woman general was. Then, as if stopping them, the silver-colored spheres stood as a wall in the air. As if rushing to their own demise, they were sucked into the points, but as the collisions of the spheres and the points happened, the distortion of the points became less powerful. Eventually, when the 10 points of distortion had dissipated after devouring multiple tens of spheres, what was left is the figure of a long-haired woman standing as if nothing happened. Opening her vivid red lips, the woman general had an irritated expression. You two again? She was looking at the 2 persons. They're mercenaries and Ardis's comrades wearing the same outfit as him. One having hair about the same length with Ardis, and the other has long hair that is tied at the back. Their difference is only that. Other than that, their faces and appearances look totally the same. They're brothers that share the same birthday. Even though they have faces that could easily charm a woman even in a tavern, they chose to be mercenaries for some reason. The greenish silver hair and bluish eyes had a gentle impression, but Ardis knew that their power can be even greater than himself. Can you stop? You're making me dislike twins more and more. That is exactly what we want. We don't want to be liked in the slightest by you anyways. The 2 fought back with words against the woman general, who said so in displeasure. This much is enough for impolite and barbaric people like you who can't even follow a simple order when asking for a dance. The woman general's hand waved, and then the clump of mana that was gathered sucked in rubble from the surroundings and formed a humanoid shape. I will get back to you 2 later. Play with these for the time being. There were 2 humanoids constructed. The 2 humanoid golems started chasing after the twins with a speed unthinkable of something made from rubble. Sark, alien. They're not normal humanoid golems. Be careful. Who are you telling that to? We know already, Ardis. Even while warning the 2, Ardis had not taken his eyes off the woman general a single moment. While sending glares that would be enough to curse the person still smiling to death, Ardis moved to his next hand. Agitating the surrounding mana and gathering them to his sword's edge, he manifested the greatest flame he could in order to incinerate his nemesis. Burn to ashes. The same time when the sword was swung down, the white flame that was fed more than enough mana flared up and headed towards the woman general. He knew that she isn't an easy opponent. There wasn't any room for him to hold back. The temperature that can instantly boil many types of metal was focused into one point, only for the cause of penetrating the woman general's barrier. "Don't be arrogant, you scrap." The woman general scoffed at him and welcomed the flames from the front. The next moment, blue flames were born from the woman's hand. The blue flames easily stopped Ardis's attack, and in the next moment, overcame the white flames and became a counterattack. Shit. Realizing that he couldn't defend against the struggle of power between mana coming from the front, Ardis stopped his attack and focused on defense. Even though he poured all his mana to make a barrier, that was only enough to weaken the blue flames a little for him to dodge it. The explosion caused by the two flames colliding easily leveled the surroundings, sending Ardis into the air. As if looking to end Ardis, who was blown by the shockwave into a wall, the woman general drew the sword on her waist and came at him. "If that much is hard for you, it just means your limit is up." The woman general that had easily closed the distance in an instant swung in the wide arc with her speed. As Ardis tried to defend against it with his sword, the heavy blow threw his arm up in the air. Although the woman tried to follow up with more attacks, Ardis is also a warrior that had crossed the border of life many times already. Instinctually gathering mana into a single point to form a strong barrier to block the incoming sword, he tried to get away from the wall that is blocking his retreat. But even the barrier made with all his mana couldn't completely block the woman general's slash. Gahak. Although it wasn't enough to completely shatter Ardis's barrier, the shock wasn't cancelled out completely, and Ardis was blown away once again. The force of the woman general's slash that came through the barrier shook his organs. While desperately trying to hold onto his consciousness even while he was blown away, Ardis swung his sword towards the woman general. But as if that move was predicted already, the silver spheres blocked his arm that held the sword. How pathetic. As if to wipe off the smile on the woman general's face, there was a voice that came from Ardis's back. "Ardis, get down." Realizing the owner of the voice, Ardis fell on the floor without hesitation. Then several sharp icicles grazed above his head. The sudden attack that was hidden by Ardis's body rushed into the woman general's face from a close distance. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. The woman screamed, "Getting in my way again." The woman general who deflected away the icicle coming her way with a barrier hatefully had her foothold on the ground crushed by the shockwave from Ardis. And at the same time, he swung his sword despite the uncertain foothold. As expected, even the woman general couldn't easily handle two attacks coming from above and her feet at the same time. She kicked against the crumbling floor and dodged the sword. Of course, Ardis didn't think that such cheap tricks would work against her in the first place. But his aim wasn't to inflict a wound to her, but to create a gap in her stance. There, along with a yell from Sark, there were streaks of light coming from above towards the woman general like meteor showers. Because it wouldn't spare him either if he got caught up in it, Ardis had immediately retreated and saw the countless light bullets showering onto the woman. However, the three's combination attacks were unable to injure the woman general at all. "Stop being so annoying." The woman general's words were angry, as a thick barrier blocked the light bullets. "Even that can't go through." Sark clicked his tongue seeing that the light bullets were defended against. "What incredible pair of annoying bugs. I don't ever want to see that face of yours again." "Get lost already." "How miraculous we're on the same page." "Just how I want it. You'll disappear forever and never make anyone sad anymore." The twins immediately rebuked the woman general's words. "You are the one to get lost." An attack filled to the brim with mana from Ardis was released. A mere scrap dares to. As if it wasn't even anything worth looking at, the woman general wiped it away with one of her hand. Although there wasn't a single pause between the attacks from the twins' arts and Ardis's swords, the difference in strength is still apparent. The sword was completely blocked by barriers and silver spheres, and their arts were cancelled and overwhelmed with stronger arts. No matter how many attempts they made, all of them did nothing and only made it one step short to the woman general. But that didn't mean they would stop. They just had to continue until their attacks reach. She was already someone they couldn't easily get on the battlefield because of her many escorts. Even if it might have been a trap, there's no guarantee that such a thin defense will be shown again in the future. That's why they had to do it now. Ardis, and for the others too, they had all made up their resolve of not returning and came here. The sharp slash and the devastating arts crashed into each other. Deep inside the fortress, the battle between the four persons saw no ends and only continued. What brought a change to the stalemate was a tiny coincidence. A millisecond, a fleeting moment that is too short to call it an instant. Alien's arts were able to get through the tiny gap that was made in the barrier by Ardis's attack, breaking it open. Then following Elian, Sark's arts got through the opening. The unintentionally realized ideal cooperation penetrated the stronghold of the female general. The woman's face that had an easygoing smile till now froze. There was blood trickling down her cheek. The woman general's voice trembled as she realized the red color on her fingertips. As she tried to wipe it away, dare. A small mutter was heard. You dare. The woman general who raised her face didn't show a glimmer of scorning laugh like before, only anger towards the twins remained. You dare. You dare to do this to my face. Not just once, but twice. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. I will not spare you even if you crawl on the ground. Die here. Regret making an enemy of me and die here. The woman general who was furious released an enormous wave of mana destructively. A moment where the air in the room felt thin and was getting sucked into somewhere. Then a shockwave centering from the woman general happened. Way before Ardis could detect the danger and retreat, the woman general's shockwave reached first. The pressure that was unimaginably greater than anything before held Ardis down. Shielding his head with his hand that is not holding a sword, even the thick barrier that was put up in his best efforts could not block the shockwave, blowing him away. His consciousness was blown away together for a moment as his view became dark. While standing up once again bearing the pain throughout his body, there was Elian's face in front of him. Great. Are you awake, Ardis? Elian, was I? You were out. Just for a little though. Even though it was just a moment, it is his most vulnerable state in such a battlefield. Ardis felt ashamed of his own blunder. What about Sark? Dealing with that woman now. As his hearing started to work properly again, he started grasping the situation again. Because of Ardis and Elian retreating from the front line, Sark was against the woman general alone. In the room of the fortress where everything had turned into rubble, the demonic hands of the woman general was toying with Sark. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a baggage at all. No, the baggage is going to be me. Ardis, who followed Elian's gaze, swallowed his breath. That leg. Elian's right leg from his knees onwards was completely gone. The bone was even showing. It seems like my luck ran out. It must have been a bad landing spot. Shit. Ardis is the only hope we have now. I will put my secret ultimate on you, so stay put for a while. But Sark by himself. Sark can't hold for long. That's why we must do it now. Got it. Make it quick. Even if there's some small mistake, that woman must never. Elian nodded wordlessly, and started needing mana in silence to construct his spell. Ardis thought it would be some temporary buff or some strong barrier. He didn't care about the details. Even if it's some unknown arts, he trusted Elian enough to allow him casting it on himself. A huge circle of mana drew around Ardis. There were small symbols forming on the line. Receiving Elian's mana, the symbols started glowing. Just as Ardis thought that it would be a grand-scale art, Elian suddenly said, Ardis, both Sark and I were always regretting. What's so sudden? The sudden words, even though they're in a battlefield, made Ardis question back. That time, when you went out by herself. Hearing the name from Elian, Ardis recalled bitter and regretful memories. It's not your fault. She chose to do it herself. Even so, we should have stopped you even if it meant forcefully. At the very least, one of us could have tagged along with her. As Ardis felt uncomfortable talking about it with Elian's face showing pain from his leg, he tried to dodge the topic. What about the arts? Sark can't hold out any longer by himself. Constructing the arts and talking is easy. Rather, don't try to change the topic. It's not something to talk about in this situation though. Yeah, that's right. It's not something that should be brought up at the final battle. But still, it's something I have to say now. Just as Elian said, the arts were still being worked on even while he was talking. We must redeem ourselves for Ardis no matter what. Someday, we thought so, but it seems like the time for that has come. What are you saying, Elian? Unlike Sark, who is more active, Elian is someone who can discern the appropriateness of his words. Even if it's done while he's constructing the arts, it's strange to say something unrelated to the current life and death situation. It's something the normal Elian would have never done. Ardis felt a little suspect at Elian's behavior. What's a bunch of dying scraps trying to do here secretly? The woman general who had noticed Elian's arts rushed towards them instead. Don't think you can do it. Stop being a bother. To protect the waves of flames coming their way, Sark had stood in front of Elian and Ardis and deployed a barrier with the purpose of incinerating them. The flames the woman general released surrounded the three. Even though Sark's barrier is keeping it at bay, It's obvious to the eyes that it is slowly crumbling. Hurry up, Elian. I can't hold on much longer. Ardis, who saw Sark's figure from behind, was taken aback. Sark. The redness on his abdomen was obvious with a single glance, and his silhouette was also curved in strange places. Similar to Ardis, parts of his abdomen must have been gouged out when he was blown away by the shockwave into a wall. Sark and myself is already as you seen. Winning nor escaping is not an option for us. Even though Ardis's A's had already understood that, Elian spoke the harsh reality. Even so, I've tried it out many times already, but the detailed parts aren't figured out yet. You might be sent to some strange place, so I apologize first. It was loud enough to overwhelm Ardis's words. Elian had advanced his talk by himself. Wait, Elian. What are you doing? Ardis, who tried to reach out, was confused at the presence of mana binding his body. As for who did that, of course he knew already. Elian, what are you doing? Ardis questioned with confusion. Ardis, it's our loss today. The outcome isn't decided yet. No, it's a loss. We've looked down on that woman. Although we thought we didn't, still, this outcome can only mean that. That's why. It's our loss today. Elian, what are you? But Ardis, if we lost and that woman wins, something like that must not happen at all cost, right? There's no way we can waste the lives of our comrades taking us this far, right? Although I'm still reluctant to push all of this onto you, it's about time for Sark and me to step down from the stage. So much time had passed since we fought, no one had arrived here. Gret and the others must have already. With a calm and serene expression, Elian looked straight into Ardis's black pupils and said, But Ardis, we still have you. Even if one of us survive, it's not a total loss. If you're the only hope that we can win, then there's only one thing I can do now. Wait, Elian, don't. The arts had reached its apex. Ardis finally understood just as the arts was about to activate. The mana in the circle started to dim, and then mana flowed into the center, where Ardis was at. Elian. Sark. Responding to Ardis's voice, Sark looked back for a moment. Don't die out there, Ardis. Inside the twisted world, only his own rough voice was heard, and the smile from Elian just beside him was the last thing he saw. That's why, Ardis. For us too. Sound vanished. Elian's face distorted. No, it was the space distorting. The battle between the female general and Sark behind Elian also swirls away in silence. Just before his eyes closed in the darkness, the scene of Sark's back figure and Elian's smile swallowed into flames was burned into his eyes. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. A quiet darkness where nothing can be seen and heard. Because of Elian's arts, Ardis felt like he was drifting away with a mysterious sensation. Uncertain to open his eyes or not, he couldn't even tell if he was standing or on the ground. But the indescribable situation didn't prolong. A silent cry that felt like it was tearing his entire body reverberated, as he felt a sense of lost without knowing what was lost exactly. Eventually, the darkness around his vision finally lightened up. Having his sense of direction back, his voice became the proof of his existence. Ardis saw dry and cracked reddish-brown ground. Where, regaining his sight, Ardis came to know that he was on the ground. He slowly raised his pained body and looked around. There are only boulders and earth all around. The reddish ground had spots where grass was growing from. Rather than the smell of grass, there was only smell of dried earth. Ardis was stupefied at the scenery that seemed to go on forever. It is nowhere near the fortress where the fight had taken place, nor was it anywhere near the town where his mercenary band based in. At the very least, Ardis wasn't familiar with the scenery around at all. Teleportation arts? Remembering what happened before he lost his consciousness, Ardis inferred that Elian, a teleportation art that no one had succeeded in before. The genius that had made that possible just by himself had chosen to use it on Ardis rather than saving the brother he had been growing up together with ever since he was born, all while leaving the rest to Ardis. That idiot. There was only a weak rebuke from Ardis. There were no tears. Sark and Elian are probably dead by now. The others too. The woman general was obviously expecting Ardis and the others to arrive. He realized that their supposedly surprise attack failed, and all they had been doing is dancing on the enemy's palm. Now he's the only one alive, losing his only loved one, his only seniors that had taken care of him, the juniors that he had taken care of, comrades in arms that he had left his back to. He had lost many of them and only himself lived. Rather than sadness, Ardis could only feel that it is a suffering. He hates that woman. He will never forgive that woman. He wants to kill that woman. No matter how much he has to sacrifice, he would do it if it meant making that woman disappear. Even if he spends all his remaining life, or exchanging it with his own future, he must make that woman taste karma. That's why he must live. He can't die yet. Water, food, path. He must survive first. A settlement, a base, money, information. Endure time where he must live in obscurity. Weapon, military power. Commander. He must obtain enough power, one at a time. Even if it meant taking a long time. This is the result of them having rushed everything. That's why, rather than being impatient with his desire to revenge, he must obtain all of the assets required. Everything will become a spear to corner that woman. Holding back his intense feeling of wanting to find the woman general immediately, he kept the flames of revenge burning quietly in his heart and stepped out. How much time had passed since then? With his mind numbed at the flow of time, Ardis continued walking. 7 dusks and dawn had passed. He had passed through the dry earth with only boulders around, got out of a forest, and found himself at an endless grassland. Yet no human settlement was found. There were countless times beasts attacked him on his path, and he killed all of them every time. He couldn't remember what kind of beasts they were. Even if he tried to recall it, his consciousness was fuzzy. There was only the feeling of seething hatred and wanting to do something for the sake of taking revenge. With that 2 elements pushing on his back, he advanced in silence, killing beasts that came his way, and continued advancing. When was it that he had last drank water? When was it that he had last ate food? When was it that he had last finished off the beasts that came his way? The sense of time completely crumbled. Did I sleep? As he recalled the 7 days after he had arrived here with the teleportation arts, he thought he hadn't slept at all. On the other hand, there were many times his memories are fuzzy. There are times he couldn't recall what happened in the entire day. Then he might have already slept. Even if he tried to think, his thoughts are fuzzy. Only impatience and hatred remained. The regrets that he couldn't even do anything with the sword changed into self-resentment, along with sadness that seemed to be bottomless from himself. Quick, his heart hurried him. Unforgivable, his soul cried out. Kill her, his inner voice roared. Driven by the hollow thoughts and emotions, Ardis's body moved like a puppet doll. Where was I going to? He wasn't able to discern that himself anymore, as he only continued walking, killing beasts, and walking. I have to return to our base quick. Just as he thought about it, he once again felt the sensation of not being himself again. 2 children with light green pupils were looking at him. Illusions. A woman with ice blue hair, a tough-looking swordsman, an archer with a young face, a magician with a hood, and a white-haired young man. Faces that seemed familiar but he had no recollections of flashed in his mind and disappeared. Was that a dream? While still feeling unrealistic, Ardis entered a fight again for the nth time. 6-legged beasts as his opponents. They're carnivorous beasts known as Negilos. Where did a bunch of them came from? There were many. Ardis pulled out the sword that had already lost its edge from the scabbard. Several Negilos had started surrounding him. Hatred. He hates that woman to no ends. Will his sword able to reach that woman if he finished all of them? He must hurry. No hesitation is allowed. Kill all of them. With a fuzzy consciousness, Ardis easily trampled on the Negilos on the air. He continued to strike down the Negilos that came his way from all sides, with every strike containing his anger and hatred to the woman general. Normally, Negilos aren't even Ardis's opponent. He can easily dispose of them with flying swords. There's no need for him to swing his sword personally. There's no better saying other than the Negilos being unfortunate to receive the bulk of his anger. With their basic instincts and low intelligence, they have chosen a wrong opponent and is now getting punished for it. Mostly moving unconsciously, Ardis, who finished off Negilos in the air, noticed presences of people at a little distance away. Human, 2 of them, and a beast. Ardis glanced for a moment. Seeing the familiar golden color, Ardis decided there's no need to guard against them and returned his focus on the Negilos. Eventually, Ardis had finished off all the Negilos. He slowed down and landed on the ground, facing the golden beast that seemed to have waited for him there. He spoke short words. Roneha, his partner that he had fought together with for many years. There's no way he can mistake him. Rather than verifying his identity, it was only a conversation starter. But Rona asked back in wonder, "What are you doing here, Al?" That moment, A sudden intense rage burned in Ardis. Even though it was supposed to be a surprise attack, they were met with fully prepared defenses, and the lives of his comrades in arms scattered away. The commander that had opened a path against countless enemy soldiers even though he was gravely injured. The hateful scorning gaze and smile of the woman general. Sark's back that protected him even though he suffered critical injury. Elion's smile that was swallowed by flames as he delivered his last wish to Ardis. All the losses that he had suffered suddenly burnt at his chest. The anger that boiled up turned into words. What am I doing? Of course, Rona would have known that Ardis and the others went on an expedition to get rid of the woman general. If not for the injury he had suffered just before the operation, Rona would have undoubtedly participated in the effort as well. If so, the intelligent Rona should have understood at a glance seeing Ardis's state now. Ardis could only be furious at Rona who didn't seem to have a clue at what happened. What we had suffered, what that woman had done. Did Rona forget it all? Was it a lie that Rona vowed revenge on the woman general? Of course it's because we lost. I by myself, in this forsaken land, and fighting in this kind of appearance. Do you think I look like someone that had won against that woman? Do I look like I'm celebrating right now? The words overflowed with his raw emotions were directed to Rona who was cowering. Our plan was known. That woman, she had laid her traps and waited. Everyone was just playing on her hand. Joan too. Dewart too, Lexi too, they were all killed. Even Grace with that wound can't, at the very least, that woman must. But I can't, I couldn't do it. Elion and Sark, they even sacrificed themselves for me and they're now just wandering in this place. As the rage passed, what came after was an intense emptiness and powerlessness unfolding. Even the plan they had took much consideration and preparation in failed, leaving aside taking her head. He wasn't even able to scratch her with his sword. The harsh reality was the deadliest enemy to Ardis. It wasn't enough. Ardis's strength wasn't anywhere close enough. Even if they didn't bother fighting fair, even if they employed lies and surprises, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. Ardis would have still unable to kill her. When the rage and hatred that covered his entire view in red subsided, the long experience he has as a fighter told him the truth. The woman general is strong, both as an individual, and as a commander of an army. Then he has to be even stronger than that. He had to get overwhelmingly stronger, or have enough numbers to push through everything. Either way, both options aren't easy. There's no knowing how much time it will take. Could his hatred keep burning for that long? In the past few years, his hatred hasn't dwindled in the tiniest bit. For few more years to come, Ardis's hatred for the woman general probably wouldn't change. But what about 20 years? 30? Ardis was scared. He was scared that his will to take revenge will get weaker. He was scared the pain of losing his loved one will fade in the course of time. Impossible. There's a part of him that said that. But still, if that happened. There was also a part of him that feared that. The two thoughts let Ardis regain his calm. As he looked closely, there was the figure of Rona with his tail between his legs cowering. Seeing such Rona, Ardis finally regained himself. Sorry. It's no use lashing out on you. As he apologized for his unjustified anger towards Rona, he asked the first question he wanted to ask when he met someone. Rona, do you know what's this place? Don't know. I'm also looking a way to return. What about Al? Rona seemed still afraid at Ardis as he replied. No. I've been walking 7 days already. Elion was the one that sent me here but. Although his thoughts are still not clear, he managed to recall some information from the past week. It's certain they're in some way unknown. Ardis didn't know where he was sent to by the arts that seemed to be a teleportation. Elion himself might know but, there's no use for Ardis to ponder about it now. That bastard, if he had that kind of trump card from the start, he could have just sent me to that woman. At the same time, there was anger towards Elion as well. If he could send people with teleportation arts, then there's no need to siege the fortress with so many people. Sending few people to the woman general's room to assassinate would have yielded higher success rate. Though of course, there's no guarantee that the people sent will survive, so he couldn't force anyone to take part. But still, even if there's a chance they can't survive, if that was an option from the start, Ardis would have taken it no matter what. It wasn't a method that is praiseworthy at all. It might be seen as cowardly, but what about it? Even if he's called cowardly and condemned because of it, Ardis would regret nothing if the woman general can be killed. At this point, It's not an exaggeration to say the reason of his entire existence is to kill the woman general. Hey Al, do you know the name Nia? Rona's voice interrupted his dark thoughts. A name he had never heard before yet seemed to ring something. Who's that? Philia, Rihanna, or Kyril? Do you remember them? Ardis's head tilted as it felt like he heard them before but not. It felt like the pain in his chest subsided for a little. Name of the recruits? Sorry, but I don't know well about the recruits. There was no time to do so. Neither were they allowed on the mission this time. There are about 200 people that are in Ardis's mercenary band. It was about a month ago when Ardis, who had left the band for a while, returned. Although he knew the faces of the comrades in arms that he would fight together with, he didn't talk with the recruits that aren't allowed in the operation. There were probably 10 or 20 names that Ardis didn't know. Ardis, who thought so by himself, answered simply. But there was still something that seemed to catch on his mind. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. There were two persons who are introduced as Rona's company. One of them is a swordsman. Rather than a mercenary wearing armor with decorations, he looked more like someone who belongs to an army. His age seemed similar to Ardis. It seems like he has some skill with the sword, but his movement is too dull. If he wasn't even deploying his mana around at all times, Ardis couldn't hope much from him. Another one is a girl with not a single tinge of tan. Although there was some tangling, the luster of her hair is obviously only possible with daily care. Although she had a short sword that had mana too disproportionate for her looks, she didn't look even one bit like someone who fights. Her conduct looked like someone to be protected, and from how the swordsman called her Ojusama, she must be a daughter of some rich merchant or noble. How about until we find a settlement or a highway? I suggest we tag along. If they can follow, then so be it. I don't have the intention to match my speed to some kid's stride. Rona had suggested to have the two persons tag along with Ardis. It seems like Rona was asked by someone to look after the girl. It would be something ridiculous originally. After all, Ardis had fought against the woman general, lost, and while he was suffering in pain, Rona was by himself taking an easygoing escort request by his own. If he had the leeway to accept such a request, then he should have hurried and participated in the fight with the woman general. Although Ardis thought so logically, strangely he wasn't angry at all. Rather, it felt like he was approving of Rona's action. While feeling something amiss, Ardis agreed to let them follow. Ardis himself has no idea where they are after all. Although there is the purpose of relying on Rona's superior senses and smell, Ardis felt it was more like he wanted someone who knew him well to be there so that he wouldn't lose himself. The two additional baggage is within tolerance. While exchanging information, Ardis and the others moved to a place and prepared for a camp. And in the end, the conclusion was Rona was similarly thrown in a situation like himself. In the end, their motive didn't change at all. The conclusion was to continue locating a human settlement. Although he didn't know who was it that requested Rona, it seemed like Rona was taking good care of them. Though as expected, he wasn't keen on even the task of creating drinking water was dumped on Rona, and so he interrupted. At least make your own water. Don't treat Rona like a servant. Even if he's an escort, Rona didn't have to be treated like a gopher. His words were thorny because of the two's arrogance of not even willing to use their own hands. Leaving aside the man who seemed to disagree, Rona said, "Don't blame them, Al. They can't use mana after all." Can't use mana? Momentarily, Ardis's thoughts stopped. Ardis, who had finally finished comprehending the severity, asked the man, "Why were people who can't use mana lurking outside the town?" "I'm a swordsman. I can fight with my sword even if I can't use magic." The man rebuked with something that can't even be an excuse. Could he be thinking that he is a swordsman just by practicing sword forms? It wasn't difficult to imagine Rona's difficulty escorting the two. If you're a swordsman, then it's more so. How can you even fight without being able to make a foothold? Foothold? What the heck is that? How did he even plan to fight without making a foothold? In place of Ardis, who is so stupefied that his words are stuck, Rona performed it and explained. Ardis became even colder seeing the surprise on the man's face with Rona's action. "Don't name yourself as a swordsman if you can't even do that much. Leave your sword and live in the safe town if you don't want to die." Although it was rude, it is considered common knowledge even for people that never studied. Unable to create foothold, unable to redirect mana towards the sword's blade, Facing against any beast in the wilderness is utmost foolishness. Not having the capability to fight yet getting out of the town would only mean that they're too uneducated or they're just looking to die. Even I have my pride for becoming a battalion commander with just a sword. Do you expect I can keep quiet being ridiculed like this? A man who can't even use a single art? What kind of countryside battalion is that to have you as its commander? Ardis wouldn't have said something like this normally. But now that he had lost his comrades, unable to do anything against the woman general, the anger at his own powerlessness had nowhere to disperse. It's natural he's irritated. His anger that had leaked out turned into sharp blades of words and hit the man in front of him. If you're so hungry for a fight, then I will be your opponent. I will let you taste plenty of the sword you want. The man who was provoked put his hand on the sword. Enough is enough. Even Rona, who had been trying to keep them under control, lost his patience. With Rona's harsh reality check, it seems like the man had finally understood his own power. Just as he continued hearing the conversation between Rona and the two, suddenly the word twilight that he had no recollections of was heard. Twilight. Ardis felt a headache suddenly. It felt like something being pulled out from his head forcefully, as he supported his head with his hand. The black curtain that covered the entire sky. Why did something like that come up in his mind? Ardis himself didn't understand either. There's no such thing as twilight in this world. After all, it is a different world that the one you two are born on. A different world. While being irritated by the indescribable uncomfortableness as he continued hearing, suddenly something absurd like a different world was heard. This is the world where I was raised in, and also the world Ardis is raised in. Why would my name come out there? Then finally Ardis's name was mentioned, and reflexively he interrupted. Shizu, this guy is Ardis? Rather than Rona, it was the man and the girl who reacted. With confusion in their expression, they were looking at Ardis. For the time being, I will explain to these two people first. Since it's too complicated to explain to both sides now, I will explain it later to Al. Seeing Rona, who looked like he was tired and half begging with his expression, Ardis reluctantly backed off. The unexplained pain in his head was gradually fading. Now then, it's time for Al. How should I start? Rona, who had finished explaining to the two, had come to Ardis, and started the conversation with a difficult face. There are already things I wanted to ask, but thanks to the story just now, everything is just a mess. Well, I guess that would be the case. Even I don't know how I should go about this. Let's start with something basic. What? You're Rona, right? Although it might sound stupid, Ardis felt like he must verify that first. Are you sleep talking? That might be the case. The fuzzy consciousness that seemed to be afloat, and the periodically reoccurring headache. It felt like he wasn't being himself, more like experiencing a dream. Still, the pain, resentment and revenge that was carved into his soul was clear. He wasn't sure of his own existence. Ardis was experiencing such anxiousness. Well, answering it sounds stupid too, but my name is Rona, a friend of Al and Ryu, and someone who swore to take revenge on that woman. There's no mistake in that. Is that so? Realizing that it was a stupid exchange, Ardis nonetheless felt a little relieved. Even if it's not a reality but a nightmare, having a partner that he can trust around calmed him down. But, what? I think there's a big difference between the me that Al met few days ago, and the current me. What is that? After separating, I reunited with Al 2 days later, then spent about 5 years together with Al. What the heck are you saying? Well, I guess that doesn't explain anything. How should I really go about this? Rona pondered while his triangular-shaped ears shook. It might be long, but pay attention. The last time Al met with me, I was injured, right? Yeah, you were in an incapacitated state. Just before the expedition to subdue the woman general, Rona was gravely injured in a battle. Because of that, Ardis and the others decided that Rona tagging along won't be possible, and Rona was to focus on healing his injuries. And so 2 days had passed as I rested and I managed to move around then, but, as expected, hunting would be difficult. But then my stomach was totally empty then, and Al or anyone wasn't there. That story, is it necessary? Ardis didn't understand the intention of Rona explaining that. Well, just keep hearing. Our species, we have a special hunting ground for emergency uses. There are many suitable preys and no strong enemies, making it the best hunting ground. But it seems like it can shorten your lifespan if spent too much time over there. That's why I don't use it unless it's really an emergency. and I had always returned quickly after hunting. Shorten your lifespan. That's quite a dangerous place. Though it was found out later it doesn't actually shorten my lifespan. Thanks to Al. Ardis's brows furrowed at Rona's explanation that seemed to make no sense. It felt like the pain in his head restarted again. Still can't get it. Since hunting by myself then would be too much for me, I had to use it even if it meant shortening my lifespan. And that was the only place I could think of hunting in safely. Then, just as I thought I filled my stomach and about to return, I heard someone's voice. I was wondering what to do, but it seemed like it wasn't dangerous, so I stayed around and peeked. Then I saw a human girl looked like he was being assaulted by several other men, and I happened to help her out. Her name is Salt, by the way. Do you recognize it? No way I would know though. Although it was an obvious answer, the name seemed to catch on something. It was an uncomfortable feeling of having something small stuck at his throat. Then, while adding a hand to his aching head, he signaled Rona to continue. Then, there was a mercenary that was supposed to be an escort for that Salt girl. And his name is Ardis. Black hair and black eyes, using flying swords, and even though I wasn't completely healed, he could fight evenly with me. And even in the finale, he understood the passcode of third whites of the second. So, no wait. Who the heck is that? His name is not just same, but he knew the passcode. There was someone who used my name? Well, that was what I suspected at first too. But, Al, you think I would mistake your smell? Even if you were in a child form. A child? Me? About 14 or 15. It was a good fight considering he seemed weakened as he became younger. Ardis felt pain in his head again. Hey, Rona, am I seeing a nightmare or something? I can't understand a single thing happening. A dream? At the very least, I'm confident to say that I'm not in a dream.